Chapter 1043, Sichuan's Base Request for Help. Titus swept a disgusted look at that Type 5 Catwoman, ordering coldly, "Convey my command, no one is to chase. Our priority is to establish a secure base right now." The Catwoman responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." As one of the princes of the Beastmen Kingdom, he was unlike Taylor in seeking merit, instead choosing to lay foundations. With his orders, countless Beastmen started to claim territories once more, as well as simple fortifications and structures. Meanwhile, more Beastmen warriors were pouring out of the Gate of Hell. In time, the whole of France began to come under Titus due to his slow but steady efforts. With his expansion efforts, although it prevented King Limo from acting against the Beastmen warriors, it gave him time to gather and regroup all the zombies within France. Both sides continued to engage in small skirmishes here and there while trying to expand their own forces. Like this, the Beastmen Kingdom had somehow established their own base on Earth. As for Zhong, he was currently transporting the Berlin survivors towards China. Within Sichuan, in a secluded mountain gorge, a Gate of Hell stood on some flat ground, surrounded by mucus. A Type 3 mutant leopard came prowling over, eyeing the mucus curiously as it edged closer. Just as it was near the blanket of mucus, suddenly an oval-shaped object shot out a meat hook, piercing the Type 3 mutant leopard and tugged it forcefully into the mucus. The unfortunate beast struggled within the mucus for a few seconds, before all movements ceased. Soon after, another oval-shaped pod broke open, as a human-shaped alien emerged from within, possessing a pair of sharp claws, tail and a savage visage. A number of strange alien spawn crawled all around it before burrowing into its chest. The human-shaped alien eyed its surroundings warily before it dashed off into the distance. The alien was a species that could extinguish all life of any planet, and they had come to Earth through the Gate of Hell. Of the 300 gates of hell littered all over Earth, every world could make use of the gates to enter. Protecting just one door could only prevent access from that particular door. Zhong knew this, but with his current strength, he could at most stand guard over a few places. As for the rest, even if he knew about them, there was nothing he could do. The more he spread out his forces, the more risk he was putting them through. He had obtained many different technologies through the different worlds, and they were being researched and produced, but to equip his forces on a mass scale he needed more time. Within a secret room inside China's capital, Zhong opened his eyes slowly, his gaze sharp and radiant. He was filled with joy as he thought, "I've finally achieved level 5 of the Yin-Yang Palm. This martial technique is truly profound. It took me an entire month to reach this stage. Now I've gained an additional card. It might not have much use in war, but against any Type 8 experts I have a chance now." Since he obtained the second-order God-Devil body, his talent and potential were heaven-defying. He possessed superhuman memory and could recognize any language of any country. With just a single hour he could speak more fluently than a native speaker. With such potential, it had been a breeze to learn the first 4 levels of the Yin-Yang Palm, but it actually took an entire month for him to reach the 5th level. As he walked out of the room, Qinyao came up to him urgently. "Zhong, the base in Sichuan had just sent a request for help. They're being surrounded by zombies and have requested aid. They're willing to join us after." Zhong frowned and replied, "Sichuan? Fine, I'll make a trip myself." Currently, China was undergoing some huge changes, pumping resources and efforts into a huge survivor base. At the same time, Jianghu and the other generals were leading their subordinates to clear the zombies all around China. With Jianghu, Bai Shaoxing, Xing Ming He, Zhuiyatong, Qin Xinggang, Li Guang, Qinyao, Hu Ran and the rest handling the zombies, as well as the structural works being handled by the numerous subordinates, Zhong only had to concern himself with the big picture. Since he had been holed up in the capital in closed-door cultivation, he was truly getting restless. As for the forces and troops, they were focused on defending and not deployed lightly. Only Zhong had the authority to. In any case, he alone could wipe out 1,000,000 zombies with no problems. Qinyao chuckled, "Are you bringing Yin Shuang?" Yin Shuang stuck to Zhong like glue. This was a fact everyone knew. Zhong shook his head, "No. She is too important, she has to stay here to guard the capital. It'll be better that way." She had already reached the Type 7 realm and was the only other expert of China comparable to Zhong. With her holding the fort, she could at least deal with any short-term dangers that cropped up. Having made the decision, Zhong boarded one of the protector battleship and brought along the storm battleship as he headed towards Sichuan. Outside the city of Sichuan, there was another city that had been built not too long ago, surrounded by massive wooden walls. At a valley connecting to the city, hundreds of soldiers were currently taking out a number of evolved zombies. Sichuan was mountainous and had many valleys. The new city had been constructed right behind one of such a valley, allowing only 2 cars' width of an entrance. Relying on the natural terrain advantage, the hundreds of soldiers were able to defend against the numerous zombies. At the peak of the small hill, some commanders were looking out at the distance. One of them complained, "Commander, the brothers do not understand why you must contact that Zhong. He's obviously a tyrant that had been lucky enough to conquer the capital. And that damn faction actually established what bullshit government. We're able to sustain ourselves and live by our own rules, why must we request for his aid?" When that squad captain spoke, many of the other officers nodded in agreement. Zhong had been an ordinary man before the apocalypse. After he established the new government, the old guards in Sichuan were not receptive. Some had joined him, while others viewed him as a rebel and traitor, while some sat on the fence, without any indication of their opinions. As for this particular base, the military was the law. They held the authority over the survivors, and such a feeling had already started to corrode some of their hearts. The leader, a man with good-looking features and a muscular physique, spoke slowly, "Wang Dapao, we are all military men. The military exists to protect the country. Since Zhong has the capability to protect our country, we should submit to him and work for him. We need to protect our people, this is what we should do." This commander was called Min, a regiment commander prior to the apocalypse. When the world changed, he had led his surviving subordinates to take out the nearby zombies, regrouping with other troops, as they rescued a large number of survivors from Sichuan, and settled within this mountain gorge. With the help of the terrain, they had defended themselves over this entire period. Wang Dapao had a reluctant gleam in his gaze, but he still voiced his respect. "Yes, Commander." Min had plenty of support within the troop, although Wang Dapao had his supporters too, it was not enough to go against him. Min looked at the seemingly endless horde and had a look of worry. "Furthermore, the zombies are evolving stronger, our ammunition is running out as well." The evolution of the zombies was terrifying, producing even more variants as well. If it was not for the terrain, this base would have long since been wiped out. Wang Dapao seemed like he did not think so. "While those zombies are evolving, our brothers have become stronger too. Look, they aren't a match for our brothers." At the entrance of the valley, over 20 soldiers were using system equipment to slaughter the evolved zombies. Behind those soldiers, there were over 100 others waiting to switch out. With the help of the terrain as well as numerous enhancers, Wang Dapao felt that their base was practically heaven. There was no need for anyone to help them. "Old Wang, that day that beauty, you fucked her, right? How was it?" "Get lost. Haha." At the entrance, the soldiers awaiting their turns were laughing and chatting, unafraid of the zombies. In the midst of their conversation, one small alien spawn managed to slither towards one of the soldiers at a corner, before pouncing on his face and burrowing into his brain through his nostril. Ah! At the moment the alien spawn landed on his face, the soldier let out a shriek of terror. The hundreds of soldiers turned to face him but did not discover anything. One of them complained, "Big Nose Lou, what the hell did you scream for? Trying to scare us to death." Big Nose Lou wanted to say something when suddenly, his mind turned blank and he chuckled, "I don't remember." Chapter 1044, Turning Zombies into Ash with a Wave of a Hand. With the natural terrain as well as the efforts of the experts, the zombies were kept at bay, prevented from entering the mountain gorge. After battling intensely for an entire day, the zombies still could not breach the gorge. The valley was too narrow, and unless the zombies activated their winged counterparts or the intelligent ones to launch an assault, there was no way to breach the pass. The battle continued for some time, while Big Nose Lou went back towards the base silently. Early the next morning, Min had a look of excitement as he told the rest, "The leader of the central government is here, let's go welcome him." Many of them exchanged glances. While some were reluctant, they still followed behind. "AI? What is that? Is that a spaceship? Holy shit. Did the Martians already invade Earth?" These commanders all turned to look at the sky, their eyes filled with shock. The huge metal behemoth soaring above them was precisely the Protector battleship. It was a helicarrier, the likes of which had never been seen on Earth before. It was the first time these military officers had seen something so advanced, hence their astonishment. As they continued to stare, the battleship opened as a smaller-sized carrier came descending. The moment that carrier touched down, over a dozen soldiers equipped with nano-armors on the outside, as well as battle armors on the inside, carrying Gauss rifles, electromagnetic rifles, came rushing out. They were all armed to the teeth with Type 4 strength guarding the helicopter. Elite soldiers. Look at their weapons. So futuristic. Is this the strength of the new government? When the commanders saw the soldiers disembarking, they were truly taken aback. They were not considered newbies and had seen their fair share of war and battles, and could sense the aura emitted by these soldiers. Under their stunned gazes, Zhong came out, dressed in military wear. Beside him was the small, petite beauty Floxenia, whose gaze was sharp. Zhong was already pretty much invincible on Earth. If he did not come across any other freaks from other worlds, he did not need to fear anything. However, in coming to pick up the survivors from Sichuan, he had to watch out for the human heart. Yu Haimin came up to Zhong, saluting him in the military style with a hint of respect in his gaze. "Leader," Yu Haimin reporting. "It is an honor to finally meet you." He had received the radio broadcast from long ago and had been kept updated on news from the capital. In truth, he had been contemplating to initiate contact for the longest time after Zhong regained the capital. However, it was only after hearing that Zhong, the Kingdom of God and America had signed the Earth federal government papers that he decided to contact Zhong. Finally seeing him in person as well as the grand and powerful entourage, Yu Haimin felt relieved and celebrated his decision. Zhong laughed politely. "I'm Zhong. Very pleased to meet you, Commander Yu." At this time the ashen-faced Wang Depao who had been standing quietly behind came up and stared at Zhong. "Leader Zhong, there are too many zombies here, our current forces are weakened. Since you're here, why not help us eliminate some and show us the power of the famous Central Army?" Many of the other commanders also looked at Zhong quietly, intending to witness the strength of Zhong's forces for themselves. Although they had heard from themselves the broadcast from the capital, they were clear that it did not count for much. Without seeing it for themselves, they would not blindly trust the messages. They wanted to see just how strong the Central Army was. If they were weak, then they would not stand on ceremony. Instead, they were prepared to capture Zhong. Yu Haimin frowned, but he did not scold Wang Depao, instead looking at Zhong expectantly. "No problem." Zhong chuckled before giving an indifferent order. "Heed my orders, wipe out everything outside the valley." Wang Depao laughed coldly. "Wipe out everything? What boastful words, there are over 500,000 zombies out there, just you guys, and you intend to wipe them out? What arrogance." The rest also snorted coldly, their expressions of ridicule. Even Yu Haimin could not help but doubt. "Don't tell me this Zhong is just full of air? Impossible, right? He's after all the leader of China right now, how can he spout such bullshit?" He knew just how terrifying the numbers were. Inside this base there were 6,000 survivors. However, the zombies outside were in the hundreds of thousands. He had not expected Zhong to wipe them all out. In his plans, as long as Zhong's troops could showcase a decent strength, he would sincerely hand over the reins to him. Floxenia stood beside Zhong while shooting all of them a cold look. She could read all of their thoughts and the corners of her mouth raised. "A bunch of fools, you guys could never imagine the extent of brother Zhong's strength." Soon after, the protector battleship above revealed numerous cannons, as a number of beams shot down from the sky like a judgment from heaven, each one of them piercing the heads of the zombies accurately. Under that relentless assault, a large number of zombies were turned to ashes immediately. As the protector battleship continued on its flight, within seconds all 500,000 zombies were reduced to nothing. What the fuck? Shit. This kind of power? Holy shit. It's over? Just like that? 500,000 zombies gone. How is this possible? How? What the hell is that weapon? Isn't that too overpowered? Other than nuclear weapons, there's nothing that can possibly match that. Seeing the hundreds and thousands of zombies turn to ash, all the commanders were wide-eyed with shock. They looked at Zhong, who was smiling faintly and felt a sense of fear. Wang Depao thought, what a powerful weapon. With just this aircraft, our base would be wiped out. The Central Army is truly strong as they say. The Protector battleship was the strongest weapon of war in the Saint Lands, produced from the countless years of technology. It was even capable of dealing with a Type 7 expert. Such a weapon was naturally capable of devastating power and destruction. In truth, if it was to exhibit its power fully, even the nuclear weapon might not be comparable. If an enemy was to try and use a nuclear missile on the Protector battleship, before it could even reach, it would be destroyed by the Protector battleship. Yu Hai-min had a look of appreciation as he sighed with admiration. Powerful. The Central Army truly lives up to its name. The best army there is. With this weapon, our China will be able to defeat the zombies and reunite the country. When all the commanders heard that, they all looked towards Yu Zhong with a hint of excitement. If they could follow him and defeat the zombies and rebuild the country, they would be considered founding fathers as well, with riches and power. Yu Zhong sighed. Reuniting the country, it sure is easy to talk about it. Even if he was a Type 7 divine warrior with over 10 million survivors under him, it was truly a tough journey to fully unifying China. The 12 Protector battleship would require huge amounts of energy to destroy their enemies. If it was not for establishing his authority, he would not use it just to wipe out these 500,000 zombies. The might of the 12 battleships were too precious, intended to deal with the aliens, Dino race and beastmen, not ordinary zombies. Even killing the evolved zombies would be better with the human elite soldiers. Even so, Yu Zhong maintained a confident smile as though everything was in his hands. Seeing that, everyone was more convinced to throw in together with him. Yu Hai-min invited warmly, "Leader, please come and take a rest in our base." Yu Zhong smiled and did not reject. Fine. Under Yu Hai-min's lead, the entire group quickly headed to the base. Chapter 1045, Chaos. The base at Sichuan was different from others. Under the protection of the soldiers, they had maintained some form of stability. Although many of them were somewhat malnourished due to the lack of resources, at least they were orderly and not as problematic as other places, where the evildoers ran rampant and corpses were everywhere. Yu Zhong had just swept the base a rough glance and did not pay any special attention. He knew that it was likely cleaned up and one could not tell much. The party walked into a large wooden house that looked clean and tidy. With an order from Yu Hai-min, a lot of food was then served. Due to the scarcity of food, even rats had been eaten clean. The most appetizing of the food served was a plate of some roasted rat meat, with some peanut grains, while the main dish was dry biscuits and wild vegetables. Seeing the table of food, Yu Zhong could not muster any appetite. If it was the most trying of situations, even if he had to eat ants or bugs, he would not have any qualms. However, since he was capable of so much now, with the lowest quality being mutant vegetables and Type 4 beast meat, he could not bring himself to partake in such cuisine. Yu Hai-min gestured sincerely, "Please help yourself." "Wait a minute. Hai-min, I think you guys should try our China's food." Yu Zhong chuckled and flipped his hands, revealing a number of canned food as he opened them up. The moment he opened them, the vibrant mutant vegetables as well as Type 4 beast meat were revealed. When the various commanders took in the fragrant smell, they could not help but salivate, staring fixedly at the cans, revealing expressions of greed. As high-ranking officials, it was not tough for them to have their fill in the base. However, it was difficult to eat such luxurious cuisine. Many had fallen sick and died because of the lack of nutrients. Otherwise, the base would not have been left with only 6,000-odd survivors. Dig in. Hearing that, the commanders quickly raised their chopsticks to grab some food into their mouths. As Yu Hai-min bit into the Type 4 beast meat, his eyes lit up, revealing an expression of greed. He began to grab more frantically. "Amazing! This is too delicious. This taste seems to be changing even my physique. It's unbelievable." The rest of the commanders were not fools, they could sense the benefits of the food for themselves. They also began to scramble for the food, gobbling them down as though they were hungry ghosts. In just a matter of seconds the food had been swept clean. After finishing, they then looked at Yu Zhong sheepishly. Before the apocalypse, they were all living good lives with plenty of food. However, none of it could compare to the food that Yu Zhong had brought out now. As the meal was over, Yu Zhong directly asked, "Yu Hai-min, are there any larger bases around you guys?" This time, Yu Zhong did not just come for the Sichuan base, but also all the survivors within the vicinity before moving off. With the passing of time, as more foreign species descended upon Earth, the number of survivors would decrease from the killings. Yu Zhong was currently training his troops as well as dedicating personnel to go and fetch survivors from all over. Yu Hai-min reported immediately, "Leader, I know that there's a large survivor base about 50 li to the west of here. There are more survivors there compared to here." Yu Zhong replied, "Very good, in that case gather all your survivors and board my ship. We're leaving immediately." When Yu Hai-min heard that, he frowned. Leader, why must we leave? We can stay here and reclaim Sichuan slowly. The rest of the commanders also revealed expressions of agreement. They were all Sichuan men through and through and were not willing to leave. Zhong arched his eyebrows and was about to say something when sounds of gunshots and screams rang out in the distance. One officer came running into the house with a panicked expression. Monster! Commander, there's a monster killing its way over. Yu Haimin's eyes narrowed as he asked solemnly, what monster? Zhang Xing, say it clearly. Zhang Xing was still wide-eyed in shock as he shouted out, those monsters are over 2 m and have blade-like arms. Their bodies are covered in some gray exoskeleton and look like aliens. Yes, that's right. They're just like those aliens in the films. The first special forces have been wiped out. What? The first special forces have been wiped out. When Yu Haimin heard that, his face turned pale. The first special forces were the most elite of the entire base, and it had been them stationed at the valley, fiercely defending against the zombies. With them dead, the defense of the base was reduced by over 90%. The rest of the commanders also turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yu Zhong's face changed as he stood up. What? Aliens. The aliens were biological weapons capable of destroying an entire planet, with their fertility on a much more rapid scale as compared to humans. They could live as parasites within humans and was hard to detect. Yu Zhong had hoped for them not to descend upon Earth. Even the savage beastmen and vicious Dina race could not compare to the threat of the aliens. Move. Yu Zhong immediately led everyone out. Currently within the base it was pandemonium. Countless survivors were crying and sobbing as they ran towards the soldiers. Only those with guns could make them feel safe. Help. Save me. One female survivor fell to the ground, finally seeing the dozens of soldiers in front of her. Hope gleamed in her eyes as she screamed out. Swoosh. With a flash of a blade, the body of the female survivors was sliced in two, and behind her stood a bladed alien with a vicious visage. Beast? Go to hell. When the soldiers saw this, they roared out with rage and fired their weapons at the alien. Dang, dang, dang. The bullets bounced off the body of the alien, not leaving a single scratch, causing everyone to despair. One of the soldiers shouted out, how is that possible? Change to the grenade launchers. Before he even finished speaking, a blade light flashed past and his head was sent flying in a shower of blood. The rest of the soldiers eyed the bladed alien that had suddenly appeared, their eyes filled with fear, losing all will to combat. Against these monsters that were faster than the speed of sound, and were also invulnerable to their weapons, anybody would despair. The eyes of the bladed alien flashed as it swept them a look and disappeared. The next instant all of them lost their heads as their headless corpses crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong and the rest had just arrived in time to witness the alien slaughtering the soldiers. Yu Haimin and the others were filled with shock. What a terrifying creature. The combat ability of the alien was astonishing, just one was enough to wipe out the entire base. Yu Zhong swept a cold look and ordered, do it, annihilate it. The dozen soldiers of the Central Army that had followed Yu Zhong quickly readied their Gauss rifles, firing coldly at the alien. Each of these Type 4 experts was already at level 80, their marksmanship at the third order, and with additional training, it was hard for them to miss. The speed of the alien might be insane, but against these trained soldiers, it could not dodge in time as the multiple beams slammed into its body. Under the Gauss rifle beams, the alien was punched full of holes falling out of the sky as the corrosive blood flowed out and it became a corpse. Strong. Is this the might of the Central Army? Incredible. This small team is more than enough to deal with our base. The gap in strength is too wide. Wang Depao and the rest of the commanders exchanged looks, feeling waves of shock in their hearts. The alien that had been faster than the speed of sound was actually killed so easily by Yu Zhong's soldiers. Their capabilities had long since surpassed what Earth had been capable of in the past. Yu Zhong gave Floxenia an order, Nia, stay here with Yu Haimin and the rest. Go organize the survivors up the storm battleship. I will go wipe out these aliens. Chapter 1046, Floxenia. Yu Zhong's personal combat strength was strong. It was easier for him to kill the aliens compared to his subordinates. Furthermore, he did not bring too many elite soldiers as he meant for them to maintain security and sift out the parasites hidden within the survivors. Floxenia saluted him, understood, leader. She was more mature than any girl of her age, and Zhong was reassured by her leading the troops. After she promised, Zhong directly soared into the sky. He flew. A human can actually fly. Is that a skill? The rare flight ability? Seeing Zhong ascend to the sky, Yu Haimin and the rest were filled with shock and felt that Zhong was even more unfathomable than before. The moment he left, Floxenia's gaze turned incredibly cold as she passed a cold order. Lu Xiong, go bring some men to maintain order and make sure you check every survivor. Those who dare to cause trouble or prevent any inspection, execute them without mercy. Although she looked like a girl of only 12 or 13, she was incredibly far-sighted, and she had seen the darkest of the human's heart. Over 1,000 spies have lost their lives under her orders alone. One of the Type 5 Central Army soldiers responded, "Understood." These Central Army soldiers knew how terrifying Floxenia was, and they quickly got into formation and readied their weapons at the survivors. Floxenia then swept Yu Haimin and the rest a look. "Commander, you order your men to do their duty well. Organize those that pass the inspection to head up into the storm battleship orderly." Yu Haimin eyed the girl in front of him, his eyes flashed with a strange glint. A commander like him had to listen to some lowly who was not even 15. It truly felt discomforting and he could not help but hesitate. Wang Depao shot her look and laughed condescendingly. Zhong is truly muddle-headed, actually giving the command to a little girl. "Hey little girl, go and hide, let us grown men handle the commanding." The rest of the commanders also looked at her strangely, not moving. She shot them a cold look and waved her hands. With a sweep, the 20 elites besides her immediately adjusted their aim at them, their gazes cold and their killing intent bursting forth. The commanders felt their hearts turn cold upon feeling the killing intent. Floxenia spoke coldly, "Yu Haimin, since you have already joined our government, you are a part of us. The military orders of my Central Army have to be obeyed with no questions, otherwise, you will be executed without mercy. You have just joined, and on account that you might not know the rules, I will forego this once. If this happens one more time, do not blame me for being merciless, as I will not hesitate to wipe you all off the face of this earth." Sensing her cold gaze and killing intent, even Yu Haimin could not help but feel a chill. "Let me through. Scram. Let me through. My uncle is Commander Lin Yo Gang. Scram. Otherwise you will all regret this." Right at this time, there was some commotion among the survivors, as an ordinary young man came scrambling forward. In his rush, the weaker survivors were shoved aside. One soldier barked out coldly, "Maintain order. Go and line up." The young man shouted back arrogantly, "Do you know who the hell I am? My uncle is Commander Lin Yo Gang. Scram. Otherwise this senior will get my uncle to make your life hell." Lin Yo Gang was a commander with considerable authority, and one of the higher-ranking officials in Sichuan. His family was arrogant and despotic and abused their power constantly. The moment the young man's words fell, there was a clear gunshot, as a bullet hole appeared in his brain, and he slumped to the floor, dead. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers also fired at the hooligans beside this nephew of Lin Yo Gang, riddling their heads full of bullets. "Ah! Help! They're killing people." Seeing this terrifying scene, many survivors screamed out in fear. The commanders behind Yu Haimin were also filled with a chill. They had not expected the Central Army to be so decisive and vicious, directly executing those who had not obeyed the rules. One soldier barked out as he exuded a terrifying aura, directly suppressing those survivors, "Shut up! Get in line. Those who dare cause trouble will be executed." When they were shouted at, the survivors became obedient once more, getting in line. Floxenia then turned her cold gaze to those commanders, "Still not moving? Are you intending to disobey orders?" Yu Haimin bolted upright, "Understood." Lin Yo Gang, who stood behind Yu Haimin, stared hatefully at Floxenia, his gaze venomous. "Damn bitch, you dare kill my nephew. I will not let you off. Once I go back, I will gather my people and kill all your men and steal the battleship." After the world had changed, Lin Yo Gang was left with only this nephew. Because of this, he spoiled the young man. Now that he was killed by Floxenia, Lin Yo Gang was infuriated. Floxenia swept him as well as those men beside him a look and barked, "Wait! The few of you step out." Under the threat of the Gauss rifles, Lin Yo Gang and the rest could only step out. Floxenia's gaze was cold as she waved her hand, These men have questionable intents, execute them. No. The Gauss rifles fired out brightly, as Lin Yo Gang and the rest watched in horror, fear and regret. Seeing their deaths, the rest of the commanders turned steely, their hearts palpitating. Yu Hai-min's face was steely as he stared coldly at Floxenia and asked loudly, "Miss Floxenia, what were you doing? Why did you kill my men?" Right now, everyone saw this little girl as a terrifying demon. Without batting an eyelid she replied, "I have mind-reading abilities. That Lin Yo Gang was the uncle of that young man I just ordered the death of. The rest of them were his trusted aides. He was intending to cause a rebellion at the moment of embarking the ship. Thus I've decided to wipe them out first." With disbelief Yu Hai-min thought, "Mind-reading? How is that possible?" She looked at him, her face cold and impassive. "You're thinking right now mind-reading? How is that possible?" Yu Hai-min was shocked. "Impossible? She really knows it." "You're thinking right now, impossible? She really knows it. Very well, you're lucky I can demonstrate my strength to you as well." Floxenia swept him a glance, laughing coldly before she pointed at one survivor. "Kill him." One soldier immediately raised his weapon and fired. Blasted by the Gauss rifle, the survivor was riddled with holes, even his brain had been splattered all over the place. Seeing this, Yu Hai-min's face fell and he was about to shout at her, when suddenly four alien spawn pounced out from the dead corpse, leaping towards the soldiers around. The soldiers were already prepared and fired their weapons, directly killing those spawn, amidst a shower of green, corrosive blood. One Central Army soldier then pulled out a flamethrower and directly incinerated the corpse of the survivor. Inside the body there were still many spawn hiding, hence the best method was to incinerate every host. This was a result of Yu Zhong's experience. Yu Hai-min fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I got it, Floxenia, I will gather the survivors to leave here. However, I'm reserving my thoughts with regards to your methods against Lin Yo Gang and the rest." After that, Yu Hai-min quickly organized his men to usher the survivors towards the storm battleship. Floxenia stood there, acting as a human radar, scanning all those potential hosts. The hosts had a strange signal emitting from their brains due to the parasitic aliens, which ordinary humans could not sense. However, Floxenia could, and the moment she sensed it she could point out the hosts before getting the soldiers to deal with them. The number of mature aliens was not considered many inside the base yet, only about 30. These were nothing much to Yu Zhong, the only inconvenience was searching for them. After spending about 4 hours, Yu Zhong managed to kill the last one behind a dark alley. As for the survivors that had been infected, it was a sizable number, over 600 had become hosts. Each time they were killed, their corpses were quickly dealt with as well. Once all the aliens were dealt with, Yu Zhong was filled with a sense of urgency. "No good, Sichuan is already invaded. I need to quickly bring all the survivors from the bases nearby away. Otherwise they will all fall prey to these damned aliens." Chapter 1047. The Arrival of the Mech Empire. After they had ushered all the survivors up the storm battleship, Yu Zhong quickly led his troops towards the other large base in Sangya. "Master, there's a disturbance in the direction of the Sangya base." Halfway through the journey, Bai Yi appeared on the display screen to report. All the satellites of Earth had already come under Bai Yi's control, and whatever the satellites saw she could see. Yu Zhong ordered, "Pull out the images right now." "Yes." Bai Yi then pulled out the images. Currently, within the Sangya base, over hundreds and thousands of aliens were slaughtering the humans within, while taking on a mechanized battalion. One portion of the mechanized battalion was a close combat armored beast, that was covered with sharp alloy blades, wielding a pair of blades. There was also another portion of armored vehicles that had 2 main cannons, and 36 subcannons, specializing in long-range battles. The combat strength of the close combat armored beasts was astonishing. While they were not a match for the aliens in a one-on-one setting, with 12 in a squad, it was easy to surround and kill off the aliens. Within the base, one bladed alien flickered and appeared in front of one close combat armored beast. With a slash, it managed to slice the mech in two as countless parts fell out, and the machine exploded in a loud blast. The resulting explosion forced the bladed alien over a dozen meters. At that instant, 6 other close combat armored beasts appeared behind the bladed alien, directly slashing at it. The bladed alien waved its blades and slashed out in a counter-attack, slicing one of them in two. It then swung its tail, which slammed into another, causing it to break apart at the waist. In just a breath, it managed to wipe out another 2 close combat armored beasts. If it were a one-on-one, it would have already won. However, at the same time, the remaining 4 armored beasts already slashed out, slicing the alien in multiple parts, as the corrosive blood splattered everywhere. After killing that alien, the remaining mech beasts then formed another smaller group, regrouping with the surviving units of the other battles and forming new teams. One Type 5 multi-clawed alien was engaging 12 armored beasts in combat, and both sides were locked in a cruel battle. The aliens and the mech beasts were existences that did not fear death. Hence, their fighting style was cruel and vicious. In just a few moments, over 3 close combat armored beasts have been destroyed by the Type 5 alien, while the alien itself had suffered numerous injuries. Right at this moment, on a tall building afar, many spider-like mech beasts crawled up and were adjusting their cannons. With a bright flash of light, a number of electromagnetic cannons fired upon the Type 5 multi-claw alien, causing the other close combat armored beasts around it to be destroyed too. Although the aliens possessed terrifying combat power, the mech army was over 200,000. Each of them had incredible aim and their teamwork was seamless. At every second there was an alien being taken out. The mech army continued to slaughter the aliens, while at the same time, not distinguishing the innocent humans as well. As long as any life form appeared before them, they would kill without mercy. Zhong saw these powerful mech machines and frowned, wondering to himself, "Damn it, where did this mech army come from?" He was sure that these were definitely invaders using the gates of hell to arrive here, but he wanted to know through which one. Bai quickly replied, "There's no data on them inside the database." The satellites were also not omnipotent. Although they could scan most of the land on Earth, there was a limit to their abilities, and they could not be scanning all the time. Bai continued to run some numbers before reporting, "Master, these are just the cannon fodder. Based on my estimations, the commander should be the sentient robots. However, the enemy is constantly jamming my signals, preventing me from taking control. If you could deal with them, I could control them. Alternatively, you can capture a few to the battleship and I can connect to them through hard wires, swallowing their intelligence and controlling them." The display then changed and revealed 20 human-like figures behind the mech army. Zhong took a look and could not help but be shocked. "What? Sentient robots? That is to say, intelligent programs?" Bai replied, "You could say that." He asked, "How strong are they?" Bai said, "I'm unable to determine for sure, there's not enough information." "Fine then, I'll go check them out." Zhong swept them a gaze as he channeled his energy, and shot out from the protector battleship. Behind the mech army, one of them, who had perfect looks and golden locks, wore a human-like smile. On this planet Earth, who knew that there would be such powerful and savage beasts? Interesting. The original masters were the humans, but they're so pathetically weak. After wiping out this base, there should be another 3 survivor bases in Sichuan. Once we wipe out these cockroach-like humans, our mech kingdom can begin to dominate Earth and evolve once again. Long live the mech kingdom. Another sentient robot who had yellow skin and black hair stepped up to speak. "Bardonia, the humans are not so easy targets. Our mech kingdom has successfully conquered 3 planets and gained the chance to evolve thrice. But those humans were not weak, and each of them had possessed some powerful oracle. We cannot be too careless and must take them all out carefully. In order to conquer this country so we can evolve once more and escape from that dreaded god's hands. Long live the mech kingdom." Bardonia nodded. "Fangsheng, I understand. We will definitely conquer this country. Long live the mech kingdom." He then eyed the sky and laughed lightly. "Ha, I discovered something interesting. There are actually some satellites on this Earth. Let me go and bring them under my control." To these Super A.I.'s controlling satellites was a simple matter. The moment Zhong had brought Bai back, all the satellites had come under her control. Without moving, Bardonia started to shoot out beams as his eyes ran with numbers, intending to infiltrate the satellites. In a few breaths he opened his eyes, revealing a shocked look. "Not good, I'm unable to get through. There was some impedance. The opponent is also a Super A.I., a powerful one at that. I can sense that only the Emperor could match her in computing and analytical ability." Fangsheng frowned and made an accurate guess. "What? Is the opponent that strong? Seems like the expert on Earth had managed to get a treasure of hope then. It should be the Super A.I. Otherwise, based on the abilities of this planet, it could not possibly produce such a powerful AI. Fang Xing then turned to another robot. The opponent has satellites, while we don't. They have the advantage. Bali Wang, go break through the atmosphere and destroy their satellites while becoming our own eyes and ears. Understood. Bali Wang replied expressionlessly, revealing a pair of robotic wings. They shone brightly before propelling him into the sky. The core of the Mech Kingdom were these sentient robots. Each of them had their own unique abilities. Be it transforming into tanks, fighter jets, battleships, or even satellites, they were incredibly adaptive. Bali Wang's ability was to break through the stratosphere, turning his entire body into an instrument of offense as well as surveillance. He could destroy other satellites while transforming into one himself. Zhong, who was hiding afar, swept Bali Wang a look and frowned. Not good, I can't hide forever. If he breaches into space, then we're in trouble. If Bali Wang made it into space, although Zhong could still control the Scarlet Reaper to fly into space, it would be extremely tough to find him and kill him. Furthermore, if Bali Wang was able to destroy the satellites, the humans on Earth would suffer a 30% drop in combat potential. Chapter 1048, Combat Mech. With a flip of Zhong's hand, the Scarlet Reaper appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and it began to radiate with light. A pair of wings burst out and he soared towards the sky. In a few breaths, he had caught up to Bali Wang by shooting like a meteor, pulling out a huge laser blade to slice out at the enemy mech. The speed of the Scarlet Reaper had reached another level under Zhong's control, and the blade was extremely fast, where even some Type 7 experts might not be able to block it. Without any means to prepare, Bali Wang just allowed the blade to slice through itself, as countless parts scattered through the skies. As the two halves separated, there was no explosion. Instead, the parts began to merge together once more into the mech known as Bali Wang. Zhong saw how quickly the mech had reformed and his eyes narrowed. Not dead yet. Most robot life forms would explode the moment they were sliced in two. As for this Bali Wang, it was able to regenerate, something Zhong had never seen before. Bali Wang swept Zhong a look and his robot eyes lit up as it spoke in a human-like voice. Human? This is China. Based on the intel we have, the strongest human is Zhong, and he possesses a red mech body. You should either be him or one of his trusted subordinates, right? Zhong stepped out, eyeing Bali Wang as he frowned. You have been slashed by me, how come you're still alive? Bali Wang laughed out in a human-like manner. Zhong, do you think we will be so stupid as to reveal such classified information to you? Just submit. Your human race has no hope. Our mech kingdom is full of experts. We could easily squash all resistance on this planet. Our vanguard force alone numbers over 250,000. The weakest is the close combat armored beast, and it is on par with a Type 4 divine warrior. They are also not afraid of death, thus their combat potential far surpasses you humans. These 250,000 mechs will be enough to deal with Earth's humans. Furthermore, within our mech kingdom, there are over 160 billion of those close combat armored beasts. Even if you manage to defeat this vanguard force, just the reinforcements will be enough to drown you out. If you don't submit, only death awaits. Submit to us and we can allow you to remain king of the humans. 160 billion. What strength! Zhong was shocked when he heard this. That number alone was a challenge, not to mention that they were mechs. If the humans on Earth were to face this number, it was like ants against dragons, there was too much of a gap. Zhong was already a Type 7 divine warrior with the second-order god-devil body, his combat potential heaven-defying. However, against 160 billion armored beasts, there was only escape. The rest of China would serve to become prey. With a thought, Zhong laughed out coldly. There's no use trying to scare me. There's definitely a limitation to how many of you can come. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your words with me and directly bring your troops to wipe out China. Your words prove that I'm right. It's not so easy to get your mech army across. Bali Wang laughed coldly, threatening harshly. Zhong, you're truly smart. That's right, there are problems in the mech kingdom coming over. However, those are small troubles. The distance between us is still far, that cannot change. If you don't submit, by the time our preparations are done, it will be the day that China falls. You want to wipe out China? I will wipe you out first. There was a cold light in Zhong's eyes as he stepped forward, and appeared in front of Bali Wang, bringing his fist towards the mech. Bali Wang laughed out savagely without dodging as he sent his own fist towards Zhong, Fool, I'll let you know the difference between flesh and metal. There's no way you can match metal and alloy. At the point of impact, Bali Wang smiled insidiously, as a sharp alloy shot out from his fist. Even so, Yu Zhong's fist continued towards the alloy blade. Bali Wang might be a robot, but his sentience was high, not losing out to humans, and his battle experience was abundant. Trash break for me. Yu Zhong roared out in rage, his right fist covered in the powerful god-devil flames, as well as his Do Chi, radiating a bright gold glow as the fist slammed into Bali Wang's. Hong. Following a powerful impact, Bali Wang's right fist as well as the alloy blade, was crushed and destroyed, shattering in multiple pieces. There was a look of shock in Bali Wang's eyes as he groaned loudly while retreating backward. How is this possible? My body is made out of the most powerful of alloys, even stronger than the toughest of diamonds. Unless it is a laser, my body would not be harmed so easily. You're just a human. How? Yu Zhong stared at Bali Wang, noticing that the broken pieces did not merge back with Bali Wang, instead, scattering. He immediately let out a cold laugh. I thought that you were truly invincible. Seems like it's not perfect. You are of no use to me, Dai. With a wave of his hand, a bright blood radiance shot out from his sleeve, coiling around Bali Wang, instantly trapping him. Bali Wang was made out of mechanical parts and possessed powerful strength. In terms of combat ability, however, he was still at the initial Type 7 realm. After being bound by the 16 blood radiances, he could not move. However, since he was not made of flesh and blood, the blood radiance could not absorb anything. Bali Wang quickly screamed downwards, I'm being attacked. Save me. Bardonia lifted his head, barking out, Bali Wang is being assaulted. Quick, go support him. Before his words were fully out, the rest of the 19 sentient robots immediately soared into the sky. They're flying over 19 mechs with Type 7 realm abilities. Hee hee, you're all going to be my prey. Yu Zhong swept them a look and laughed coldly. He entered the Scarlet Reaper, grabbing Bali Wang, who was still immobile, as he turned into a beam of light and charged towards the Protector battleship. You want to catch me? Not so easy. Bali Wang roared out in anger as his body began to separate, turning into numerous black balls, attempting to spread in all directions. Full. In front of me there's no way to run. Yu Zhong laughed coldly, stretching out his palm as he executed the martial technique Dragon-Catching Claws, and the atmospheric energy churned around him, forming a huge dragon claw that grabbed the entire region. The numerous round balls were then squashed into one huge metal ball. The blood radiance then quickly coiled around Bali Wang, turning into a blood cocoon. Under the forceful pressure, Bali Wang was being squashed smaller, finally transforming back into his human shape, but was fully immobilized this time. Yu Zhong. Let go of our kin. Right behind him, the voice of Bardonia sounded, together with the rest of the mechs. Yu Zhong did not seem to care as he continued to soar forward while laughing coldly. The Scarlet Reaper's speed was incredibly sick now that Yu Zhong was stronger, and Bardonia and the rest could not keep up. Bastard. Bardonia roared out in rage, his body transforming. In a breath, he became a powerful-looking fighter jet of about 10 m long, covered in strange runes. After transforming, Bardonia's wings glowed brightly, and his entire being transformed into a flash of light that shot forwards. His speed was increased by 10 times, and with a blazing hot trail, he shot towards Yu Zhong like a shooting star, pulling the distance close. As he caught up to about 3 kilometers away from Yu Zhong, the 4 superparticle cannons on him fanned out and fired at Yu Zhong wildly. Hong. Yu Zhong controlled the Scarlet Reaper and executed dodging movements. However, in a moment of carelessness, the Scarlet Reaper's right leg was still struck by one of the beams, and exploded in a shower of parts. Chapter 1049, The Might of the Yin-Yang Palm. At the moment when the Scarlet Reaper's leg was struck, Yu Zhong was filled with a sense of shock. What a powerful fighter jet. This mech is strong. If this goes on, I will be destroyed by it. This expert from the Mech Kingdom is truly terrifying. The Scarlet Reaper is still lacking compared to them. If I can gain one of their peak mechs and insert the Heart of Hope, it would be another powerful trump card. With a thought, Yu Zhong quickly activated the energy shield of the Scarlet Reaper, while continuing towards the Protector battleship. From afar, the Protector battleship was also flying towards him. In just a few breaths, Yu Zhong had arrived in front of it and entered. The moment the protector battleship retrieved Zhong, it activated its own energy shields to block in front of it. Reinforcements break for me. Bardonia's superparticle cannons continued to fire wildly at the protector battleship. Those beams that could pierce through a Type 7 expert slammed into the energy shield of the protector battleship, causing ripples, wearing down on its energy. Zhong grabbed the blood cocoon and brought it in front of the central computer, pulling out a cable and directly plugging it into Bali Wang. Bali Wang saw the cable coming near him, his eyes finally revealing some fear, and he screamed out, "No! Zhong, you can't do this to me. No." With his intelligence, he could tell that once he was plugged in, he would truly die and be reduced to a slave. Zhong's gaze was cold as he directly connected the cable to Bali Wang. "Go to hell." With the connection, a large amount of data surged into Bali Wang's consciousness, directly consuming it. In just 2 seconds, the radiance in his eyes dimmed. As a white-silver grade treasure, Bai Yi's might was truly terrifying. As long as it was in her territory, she was invincible. Truthfully, every treasure of hope had amazing potential. Of course, in order to exhibit their maximum, the conditions were different. Even so, out of all the treasures, the Super AI was considered one of the strongest and versatile. The light in Bali Wang's eyes came back as he spoke. "Bali Wang greets Master. From now on, Bali Wang is willing to serve Master till the end of my life." Zhong had a pleased look. Good. I've managed to save a Type 7 puppet rune. A Type 7 mutant beast nucleus was hard to find, and Zhong did not have many of them. He was not willing to use those he had to fuel his Type 7 puppet runes. Now that Bai Yi could easily infiltrate and overwrite Bali Wang's program, it was cause for joy. After all, a Type 7 expert was already considered an undefeatable existence on Earth. It was also tougher for a Type 7 expert to descend upon Earth. This time, the Mech Kingdom had sent 20 Type 7 experts to Earth at a huge price. After all, there were restrictions, and the gates actually restrict most Type 7 experts from other planets. Of course, it was a different case for those who entered and raised to become Type 7 existences, or people of Earth like Zhong, who was free from the restrictions. That's great. These mechs will be mine. There was a look of greed in Zhong's eyes as he hurried to put on the stealth armor, hiding all signs of life, and he soared back out of the battleship. Right outside of the protector battleship, Bardonia and the rest of the mechs were currently firing wildly at the protector battleship. The battleship was large in size with numerous cannons, and they fired back at the fleet of mechs. Bardonia's fighter jet form also activated his shield, forcefully defending against the rain of cannon fire. From time to time, his particle cannons would fire back at the battleship. Although the protector battleship was larger than Bardonia's form, in truth, it was a disadvantage. The weapons of the battleship was effective against those large numbers of foreign species. As for Bardonia, whose strength was at the Type 7 realm, be it its speed or firepower, they were above the protector battleship. With the passing of time, he would definitely be able to break through the protector battleship's shields. Zhong re-entered the battle zone in stealth, and with a thought, he sent an order to Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, adjust the aim, force him towards my direction." "Yes." Bai Yi swiftly made the appropriate response, causing a fire net to form and envelope towards Bardonia, forcing him towards Zhong's position. However, the movement that Bardonia executed was out of Zhong's expectation, instead going further away from Zhong, making it hard to catch him. Bai Yi then reminded, "The energy shield is at 43%. Based on enemy's current firepower, the shield will break down in another 5 minutes. No, this won't do. I need to take him down now. I can't sneak attack him in stealth." Zhong quickly made a decision and waved his hands, causing the Scarlet Reaper to appear. He took a step into it and the body radiated. He shot towards Bardonia's position. "So you want to fight it out with me? Zhong. Hand over Bali Wang, otherwise this time next year will be your death anniversary." Bardonia roared out in fury and did not charge straight for Zhong. Instead, he continued to evade and adjust his cannons, firing at Zhong. He wanted to use kiting tactics to wear Zhong down. As Zhong piloted the Scarlet Reaper, his speed reached Mach 7, which was a 6 speed for many Type 7 experts. However, in comparison with Bardonia's speed at Mach 10, it was still lacking. Zhong, who always prided himself on his speed, could only eat Bardonia's dust and suffer his attacks. Right at this time, the other 18 mechs also shot over. Bardonia threatened once more. Zhong, hand Bali Wang over and surrender. Otherwise you'll regret it. We will head over to China and wipe out all your people, including your good friends, family, women, all of them. Not a single one will be left alive. You want me to surrender? That's impossible. Furthermore, all of you will die today. An icy look flashed past Zhong's eyes, while the wings of the Scarlet Reaper flashed brightly, spewing out jets of air. At that instant he shot towards one burly-looking mech. In a breath, Zhong arrived in front of him, exiting out of the Scarlet Reaper, and grabbed out with his dragon-catching claws, and the surrounding atmospheric energy compressed around the mech. The bloody radiance shot out and enveloped the mech, immobilizing him. After subduing that mech, Zhong flung out with all his strength, sending the blood cocoon towards the Protector battleship. It entered the ship in a flash. When the mech shot into the Protector battleship, he was grabbed by Bali Wang, who was waiting, and dragged to the central computer, before Bai Yi began her work on him. Bardonia screeched out and charged into the remaining group of mechs, transforming back into his human shape as he roared, "Bastard! Kill him!" The remaining 18 mechs quickly got into a formation, and each of them revealed a powerful cannon from their bodies, as they fired out in a strange and profound manner, aiming for Zhong. Among them, 6 of them focused on sealing the spatial area, locking Zhong's region. Even a Type 8 Divine Warrior would not be able to get out of this sealing array without some special means. With the lock of space, coupled with the convergence of the shots, it was enough to annihilate some Type 8 experts. This attack could be said to be invincible on Earth. Yin-Yang Palm. Against that powerful imminent attack, Zhong was forced to a corner, and with a ferocious glint in his eyes, his left hand was wrapped with dark and cold Yin energy, while his right was covered with bright, radiant Yang energy. As both converged, they formed a powerful palm that shot out towards the incoming firepower. When that palm came crashing down, it caused the firepower to scatter, even tearing apart the spatial lock. Without any diminished strength, the Yin-Yang Palm continued towards the 18 mechs, directly destroying 3 of them with no way to regenerate. The rest of the 15 were sent flying backward, amidst various parts of their bodies scattering away. Chapter 1050, The Terrifying Might of the Mech Kingdom. Bardonia trembled and quickly produced some limbs, eyeing Zhong with fear and shock. "How is that possible? You're just a human, how could you possibly deal with 18 of us?" The 18 of them, when joining hands, could even deal with a Type 8 expert. Yet, Zhong had single-handedly beat them back. It was truly beyond expectations. Zhong frowned. There was no life force. Seems like the life force of these mechs cannot be absorbed by the imprint. That is to say, only flesh and blood work for me. The God and Devil imprint was a heaven-defying item, allowing their users to evolve continually. While other humans might need to cultivate diligently for over 100 years just to reach the Type 7 plateau, Zhong had done so in 2 years, even forming his God-Devil body. However, it had a weak point, and that was it could not absorb any experience or life forms from non-biological life forms. Forget it. Even if I cannot absorb, as long as I can capture all of them, it will be a boon too. The Yin-Yang Palm was magnificent, but it expended too much. With my current strength, I can only execute the 5th level of it another 10 times. No wonder only one person managed to reach the 5th level in all of the Saint Land's history. Zhong looked up at the remaining 15 mechs, and right in front of Bardonia's astonished gaze, Zhong grabbed out with his dragon-catching claws, capturing 2 of them and pulling them closer to himself. "You want to capture me? Not so easy. Break." One of the mechs roared out in rage, his body expanding as he transformed into a dragon-like robot, with a height of over 10 m, his back glowing with 3 pairs of sharp metal wings, as well as multiple blades around his frame. After his transformation, he flapped with his wings and transformed into a bright light, directly slashing through the dragon-catching claws and escaped. Each and every mech had their own core transformation, and when executed, their strength would be boosted in certain areas. There were pros and cons to utilizing their core transformation. If one of them was a tank, after transformation, it would not be able to fly. However, in exchange, it could gain astonishing defense and destructive power. The other mech that was grabbed by Zhong was not as fortunate. He tried to struggle, but was immobilized by the dragon-catching claw, and brought in front of Zhong. With a wave of his hands, the bloody radiance swept out and covered the mech in a blood cocoon, and shot towards the battleship. Bardonia's face fell as he shouted out in shock, "Retreat! We're not his match. Hearing that shout, the rest of the Mechs began to retreat explosively. These Mechs were elites of their kind and smart. When they came across an enemy they could not handle, they would choose to flee and not fight to the death. Retreat? Too late. Zhong swept them a cold look as he laughed. With a single step, he shot towards Bardonia's location. Bardonia was the fastest in terms of speed. Zhong could allow the rest to escape, but definitely not Bardonia. Otherwise it will be a future problem. Bardonia celebrated wildly, transforming into his fighter jet form. Fool, if you went to catch others you might be able to grab one or two. You want to catch me, there's no hope at all. When the Mechs joined hands to attack, in order to gain an advantage where 1 + 1 was more than 2, they had to be in their human forms. Otherwise, if one was in the sky and another was on the ground, it was hard to suppress the enemy. That was why Bardonia had to keep switching depending on the situation. Do it. Right as Bardonia was transforming, Zhong shouted out furiously. The Protect battleship had already readied its radar and released a disrupting pulse towards the Mechs. Bai Yi had adjusted the pulse to be more effective towards the Mech after obtaining Bali Wang, who has been converted. Faced with that pulse, Bardonia's body trembled as he suffered a moment of displacement, as though his body did not belong to him. Shit. He was, after all, a powerful super. And not a second after Bai Yi's disruptive pulse, he had regained clarity. In that second, Zhong had already arrived on top of Bardonia's frame, waving his hands and causing the bloody radiances to surround Bardonia in a huge blood cocoon, shrinking continuously. In his fighter jet form, Bardonia's advantage was in speed and not strength, thus he was unable to break out of the cocoon. Even so, he continued to struggle frantically, the cannons on his body firing out constantly. When the shots that could cause even a Type 7 expert to be heavily injured or killed slammed into the walls of the blood cocoon, they just shot past and flew out into the skies. As the blood cocoon continued to tighten, the cannons were being crushed and twisted into a pile of metal that was no longer usable. Initially, even if Bardonia had any parts that suffered damage, he could quickly reuse some spare parts to make up for it. However, inside the cocoon there was no chance to transform. Zhong then waved his hands and the blood cocoon shot towards the protector battleship. After suppressing Bardonia, Zhong charged towards the remaining Mechs, and the 7th order gravity manipulation crashed down and enveloped the Mechs. Covered by the wave, the Mechs felt as though there were mountains on their backs, their speed decreasing. Zhong flickered around like a specter, appearing in front of those Mechs and waving his hands as the blood radiances appeared to wrap around them in blood cocoons. After capturing them all successfully, Zhong brought all of them with him back into the protector battleship. He then brought them out one by one, undergoing Bai Yi's reset, and became Zhong's personal property. Once he gained control over them, the 200,000 close combat armored beasts below were also controlled by Bai Yi easily. Under Zhong's orders, the robots then focused on slaughtering the aliens and not humans. Right now, the strongest alien within the Tsangya base was only at the Type 6 realm, and they were not a match for the Type 7 Mechs. Coupled with the fact that their numbers were at a disadvantage, they were soon slaughtered and the surviving ones forced to retreat into a forest outside of the base. Zhong sent out a small battalion to give chase while arranging for the people in Tsangya base to be escorted into the storm battleship. After he was done with all this, Zhong began to question the Mechs. Bardonia, tell me, what's the situation like on the Mech Kingdom? Bardonia was the leader of the vanguard forces, and his position was high, thus he held the most information. Yes. Master, there are 160 billion Mechs in the kingdom. The lowest level are cannon fodders with no intelligence. Combat strength range from Type 4 to Type 7. The population of the kingdom is about 2 billion, and everyone there is a sentient Mech. The weakest is at least a Type 5, while Type 6 citizens are equivalent to commanders. The Type 7 ones are all considered royalty, while Type 8 Mechs are lords, and the single Type 9 Mech is the emperor. Bardonia continued respectfully, our Mech kingdom has an emperor, 8 lords, 1,000 royalty and over 1 million commanders. The rest are all fighters. Zhong's expression turned ugly when he heard that. What? Type 9 divine warrior? The Mech emperor. Damned Mech kingdom, to think that it was so strong. A Type 9 divine warrior could control space, and even transcend space to attack another world. Each of them possessed the qualification to challenge God and was a heaven-defying existence. In front of a Type 9 divine warrior, Zhong was still a small ant. One move was enough to wipe him out without even the chance to flee. Chapter 1051, Galastar. Zhong's heart was heavy, over 160 billion mechs of Type 4 and above, 1,000 Type 7 Divine Warriors, 8 Type 8 and a Type 9. This sort of strength is too fearsome. There's nothing Earth can do. The Mech Kingdom had already conquered a few planets, and those not fit for human habitation were not a problem for those mechs. They just needed resources to be able to produce more of their kind. Of course, it was not easy to produce a sentient being, and it took over eons just to have 20 billion of their kind. However, even so, it was still terrifying. Not to mention the upper echelons of the kingdom, just 100 million of the mech beasts themselves at the Type 4 realm would be enough to devastate Earth if they all came down. After all, in the second world of the Saint clan, there were barely 1,000 Type 4 experts. Of course, that was when they were still stuck in the world. Upon descending to Earth, they had started to evolve once more, with many reaching the Type 4 and Type 5 realms. Right now, Earth was a source of evolution, allowing any race to evolve as long as they were on it. Many species had thus arrived whether by willing or unwilling circumstances. Zhong asked, with such strength, how come your kingdom did not send the entire army to Earth? Bardonia replied, there are limitations on the gates of hell. The strongest experts that could pass through each gate can only be at the Type 6 realm. There's also a limit on the number. Every month, a maximum of 200,000 Type 4 and above experts. As for how those of us Type 7 arrive here, it's because the Mech Emperor had forced the gate with his prowess, allowing 20 of us through. Zhong felt a chill. The Mech Emperor already possessed the ability to manipulate the gate of hell? His strength is something else. It must be clear that the gates of hell were even impervious to the nuclear warheads or any attack on it. Yet, such an entity was able to be manipulated slightly by the strength of the Mech Emperor. Should Zhong be slightly weaker, the whole of China would be definitely destroyed by the Mech army. He thought to himself, I've been through so much, and although I've grown greatly, I'm still weak. I need to evolve further. Otherwise, just that Mech Emperor will be enough to wipe the floor with me. Zhong then asked, Bardonia, are there any mutant beasts on the planet your Mech Kingdom is from? In response, Bardonia spoke, yes, there are many powerful mutant beasts located throughout treacherous terrain in our Mech Kingdom. Our Mech Kingdom would send out forces from time to time to deal with those mutant beasts and obtain their nuclei. On our planet, the mutant beasts are often large and dangerous, with Type 6 mutant beasts considered common. In each and every territory, there is at least one Type 9 mutant beast, which even our Mech Kingdom is not willing to antagonize. Zhong began pondering the moment he heard it. No wonder. Suddenly he asked, within the Mech Kingdom, are there any resistance forces? Bardonia replied, within the Mech Kingdom, there is a small human faction that actively resists the rule of our Mech Kingdom. They are all hidden within various corners and would appear from time to time to damage our facilities. Their strength is weak, the strongest among them only a Type 6 expert. Their biggest achievement to date was occupying one of our smaller towns and destroying 5,000 mech beasts, before scurrying back underground. They had not been too much of an issue to us. Zhong frowned and nodded, I see. Initially, he had planned to make use of the resistance to start his counterattack, but from the look of things, it seemed as though there was no point as the resistance was too weak. However, it was to be expected, as the Mech Kingdom was advanced and their facilities and equipment state-of-the-art. The mechs did not need to sleep either, and could constantly conduct surveillance against the human resistance. If the Mech Emperor willed it, it was likely that the human resistance would have fallen long ago. Who knew what he was thinking of though to keep them and not wipe them out entirely? Zhong continued to ponder quietly, it seems that I need to head to the Mech Kingdom for a trip. Unless there are other precious relics that appear or the appearance of a Type 7 mutant beast, it is hard for me to improve and achieve a breakthrough. Staying on Earth is waiting for death. Having made that decision, he did not hesitate any longer and ordered 3 of the mechs towards the main base. Of the remaining ones, Zhong left 8 at the gate, preventing the next batch of experts from the Mech Kingdom. The rest, as well as the 200,000 mech beasts, were handed over to Han Qiong to lead, moving through Sichuan to attack the zombies, and rescue the survivors of Sichuan, while scavenging for resources. After he had made his preparations, Zhong donned on the stealth armor, completely hiding his aura, and went through the gate of hell to the Mech Kingdom. With a flash of light, Zhong went through and arrived at the mother planet of the Mech Kingdom, Galastar. After passing through, Zhong immediately felt his body sinking. Holy, this gravity is at least 100 times that of Earth. The location of the Gate of Hell was at a wide, vast plain, which had been converted into a huge fort made of metals and alloys. Other than the Gate of Hell's location, which was sandy, the rest had already been built up into a metallic landscape. There were countless sensors and cannons aimed, with radars and sound detectors sweeping the area of the Gate of Hell. As long as somebody intruded, he or she would be blasted to pieces in an instant. Even a Type 8 expert would be killed with the amount of firepower here. Furthermore, the entire area was covered by superalloy with no way out whatsoever, not even an area to dig out of. Zhong scanned the area and thought quietly, this Mech kingdom is truly crafty, actually setting so many traps. If it was not for the stealth armor as well as Bai Yi, I might have been blasted to pieces the moment I exited. Even if I escaped all those somehow, the area is locked down without anybody opening the gate, there's no way to exit. Unfortunately, I have Bai Yi. This electronic cage will not hold me down. Right now, Zhong was celebrating the fact that he had obtained Bai Yi. If it had been something like the Sword of Solemn Promise, no matter how strong he was, he could not break out of here. Bai Yi, do it. Under Zhong's orders, the numerous sensors dimmed slightly, and a huge alloy door of about 20 m in thickness and height of 500 m opened, revealing a wide and vast tunnel. Zhong swiftly proceeded through. The core of this defense had obviously been at the Gate of Hell, while the rest was considerably slacker security. Zhong passed through them easily. When they were at a tunnel, Bai Yi suddenly spoke, Master, there are 3 tunnels to choose from. However, outside of them there are Mech standing guard. Once the doors opened, they will know that someone has intruded. Zhong frowned, damn it, their security is so tight. Wait. If I wait for them to open it and make my way out, it will be safe and no one none the wiser. But it will take too long. They can only go through once a month, and if the Mech Emperor were to arrive himself, it will be a problem. That's a freaking Type 9 monster. I can't hand my fate to luck. He calculated before walking towards the location where the Mechs were the least and asked, Bai Yi, how confident are you in blocking their communications over the other side? Bai Yi replied, I can jam their signal for about 5 minutes. However, Master, you had better deal with them quickly. Once they lose their connection for too long, the enemy will also discover the anomaly. Based on my estimations, it's best to destroy them in 20 seconds. 20 seconds, eh? I got it. Zhong breathed deeply and a resolute look appeared in his eyes as he commanded, Open! The moment he gave that order, the superalloy door slid open. He executed his 7th order shadow steps, pouncing towards the 4 Mechs outside. The moment the superalloy door slid open, all 4 Mechs whipped around to see. All of a sudden, 4 blood-red radiances coiled around them and wrapped tightly. Zhong stretched out his hands and crushed all 4 of their brains, revealing a few microchips containing Type 6 mutant beast nuclei. The manufacturing of these Mechs required the mutant beast's nuclei, and their smart chips were their weakest points. As long as the microchip was intact, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could regenerate. Of course, depending on the damage, the greater the loss to the Mech's strength as well. Chapter 1052, Order of the Mech Lord. When he saw those smart chips, Zhong waved his hands and a Mech of about 10 m appeared out of thin air. The storage ring was void of oxygen, thus it was not suitable to keep flesh and blood within. Furthermore, the Mechs did not need to breathe, that was why they could be kept in the storage rings. This particular Mech, Huyanda, was a human-shaped robot with radars and displays. Its combat strength was at the Type 7 realm but considered weak. However, in terms of electronic battles, he was extremely strong. With the ability to scan his enemies' cyber attacks and calculations, he was adept and powerful. The moment Huyanda appeared, 4 data lines appeared and connected to the 4 smart chips. After his system had been overridden by Bai Yi, countless streams of data overflowed the 4 smart chips, directly taking over the original consciousness. Huyanda then retrieved the data lines, while the 4 Mechs that had their heads damaged by Zhong quickly recovered, revealing their original state. Once the 4 of them were restored, they came up to Zhong and bowed, Master. He swept them a look, stay here and keep things status quo. They replied respectfully, yes. After that, he quickly charged for the outside. Along the way, he relied on his sneak attacks to take out another 18 Mechs, and under Bai Yi's guide, he arrived outside of the fort. The Gate of Hell had appeared on a desert area of Galastar, but it was already converted into a huge army camp. Countless mech beasts were prowling and patrolling around the base. The ones that Zhong saw on Earth were the riffraff of this huge army. A number of gigantic floating spaceships were in the air, each of them over 100 meters in length, possessing countless particle beams. Zhong had known from Bardonia's intel that these powerful-looking and enormous battleships were called Viper battleships, and each of their particle cannons could injure or even kill a Type 6 expert. Even so, within their ranks they were classified as just A-grade, with a B-grade and even C-grade above them. A B-grade battleship could deal with a Type 7 expert, with its firepower even stronger than those of the Protector battleships. In fact, even the Raytheon cannon could not match the B-grade ones. As for the C-grade ones, they could kill a Type 8 expert, and within the Mech Kingdom, there were only 8 of such ships, and they were controlled by the Mech Lords. In the legends, there was even a D-grade one which could harm a Type 9 expert with a single shot. It was rumored that it was controlled by the Mech Emperor. No one knew if it was true or false, not even Bardonia. Zhong swept a glance across the camp and thought, I must leave this place first. If I do anything here, the Mech Kingdom will react quickly. By that time, it will be impossible for me to return to Earth. With a plan in mind, Zhong quickly activated his stealth and left. Along the way, he could see sentries and numerous mech beasts stationed every step of the way. On top of that, within the navigation routes and tunnels, there were radars and sensors constantly sweeping for threats. Furthermore, he could sense with his second-order God-Devil body that there was a strange wave that was being emitted throughout the camp. Once there were any strange movements, it would be picked up immediately. Since he was wearing the stealth armor, which was considered a treasure of hope, it could block off most of the sensors and heat radars. However, under the threat of that strange wave, it was likely that he might be exposed if he were to make a random move. However, Zhong also had Bai Yi, and as she controlled the sensors, she could control them to release some distortions, allowing Zhong to traverse through. As he was walking, all of a sudden, there was a huge sound of alarm within the camp. Countless mech beasts walked out from various parts of the camp, forming a neat formation as they followed the routes. As they gathered in numbers, Zhong finally saw for himself how terrifying they were in numbers. There were many types, with different body sizes and limbs, some with wings, others with powerful frames, all equipped with massive weapons of war. The moment he saw those mechs, Zhong felt an overwhelming pressure and his face fell. Was I exposed? There were only enemies everywhere in this camp. The moment he was exposed, then no matter how strong he was, the chances of him surviving were minuscule. No. That's not right. If I was already exposed, there would have been firing. Due to his experience of countless battles, he had reacted quickly and not acted rashly. Instead, he retracted all signs of himself and stood quietly by the roadside. The huge army continued to march forward in formation, while Zhong stood and listened to the thundering footsteps. The numbers and weight of the mechs caused the ground to rumble without stop. He looked at them and sighed, thinking quietly, not afraid of death, suited for both offense and defense, compliant with orders. Such mech beasts are the best and most ideal of soldiers. It would be incredibly tough to overcome them. If such an army was to be controlled by Bai Yi, then even a Type 8 expert would be injured or even killed. Zhong then thought, since it was not me, there must have been something that happened. Otherwise they would not have deployed so many. Let's go take a look. With a flash of his figure, Zhong quickly ducked in beside a spider-like mech beast and ran towards the distance. After marching for about 60 m, the huge mech army came to a huge, vast plain. Currently, there were many mech beasts as well as a horde of mutant beasts engaged in slaughter. Cannons fired everywhere amidst bright blasts, while flesh and blood splattered, as the center of the battlefield had transformed into a huge meat grinder. Many mutant beasts had been reduced to dust under the relentless assault. At the same time, many mutant beasts were tearing mech beasts into bits. On the battlefield, there were all sorts of mutant beasts, some dozens of meters tall, others reaching even hundreds of meters in height. On Earth, they would be invincible, sweeping aside any country. Due to their might, the mech beasts were being destroyed every second. Only those who were sentient were able to keep themselves alive, regenerating even when their bodies were smashed apart. As for the ordinary mech beasts, they lacked such abilities. Once they were destroyed, they would lose their combat strength. The sentient mechs could make use of their parts to regenerate due to their smart chips and could control cells on the individual level, thus achieving an immortal effect. Zhong observed the battlefield and locked on to a particular corner, was 200,000 sentient mechs stood quietly. He went towards them silently. Those on the battlefield were the cannon fodder, while these sentient mechs were the true main characters. The moment Zhong got close, Bai retrieved a flurry of information and relayed them to Zhong. The great mech Lord Murphite had issued a command: killing a Type 3 mutant beast is worth 1 contribution point, exchanging its nucleus is also worth 1 contribution point. Killing a Type 4 mutant beast is worth 10 contribution points, and likewise for the exchange of its nucleus. A Type 5 is worth 1,000 points, a Type 6, 100,000 points, and a Type 7 10 million points. A Type 8 is worth 1 billion points, but its nucleus is worth 5 billion points. Please do your best in slaughtering the mutant beasts and obtain more points. In the future you may use this to get the kingdom to help you evolve in realm. Killing a Type 7 is worth 10 million points. That's great. With it I can exchange for a B-grade particle cannon, and kill a Type 7 expert if I can hit him. If only I can kill a Type 8 worth a total of 6 billion points, I can directly purchase a C-grade inexhaustible energy source, pushing my strength up another tier. I would be closer to the Type 7 realm then. This time, this battle is the best chance to evolve. I need to kill more and reach the Type 5 realm. Among these mechs, they were all exchanging conversations with excited feelings. Chapter 1053, Galastar Virtual Network. The sentient mechs of the Mech Kingdom could also evolve, through killing mutant beasts, defeating their enemies and obtaining all sorts of treasures in exchange for contribution points. They could then exchange all these for parts, enhancing themselves to the limit, before going through the evolving temple of the Mech Kingdom to upgrade to a higher level mech. Therefore such points were extremely important. Zhong then had an idea: I've already enslaved a dozen mechs with almost 10 million worth of points. If I want to exchange, I need to grab one of these sentient mechs and infiltrate the kingdom. 10 million points were worth about a few million Type 4 nuclei. It was a sizable fortune. The Mech Kingdom was extremely advanced. With enough contribution points, they could produce weapons that could threaten Type 8 experts as well. If Zhong could obtain a few of those, then there would be some insurance against the Mech Kingdom. Zhong could only think of all possible ways to strengthen China's strength and threshold, otherwise the fate of his people would be too terrible to imagine. Humanity would either be enslaved or killed. After the orders were given, the sentient mechs quickly gathered in their own teams and flew off towards the battlefield. Many who were hoping to evolve went on their own. After all, while it was safer in groups, the benefits had to be shared. The contribution points they could obtain would be lesser as a whole. Of course, each of these Lone Rangers was an expert and had vast combat strength. Seeing them leave, Zhong swept his gaze and chose a Type 6 close combat specialist to follow. Although the battlefield was chaotic, it was under surveillance. If those long-range mechs hidden at a distance were to disappear and reappear on the battlefield, it would be suspicious. On the other hand, it was more likely to subjugate a close combat specialist. The Type 6 mech which Zhong had set his sights on quickly transformed into his battle state, transforming into a human-shaped war machine of about 8 m in height, dragging a long alloy blade. His claws were also sharp and long. After transforming, the Type 6 mech shot into the midst of the mutant beasts, slashing out with his claws and blades, directly tearing a 20 m Type 4 python apart. The gravity on Galastar was a 100 times stronger than Earth. In order to deal with it, the monsters are smaller in sizes. While it was common to see Type 4 mutant beasts of over 100 meters on Earth, Galastar had numerous at the 4-5 m range, while 20 m and above were considered gigantic. As he dashed into the crowd of mutant beasts, he weaved in and out at the speed of sound, his claws dancing about, tearing up numerous mutant beasts into chunks, with not a single one able to take a single hit from him. Zhong could not find any opportunity, thus he followed behind just like a ghost. The performance of the Type 6 sentient mech was outstanding, and one Type 5 mutant lizard with a thick layer of scales had a vicious look in its eyes as it dashed through an area while being bombarded by one of the A-grade battleships in the sky, pouncing towards the Type 6 mech. The Type 6 mech swept the Type 5 mutant lizard a look and charged right at him with a vicious look of his own. Good chance. Zhong's eyes turned bright as he activated his Type 7 shadow steps, and got within 10 m of the Type 6 mech. When the distance between the Type 6 mech and Type 5 mutant lizard was about 3 m, the Type 5 mutant lizard slashed out viciously. The Type 6 sentient mech raised his own claw and blocked. At that instant, Zhong increased his speed and got behind the Type 6 mech, immediately grabbing him and slamming his entire frame into the Type 5 mutant lizard. The countless blades of the Type 6 mech slashed into the chest of Type 5 mutant lizard, as his body as well as Zhong entered it. The claw of the Type 5 mutant lizard slashed out at empty air, as blood burst forth and it screamed out in pain. Inside the chest of the Type 5 mutant lizard, Zhong's claw grabbed the head of the Type 6 sentient mech, pulling out the smart chip, and inserted a cable to it. Bai Yi then proceeded to overwrite the information of the Type 6 mech. Bai Yi was able to exhibit different strengths depending on her medium of conduct. Against the Type 7 mechs she needed the Protector battleship, or a being like the Type 7 Huyanda that was a mobile central computer, to be able to attack their cores. Against the Type 6 close combat types the handheld tablet was enough, but of course it would take more time. Niu Meng greets Master. In a few breaths the Type 6 mech had been enslaved and became under Zhong, reporting to him with respect. Zhong ordered, "Open up your cockpit and let me in." Niu Meng quickly opened, "Yes, Master." The cockpit was extremely advanced, and the moment Zhong entered, he could access Niu Meng's sight and perception. With a single thought, he could control how Niu Meng fought and what options were redundant. At the same time, he could transfer his own strength into Niu Meng itself, raising its capabilities. At the same time, knowledge flowed into Zhong's sea of notification from Niu Meng's own, and Zhong could access any part of his memory. Zhong felt the incoming information and felt enlightened. Combining the mech's combat strength and the pilot's combat strength, it would achieve an effect more than 1+1. This is the direction of interplanetary evolution. If these sentient mechs could be piloted by outstanding pilots, a Type 6 mech could easily crush a Type 7 pilotless mech. If Zhong could find a few talented pilots, then even if their personal strength might not be high, by piloting these evolved mechs, they could exhibit a powerful strength. In that scenario Zhong would not be fighting a war by himself anymore. Zhong then controlled Niu Meng to tear the Type 5 mutant lizard apart. In a breath's time, he charged through the head of Type 5 mutant lizard in a shower of blood and flesh. After killing that Type 5 mutant lizard, Zhong allowed Niu Meng to continue to slaughter the mutant beasts, while he himself kept tabs on the Galastar virtual network and the messages flowing in. Once he was on it, he could feel his consciousness sucked into a mysterious place, and he reappeared on a street in the shape of Niu Meng's human form. On the street, Zhong took a look around and he could see countless forms of beasts and mech like tigers, tanks, airplanes and even a bug. Within the Galastar virtual network, everyone could alter their appearance as they wished. The only thing that could not change was their identity number and names. Some of them were willing to walk around in the network in human shapes, while some others preferred other strange forms. Of course, most of them chose to use the human form. Apparently, it was because the Mech Emperor himself used a human avatar inside the virtual network, thus, most of the other sentient mechs followed suit. One tortoise asked curiously, "Niu Meng? How are you here? Weren't you deployed to the first battlefield?" "First battlefield? How lucky, Niu Meng. You still dare to enter here while on the battlefield? You don't want your life anymore?" A number of curious emails were sent over, most of them Niu Meng's friends. Zhong replied indifferently, "I'm here to check up on some intel." Hearing that, the rest stopped pestering him. On the battlefield, sometimes the sentient mechs would come across tough enemies, and while battling, they would access the virtual network on information to deal with their enemies. Sentient mechs had powerful computing powers, and multitasking was nothing much to them. Even the most ordinary sentient mech could access information while fighting an enemy. With the virtual network's help, the sentient mechs could emerge victorious even though they were at a disadvantage and suddenly kill their enemies. Chapter 1054. Exchanging a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. On the Galastar virtual network, Zhong could call up any information with just a thought. In a flash, countless information flowed into his mind. Amidst them, he could see the parts needed for mech beasts and weapons of war, that could cause one to go blind with greed. Zhong looked through and thought to himself, those ordinary Type 4 mech beasts just require a nucleus to exchange. It's so cheap, if I can exchange for 100 million of them I could sweep through any force on Earth. While they were good, it was impossible for him to bring back 100 million to Earth. He quickly abandoned the idea and looked through the other options. This is the body of a Type 8 mech lord. Zhong caught sight of something as his eyes brightened before he quickly frowned. How much is it? Holy shit, 30 billion points. Too expensive. In this exchange list, the strongest item was this body of a Type 8 Mech Lord. If Zhong could obtain it and input the Heart of Hope inside before entering to pilot it, it was likely that he could fight against a Type 8 expert. However, the price was astonishing and he had no means of exchanging. Zhong then made his choice. Forget it, let's exchange for a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. If this mech installs these two, its fighting prowess should increase by 10 times. In an instant he had spent 2 million out of his 100 million points. Above the battlefield, about 3 kilometers in the sky, there was a huge, round mechanical fort, of about 500 kilometers in diameter. At the moment that Zhong chose those two items, one door opened up at the side, and out flew two items that shot towards the ground. Zhong pulled out from the Galastar virtual network and controlled the Mech Niu-Meng to slaughter the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beast. You have exchanged for a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. Please accept your items. As Zhong was piloting the mech to tear through the head of a Type 3 mutant beast, a sound rang out in Niu-Meng's head at the same time. The two items shot downwards from the sky. Zhong then controlled Niu-Meng to step back. One Type 4 green-scaled ape and a Type 5 black-scaled huge python pounced towards Zhong, when all of a sudden, the two items shooting down slammed into the bodies of the two mutant beasts. Hong. Following a large blast, both mutant beasts had their bodies broken as blood and flesh splattered, their bodies deep in a ditch caused by the impact of the two shooting stars. Zhong took a step forward, arriving in front of both ditches and waved his hands. Two black armored balls flew out from the ditches. The moment the two armored balls entered his hands, they opened up to reveal the two items within. One was the B-grade laser blade, the other was a 500mm B-grade particle cannon. Zhong directly pressed the B-grade particle cannon to the mech's shoulder and pressed a button, allowing the fusion of the part into the frame. He could sense clearly that he was able to immediately control the weapon to fire out. Very good, now that I have these weapons I can start to slaughter the Type 7 mutant beasts. His gaze swept across the center of the battlefield, and he could see all sorts of large gigantic Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. The main characters at the center were not those Type 5 or Type 6 mutant beasts though, instead they were the Type 7 mutant beasts, many of them over 1 kilometer in length, covered in thick and powerful scales. The defense of the Type 7 mutant beasts was too sick. The A-grade cannons of the Viper battleships in the skies could kill a Type 6 expert with a single hit, but when dealing with those Type 7 mutant beasts, they could not even penetrate those scales. The Type 7 mutant beasts continued to weave through the horde of mech beasts, slapping out with their massive bodies, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. One particular Type 7 Scarlet Flame Dragon that had a body that was entirely red, and looked about 70% similar to a Tyrannosaur Rex, opened its huge jaws and spat out a huge breath of flames. Under the fierce blazes, many of the mech beasts melted directly, turning into puddles of liquid metal. Not even the sentient mechs with smart chips were spared under those merciless flames, turning into liquid. One mutant giant lizard with a body length of 1 kilometer and 6 tails charged out and dashed through the horde of mech beasts at the speed of sound, its tails slapping out constantly, destroying many of the mech beasts. These Type 7 mutant beasts had terrifying combat strength, each one of them equivalent to a calamity. Whenever they charged, it felt like the ground was shaking and there was no way of stopping them. Even the Type 7 sentient mechs had to work in groups just to deal with one of them. Within the mech kingdom, there were not many Type 7 mechs, and they belonged to the nobility. They had tyrannical combat strength, and on this battlefield alone, there were 80 of them with 10 in a group, separated into 8 different groups to deal with the 8 Type 7 mutant beasts. However, the total number of Type 7 mutant beasts were 9, with 1 not defended against. That single beast was a Type 7 mutant bronze-bashing black boar. Its body was 1 kilometer in length, covered entirely in black scales, while sharp spikes protruded out of everywhere, and it had 3 long tails shimmering like shooting stars. The Type 7 mutant bronze-bashing black boar was extremely ferocious, charging through the mechs while braving the firepower. Behind it, there were 50 other Type 6 of its clan, as well as numerous Type 5, Type 4 and Type 3 variants. This entire species was led by their Type 7 leader, tearing through the ranks of the mechs. 200 Type 6 mechs had revealed their core forms, attacking the Type 7 mutant black boar wildly. However, Other than a rare few which possessed the B-grade weapons to injure it, the rest could only deal minor damage to it, which it recovered from very quickly due to its insane regeneration. The Type 7 mutant Black Boar continued to terrorize the Mechs with a frightening speed, far beyond what their reinforcements could offer. Zhong stared at that Type 7 Black Boar with a heated gaze. That's the one. It will be my first prey. After killing it, I will definitely continue to evolve. In the past, he would have barely been an ant-like existence to such mutant beasts, not being able to tear apart their defenses in the slightest. However, he had grown to reach a realm capable of challenging such Type 7 beasts. With a thought, Zhong controlled Meng to charge towards the center of the battlefield. Immediately, the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts surged towards him. Venom, bone spikes, ice shards, flame pillars, all sorts of attacks were thrown at Zhong and the Mech Meng he controlled. Although he tried his best to dodge, most of them still struck the Mech. However, the defense of the Type 6 frame was truly powerful. When faced with that many attacks, there seemed to be no lasting effect. Zhong controlled the Mech to unleash a slaughter on the surrounding mutant beasts, carving out a path for himself. After slaughtering numerous mutant beasts, he finally arrived at the center of the battlefield. Currently, the battlefield was like a meat grinder with countless beams and flesh and blood flying everywhere. The main forces were also the Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beasts. On Earth, Type 4 and 5 mutant beasts would be considered overlords of their own territories. However, here they were barely cannon fodder. The true overlords were the Type 7 mutant beasts. The corpses of the mutant beasts were piling up into a small mountain. Let's have me some fun. With a flash of his body, he leaped onto the headless corpse of a mutant beast over 150 m tall, and aimed the recently obtained B-grade particle cannon, firing it at a Type 6 mutant Black Boar. That single beam tore through space, slicing through the head of the Type 6 mutant Black Boar. When it pierced through, fresh blood splattered out of the wound in the forehead of the Type 6 mutant Black Boar. Chapter 1055. Battling the Mutant Bronze-Bashing Black Boar Horde. After unleashing that single hit, Zhong felt that the Mech had expended about 25% of its energy. He frowned. This B-particle cannon is truly powerful, but the consumption is too high. I can only fire 4 of such shots? When the Type 6 mutant Black Boar took this hit, it did not die immediately. Instead, it let out a shriek of agony and looked towards Zhong with a hate-filled gaze. Hearing that wail, the meat tank-like Type 7 mutant Black Boar immediately turned around, its gaze sweeping past Zhong, cold and dangerous. Immediately, it led its little kin as they all surged towards Zhong. That's Meng. Did he exchange the B-grade cannon and laser blade to deal with this Type 7 mutant beast? How could a Type 7 mutant beast be so easy to deal with? Who among us do not have such weapons? Even so, we're still not a Type 7 mutant beast's opponent. He's too rash. This time, it's likely that he's going to go back in pieces. The many Type 6 Mechs looked at the horde of mutant Black Boars charging towards Zhong and discussion broke out. Even so, on account that they were all Mechs, many of them raised their weapons and began firing at the horde. Under the flurry of assault, many of the lower-level mutant Black Boars were blasted to pieces. They were all at the Type 4 or Type 3 stage. The defense of those above Type 5 was too shocking. Even when they were blasted continuously by those powerful weapons, it was not enough to take them out in one hit. Against the charge of the Type 7 mutant Black Boar, Zhong's eyes narrowed. He did not retreat, instead charging forth at it. It's over. Is he insane? The other Type 6 Mech saw Zhong charging towards the Type 7 mutant beast and were filled with disbelief. To them this was practically courting death. Both sides got closer and within a breath, the distance had been pulled to 300 m. The eyes of the mutant Black Boar flashed dangerously, as its tails began to emit energy, before slashing towards Zhong. The speed of the tails on the Type 7 mutant Black Boar was incredibly fast, such that some Type 7 Mechs could not even dodge its attacks. As a Type 7 expert with a second-order God-Devil body, Zhong was definitely above other Type 7 Mechs. He had already seen through the attack and quickly piloted Meng to twist his body, flickering towards the side of the tail. The hammer-like tail brushed past Zhong, slamming into the ground, causing a huge crater as cracks appeared in the ground. After dodging that attack, Zhong leaped up with all his strength, landing on the back of the Type 7 mutant Black Boar. He had just gotten on when the other two hammer-like tails slammed towards him with uncanny accuracy and agility. Both tails came from different directions, sealing all possible escape routes. No matter how Zhong maneuvered, the mech would be slammed by those tails and turned into a pile of scrap metal. With a flash in his eyes, Zhong summoned all his strength and channeled it into the mech. The speed of the mech rose insanely and charged towards the outside of where the tails met. In a split second, he had rushed out of the sealed space, evading the sure hit by a breath. He dodged it. Holy, he actually survived from that attack. That's unbelievable. This Niu Meng is an absolute genius of our mech kingdom. He actually survived an attack from a Type 7 mutant beast. That's insane. When those Type 6 mech saw what happened, they were all shocked. As for Zhong, he quickly dashed up towards the head of the heavily injured Type 6 black boar. The B-grade laser blade hilt in his hand swung about, extending into a 6 m long laser blade. With a thought, he caused a huge sword dance before slicing through the wound of the Type 6 mutant black boar, further aggravating it. The armor of the Type 6 black boar was truly tough. Even an A-grade cannon could not pierce through it. However, in front of the B-grade laser blade, the hide was torn apart easily. The blood and flesh of the Type 6 mutant black boar were twisted and slashed through, as Zhong continued to drill further until one could see the brain. Zhong thrust the laser blade mercilessly into the brain and began to wave his laser blade about like a madman, grabbing the nucleus. He then jumped and ran off to another direction. As the Type 6 mutant black boar slumped dead, a large amount of life force entered Zhong's body, filling him with a sense of comfort. He thought, as expected, I need to kill mutant beasts to proceed with my evolution. Otherwise, no matter how I cultivate, it would be difficult to reach the Type 8 divine warrior. The rest of the mutant black boars shrieked out in misery at the sight of their comrade's death, as they charged towards Zhong. In a breath, those mutant black boars had rushed up to Zhong, swinging their tails as those hammer-like tails slammed towards him. Facing those attacks, it was impossible for Zhong to complete dodge all of them. He immediately executed a profound movement technique, weaving in and out of the attacks before he was still struck by one Type 5 mutant black boar. Dang. As the tail slammed into the mech Zhong was in, it caused a loud reverberation. Under that attack, the mech was dented in as a large force traveled through and struck his body. If it were an ordinary Type 6 expert that faced such an attack, his internal injuries would be severe, maybe to the point of death. However, to Zhong it was nothing. Other than the mech being dented, Zhong had no feeling. Instead, he jumped high into the air and leaped on top of the head of the Type 5 mutant black boar, his laser blade slashing out and tearing into the head of the Type 5 mutant black boar, slicing up the contents of the skull. After obliterating the brain of the Type 5 mutant black boar, Zhong charged out through the chest area and into the body of another Type 5 mutant black boar, exerting all his might into slicing through the skin. The horde of mutant black boars began to get agitated, unsure what to do. Within a few breaths, he had already pierced through multiple black boars, covered in blood, getting further away from the Type 7 mutant black boar. As Zhong continued to traverse through the bodies of the mutant black boars and turning them into corpses, life force continued to surge into him, slowing increasing his strength. The life force of a Type 5 mutant beast exceeded that of a Type 6 divine warrior. While it was not enough to push him into the Type 8 realm with a single step, it was still beneficial in laying his foundations. The Type 7 mutant black boar watched Zhong slaughter its subordinates and was shocked and furious. It had not imagined that a puny human would dare to slaughter its kind so brazenly. It wanted to kill him immediately, but right in front of it were its countless subordinates. There was no way it could just brush past them to kill Zhong. Without the attack of the Type 7 mutant black boar, Zhong continued to tear through the other lower-level mutant beasts like a tiger among sheep. Within a short time he could make use of the mech to tear through the beasts and obtain their nuclei. If I want to kill a Type 6 mutant beast with my mech strength, it is difficult. I might have a chance against the Type 7 with my true body, but not with this mech. Zhong continued to plan and calculate while killing the smaller beasts. He had slaughtered a number of Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. However, in order to truly achieve another breakthrough, he needed to kill a Type 7 mutant beast. However, he could not do so without risking discovery of his presence. Thus he had to limit himself through the mech. After so many battles and obtaining a Type 6 nucleus, the mech has somewhat recovered. Let's give it a try. He swept a glance throughout the mech status and turned around before charging right at the Type 7 mutant black boar without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 1056, Killing the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar. When the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar saw Zhong challenging its might once more, it was finally enraged beyond reason and began to channel its innate ability, ground manipulation. At that instant, the ground began to shake for a radius extending dozens of miles, as though the entire earth was raging against Zhong. Beneath his feet, the ground split opened, revealing a deep chasm, intending to swallow him up. Zhong's face fell and the mech quickly fired out jets behind its back, charging away from the bottomless abyss. The eyes of the Type 7 Black Boar glowed viciously, swinging out its tails as they slammed towards Zhong with the force of mountains. The speed of the tails was slower than the first time, but Zhong's expression turned worse. He knew that while the speed was slower, the trajectory was within the control of the Type 7 beast, and as long as it shook, it could alter the direction to injure Zhong heavily. Calm down. In the presence of danger, Zhong's head would become clearer. His eyes gleamed brightly as he kept his gaze fixed on the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar. His mech suddenly twisted and revealed the B-grade particle cannon as he fired off at the beast, blasting its eyes. The eyes of any gigantic beast are usually the weakest points. The Type 7 Mutant Black Boar was no different. The B-grade particle cannon tore through the eyes, causing blood to splatter out as it shrieked out in agony. Under its rage and pain, it swung its tails faster by another 30% and started to attack Zhong viciously. Zhong only responded with an action, as the mech split apart into 16 metal spheres as they shot towards the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar. As the tails slammed down, 11 of the spheres were directly crushed, meaning that the Nyomeng mech was now down to 5/16 of its power. The remaining 5 spheres shot out far from the range and reformed into a mech a distance away. However, its current size was only 5 m tall, with the B-grade particle cannon and laser blade intact. After dashing through the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar's attack, Zhong controlled the mech to soar towards the injured eye. It was the only weak point of the Type 7 Black Boar right now, and it was the opportunity he was banking on to defeat this beast. At this time, there was a savage glint in the eyes of the Type 7 Black Boar, and it opened its huge mouth to suck in deep. A terrifying hurricane appeared and exerted a powerful suction on Zhong. The mech was only left with 5/16 of its original power, and it was not an aerial type either, thus it was powerless to resist the suction. Great opportunity. Zhong's eyes brightened without the intention of resisting. Instead, he boosted his thrusters and increased his speed, charging towards the mouth of the Type 7 Black Boar. When the Type 7 Mutant Black Boar saw Zhong flying into its mouth, its eyes flashed with cunning and viciousness and clamped down mercilessly. Not good. I've been tricked. Zhong saw rows of sharp teeth the moment he entered the mouth. At the same time, the moment the teeth clamped down, there would be no space to escape, and everything within 100 meters square would be crushed. At that instant, Zhong did not bother hiding his abilities anymore and channeled everything into the mech. Receiving the bulk of Zhong's strength, the Nyomeng mech began to groan. Apparently, it was a huge burden for its frame as well. However, his strength was pushed to the max and the mech shot towards the throat in a blink. Gotcha. With a loud gnashing sound, the teeth of the mutant black boar snapped shut, and although Zhong had given it his all, half the mech was still crushed within the teeth. With a thought, the bitten half was separated. At this time, the large tongue of the Type 7 Black Boar that had been hidden in the throat came slithering out, intending to envelop him. The moment the tongue appeared, it came at full force and speed, not intending to let Zhong go. Break! Zhong wielded the large laser blade and slashed out, meeting the incoming tongue with multiple profound blade beams. In a shower of fresh blood, the tongue was sliced off part by part. Zhong then landed on the tonsils and pulled out a huge alloy blade to thrust into the inner walls of the beast's throat, allowing him to stand. After affixing himself there, he waved the huge laser blade without mercy, carving out a huge hole in the mouth, as blood flowed out without stop. The Type 7 mutant black boar thrashed about and struggled in the agony, running around amuck and crazed. Many mutant beasts and mech beasts alike were crushed under the rampage of the Type 7 mutant black boar. This is blood essence from a Type 7 mutant beast. It is beneficial to my blood manipulation ability. I need to take some. But not too much, otherwise the mech kingdom will suspect something. Zhong looked at the Type 7 beast blood and his eyes brightened. With a wave of his hands, a blood radiance flew out, and stuck itself to the wound, as it began to exert its own suction on the blood essence. While the blood radiance was doing its own thing, Zhong began to carve his way up into the brain of the beast by waving his B-grade laser blade. The blade was sharp and powerful, and Zhong continued to carve his way up, finally reaching the skull. After tearing apart flesh and spilling blood, as well as shattering numerous nerves, Zhong finally found the brain and began to dig into it with his laser blade. He then grabbed out at the Type 7 nuclei. With the death of the Type 7 Black Boar, a huge amount of life force was absorbed into Zhong's body and finally ignited a change. The thick and abundant life force flowed into his god devil nucleus, turning into a gold fog that began to enhance his body, pushing him further onto the path of evolution, finally reaching the high Type 7 realm. Zhong could feel the surging force within him as he became excited. Very good, I've achieved another minor breakthrough. I can already sense domain laws. Once I've reached the peak of the Type 7 realm, I might understand it better. This god devil body is truly wonderful. In such a short time of my evolution, I've already grown so much. After killing some more Type 7 mutant beasts, I'll be able to reach the peak Type 7 realm and finally be invincible among those of the same realm. Planet Uros was a cultivation planet, and while the humans there could not reach the Type 8 Divine Warrior realm and understand domains, their ancestors had been like Zhong, going through countless gates of hell to experience other worlds and thus, accumulating training techniques and knowledge. Domains were unique to those geniuses of the Type 8 and above. It was something that most Type 8 experts would strive to achieve, and even most ordinary Type 8 Divine Warriors might not possess one. Zhong had assumed that all Type 8 experts would have a domain because the sensation from the God Devil body gave him the feeling that in order to progress to the Type 8 realm, he had to understand a domain. In fact, many of those experts who possessed the God Devil body would already surpass mortals, evolving towards the direction of God. Once they broke through the Type 8 barrier, they would immediately grasp the concept of domains and become powerful, undefeatable existences. After killing the Type 7 mutant Black Boar, Zhong charged out from the body of the Type 7 Black Boar. At that instant he felt a strong sense of death looming. Chapter 1057, Type 8 Winged Wyrm King. At the moment when Zhong exited the corpse, from afar, an entirely silver Type 7 white Wyrm stared and channeled its innate ability towards Zhong. A bunch of frozen air blades shot through the air, slamming towards the region, turning it into a frozen tundra. Zhong had just piloted Meng out, when he was struck by the freezing breath and was immediately encased in ice, immobilized. Inside the cockpit, Zhong could feel the cold invading him as well, freezing even his god devil body. He began to think, what a terrifying Type 7 mutant beast. If this goes on, even I will be frozen and cease to think. Unless I burst forth with my true self and break out, otherwise with the Mech strength, there's no way I can escape. These Type 7 mutant beasts cannot be underestimated. The innate abilities of Type 7 mutant beasts were usually overbearing and terrifying. Even among Type 8 experts they would be affected. Zhong was piloting a Type 6 mech, and there was no way he could resist the biting cold. The moment Zhong was frozen, the Type 7 Scarlet Flame Dragon also opened its huge jaws and fired out a blazing trail of flames at him. The moment he was struck by those flames, then the Type 6 mech Meng would definitely melt. Even its smart chip would be destroyed with no chance of revival. Zhong took in all these and did not retreat immediately. What do I do? I can only wait. Damn it, I really look down on these Type 7 mutant beasts. Seems like I need to escape back to Earth. When Zhong had evolved his God Devil body, his strongest skill was the Devil Flame, which had then evolved into the God Devil Flame. It was even stronger than the flames of the Scarlet Flame Dragon. As long as he shrouded himself in his God Devil flames, he could withstand the incoming assault. Seeing that the mech that Zhong was in about to be destroyed, a searing hot meteor shot down from the skies, slamming into the frozen tundra, shattering the ice. There was a tripod within, containing a round sphere engraved with strange runes and powered by a Type 6 nucleus. It was glowing brightly as it enlarged into an energy shield, protecting Zhong within. The bright flames of the Scarlet Flame Dragon slammed into the shield, almost melting it, but it managed to withstand the damage as the air distorted from the heat. Chance. As the flames were about to burn through, Zhong grabbed the ball projecting the energy shield, and charged up into the sky, flying towards the camp of the Mech Kingdom. He had already expended most of the Mech's energy dealing with the Type 7 mutant Black Boar, and his current strength had depleted. Even a Type 5 mutant beast could damage his mech. It was not suitable to remain in the midst of battle. Far away from the sea of mutant beasts, there was an overwhelming pressure as an enraged voice sounded, "Merfight, you dare to act? Are you not afraid of my wrath?" In the skies, there was a huge floating platform far above the battlefield as a cold and stern voice sounded, "Winged Wyrm King, it was your poison dragon canyon that acted against us first. Our mech kingdom is not so easily bullied. You had better leave behind 1,600 Type 6 mutant beast nuclei, apologize and scram, otherwise today will be the day we wipe out your poison dragon canyon." Doc fart. Go to hell. Get the hell away from the gates of hell. Our poison dragon canyon must get to Earth to evolve. That place holds opportunities for us. If you don't want to scram, I will tear you all apart and destroy your smart chips, truly wiping you out. With a loud roar that could shake the heavens and earth, a being that looked somewhat like a dragon with a body of over 5 kilometers in length, and a pair of huge dragon wings soared out, releasing a powerful pressure. It stared at the huge fort floating in the skies, its eyes filled with a heated gaze. On Earth, where the potential of evolution was at its peak, many biological life forms were constantly growing. It was an opportunity for this peak Type 8 winged Wyrm King. Because of this, it had led these many mutant beasts against the Mech Kingdom in order to go through the gates of hell. With evolution, these mutant beasts would become even stronger, and possess an intellect that would not lose out to humans. The Type 8 winged Wyrm King could already speak in multiple languages. Merfight's voice rang out once more, "Annihilate us? What a joke. This Galastar is our Mech Kingdom's. If you damn beasts stay obediently within your canyon and gorges, things are still negotiable. If you dare come and challenge our might, you can all go to hell." With that, a satellite floating in space adjusted its cannon and fired out many beams at the battlefield. Under the seemingly endless particle beams, many mutant beasts were directly obliterated. All the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts were either killed or incapacitated, while the Type 5 ones were heavily injured. Only those of the Type 6 realm and above managed to withstand the damage. Even so, it was not pleasant. The Type 8 winged Wyrm King snarled out with rage at the sight of his subordinate's death. "Merfight, you dare to use the satellites to kill my people. I will not forgive you. I will tear out your smart chip one day and smash it." Faced with the multitude of blasts, in just a few breaths' time, over 1,000,000 mutant beasts had died. Such a figure was also painful to the Type 8 winged Wyrm King. It flapped its wings and disappeared from its location, reappearing in front of the mechanical fort, slashing out with its claws. The fort then glowed brightly as an energy shield was activated, blocking the assault of the Type 8 mutant beast. Hong. When the two Type 8 powerhouses slammed into one another, a terrifying shockwave blasted outwards in all directions. A powerful hurricane appeared, blowing in all directions as a number of Type 4 mech beasts, as well as Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts, were blown away. Zhong eyed the battle from afar, his heart full of regret. "What a pity it isn't time to reveal myself. Otherwise, I really want to go and engage them in battle." After that, he turned around and quickly soared towards a far distance. He had already earned enough contributions for killing the Type 7 mutant beast and could rest. After all, it was not reasonable to expect a Type 6 mech to continue battling a Type 7 mutant beast. The Mech Kingdom had sent its mechs towards the battlefield to grant them experience, helping them evolve and not to treat them as cannon fodder. The true cannon fodder was the mindless mech beasts. The support camp was in the air, a huge floating island of over 10 kilometers in length. On it there were many tall structures that reached towards the stars. The floating island was full of shade and one could see all types of flowers and plants. It looked extremely beautiful, as though it was a paradise. Many sentient mechs, albeit injured from battle, were laying among the plants, receiving treatment from a number of male and female slaves of various species. One particular mech that had only its lower body left was carried by 4 bullhead creatures as he spoke. "Niu Meng, you're truly valiant, to think you took out a Type 7 mutant beast. Well done, Niu Meng. This time, you performed so brightly, you will definitely be drafted into the army. Don't forget us old friends then." Once Zhong landed, over a few mechs came over and expressed their congratulations. With a Type 6 strength, killing a Type 7 mutant beast was a terrifying result. In the span of 1,000 years, that had only been 3 others who were capable of that. One of them had fallen during the passing of time, while the other 2 had become part of the Mech Lords. They were recognized widely and had high prestige. Seeing Niu Ming accomplish such a fact, many of them were elated for him. Upon gaining sentience, these mechs knew emotions as well, including escaping from danger, valuing their lives as well as bootlicking. Chapter 1058, Exchanging for Treasures. Zhong chuckled, "All right. When I, Niu Ming, reach the elites of the army, I will not forget everybody." He then handed the niceties to Niu Ming to handle, while he stepped into the Galastar virtual network, sourcing for treasures. Star Luo technique. This can allow the flesh body to be trained to the Type 9 stage. It only requires 10 million points. Cheap. Type 7 human slave, 10 million points for one. Type 7 white-winged human slave, 30 million points for one. Type 6 human slave, 100,000 points for one. So many slaves. They're all from foreign races. There are actually Type 7 and Type 6 humans caught and sold here. This mech kingdom is truly terrifying. Zhong looked through the list and felt incredibly shocked. A Type 7 divine warrior was an invincible force on Earth. Even for the planet Uros, where cultivation was rife, the Saint Lord and most of the other elders would be at that level. And yet, such powerhouses were being sold here like slaves, and it was not just a single one. The true power of the mech kingdom was incredibly terrifying. Through Niu Ming's memories, Zhong knew that there were nanochips set to go off in the brains of these slaves. The moment any of them dared to harbor any ill intents, they would be killed by the nanobombs. Most of the slaves that had been caught were already wiped clean of their memories and brainwashed. They were practically blank pieces of paper with no inkling of their past, and only knew to swear fealty to their owners. Without such measures, just considering the blood feud between these slaves and the mech kingdom, it would not be possible to truly subdue such powerhouses. What a pity there's no Type 8 ones. Otherwise, if I buy one and kill him, I might be able to reach the Type 8 realm. But then again, even if there was one, I probably can't afford it. The price should be in the billions. Forget it, let's buy a few Type 7 powerhouses and bring them to Earth. They can hold the fort there. Just as he was excited and prepared to buy, his face fell as he remembered a problem. No good, the Type 7 experts of this world cannot go through the gate of hell. Even if I purchase them, they can't go to Earth. That is to say, the strongest I can purchase would be the Type 6 experts. However, in the exchange list, there are also treasures that can raise the flesh body. I can only groom a few Type 6 slaves with those treasures, otherwise if a mech purchased so many, it would raise suspicions. With a thought, Zhong pulled out the list and chose 3 stunning beauties in the Type 6 realm. After that, he then purchased a B-grade inexhaustible power source as well as a B-grade energy shield, followed by the Star Luo technique, and a number of treasures to boost the flesh body. After that, he exited from the virtual network. When he came out from the network, he began to watch the battles through the display screens earnestly. The ongoing battle was extremely cruel and violent, with beams and abilities flying everywhere. Each of the Type 7 mutant beasts was enraged, and their innate abilities were being cast over the entire region. Zhong saw a number of Type 7 mechs being frozen before blasted by the flames from the Scarlet Flame Dragon, melting into puddles of alloy liquid. The intense battle continued for 2 days and 2 nights, before the mutant beasts, under the numerous injured and countless deaths, retreated at the sight of the never-ending backup from the mech kingdom. The Type 8 winged Wyrm King had already comprehended a domain and was suppressing Merphite. However, Merphite was able to hold his own through various means and was able to resist the attacks. The winged Wyrm King had no choice but to retreat as well. Although the Type 8 winged Wyrm King held the advantage in the battle between the upper echelons, its subordinates were being slaughtered by the Mech Kingdom's army of mech beasts. The Type 8 mutant beast also knew of the might of the Mech Kingdom. If it chose to fight on, it would perish in the end. The Mech Kingdom's army had their land-based machines as well as aerial ones. There were even powerful mech beasts that could take on the Type 5, Type 6 and even Type 7 mutant beasts. Once the number of Type 5 mech beasts reached a certain figure, it would be threatening to the Type 8 winged Wyrm King as well. After the intense battle, there were only corpses and countless mech parts laying everywhere on the battlefield. Numerous mechs poured onto the battlefield, retrieving the metal parts as well as the corpses of the mutant beasts, cleaning up the area. The parts could be reused under proper treatment, while the mutant beasts' corpses could be used in the production of other weapons and armors. Not too long after, on top of the huge fort, there was a burst of radiant light, as a handsome mech stepped out, exuding pressure. I'm Murphite now, everyone heed my orders. Niu for killing a Type 7 mutant beasts, killing a number of Type 6 mutant beasts. You will be promoted to Mech Baron. You have been drafted into the 1st Army 5th Battalion. Zhong for killing. Hearing his words, all the mechs around Zhong looked at him enviously. The mech nobility had prestige in the kingdom and was usually comprised of Type 7 or some rare talented Type 6 mechs. All these nobility could reside within the mech capital where the mech emperor lived and had direct command over their own fleet of 50,000 mech beasts. Furthermore, they had special privileges. If they saw any other mech warriors to their liking, they could organize exchanges, and there would be no qualms or objections from the lower classes. Because of this, many mech warriors fought hard to become nobility. In this battle, other than Zhong, or rather, Niu, no one else was promoted to nobility. Even the second place who had killed 4 Type 6 mutant beasts had not received a promotion. Murphite swept Zhong a gaze as he spoke sternly, Niu, from today on, you have to work hard for the Mech Emperor as well as the Mech Kingdom. Niu got down on one knee, yes. From today, I will strive to battle for the honor and glory of the Mech Kingdom and our great majesty. Murphite nodded slightly, disperse. Head back to your camps. Yes, Fort Lord. The rest of the mechs got down on their knees as well. Murphite's original body was the entire fort itself, thus everyone had referred to him as the Fort Lord. Only those of the Mech Lord class could be addressed as lords. The moment Murphite's figure disappeared, one of the rooms of the Metal City opened up, as a number of black mechanical balls shot out towards those mechs that were injured. Seeing those balls, all the sentient mechs had expressions of glee on their faces. When the balls arrived in front of them, they quickly rushed to absorb the ball. These black balls contained superior cells, and while the sentient mechs could make use of their smart chips to produce new cells, it would eat into their base strength. Whereas the new, superior cells provided by the Mech Kingdom were much better alternatives. Zhong controlled Niu to soar into the sky, and exerted a suction force on the nearby black balls, absorbing them into his body. Upon assimilating with the cells, Niu regained his peak strength and in fact continued to break through to the peak Type 6 realm. So overbearing. Damn it. If he wasn't a nobility, I would not let him off. What the hell, isn't that too much? When the sentient mechs below saw this, they could not believe it. Zhong did not care. In any case, they were his enemies regardless of how they viewed him, it was irrelevant. A distance away, on a huge battleship, 20 Type 7 mechs were observing. One of them, a blonde-haired mech, frowned. Stinky brat, he actually snatched the cells of others. One mech that looked similar to a black man laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with a teasing look. Ha, so what? We are the noble class, those are just ordinary folk. They should sacrifice for us. Halledor, aren't you just jealous that Type 6 kid managed to kill a Type 7 mutant beast? Halledor's face sunk as he snorted coldly, just a Type 6 ant, what can he do? He was just lucky. Chapter 1059, Challenge. The mech that looked like a black man laughed out, with obvious ill intent. Luck is also part of strength. Oh yes, he had just risen to the noble class and might not know our customs. Halledor, go teach him well. Halledor stared fixedly at Zhong with a cruel look as he sneered, oh yes, I will teach him well about our customs. One young-looking mech spoke up, don't go overboard. Halledor replied half-heartedly, relax Riga, I will not. After absorbing the cells to recover, many mech warriors began to embark on their own ships to be transported back to their residences. Over there? If I board that ship, I can head to the core of the Mech Kingdom. Zhong swept a gaze and saw the huge battleship where the Type 7 mechs were gathered, a heated look in his eyes. Once he entered the center, he could think of a method to infiltrate one of the armories. If he could steal the treasures of the Mech Kingdom, his strength would be able to improve, and could even retaliate against their attacks. Zhong had just embarked the ship, when a female mech with an icy beautiful look came up to him, dragging a container of over 10 m in height and 30 m in length. The female mech shot out 2 beams of light into Niu forehead, revealing a silver number. She then spoke in a cold, robotic voice, ID JXD8765487765, name, Niu, confirmed. Niu, I'm the delivery person, Wendy. These are the items you have exchanged on the virtual network. Please confirm and receive the items. After that, the huge container revealed a number of compartments, each of them containing the items that Zhong purchased. Among them, there were 3 absolute beauties, each of them with a collar around their necks, their eyes unfocused. Zhong was clear that once he took off those collars and keyed in his command, he would become their master. The 3 beauties were all at the Type 6 realm, just slightly less powerful compared to the Saint Children of planet Uros. If they were placed on any other human planet, they would be idolized and revered, but here they were slaves, traded like commodities, truly miserable. Through Niuming's memories, Yuzan knew that the overlords of Galastar were the sentient Mechs. Within the kingdom, other than the Mechs and Mech beasts, there was an additional class, the slaves. As the Mech kingdom governed Galastar, they would launch conquests on other planets with life, and capture the inhabitants as slaves, given to the sentient Mechs as playthings. With intellect, many of these sentient Mechs were focused on their evolution as the first priority, but at the same time, many sought pleasure in slaves of other races and species. Some would use them as sparring partners, others as pets, while some pit them against one another. These slaves to the Mechs were like dogs and cats to humans. Zhong swept those 3 ladies a look and he became even more resolute. I definitely cannot fail, otherwise this is the fate of my people. Our lives and deaths would not even be in our control. Wendy pulled out a board and handed it to Zhong. These are the items you purchased. If there are no issues, please sign here. Zhong took it over and with a flash, there was the sound of an acknowledgement. Right at this time, there was an insidious laughter as Halledor walked over, reaching out to grab the collars of those 3 absolute beauties. Wow, Niuming, you bought pretty good items. Let's see, I've set my sights on these 3 women. Gift them to me. The other Type 7 Mechs also crowded over, intending to watch a good show. Zhong swept the cold Wendy a look before frowning and shot forwards, blocking in front of the 3 women as he bellowed in rage, "Scram! Damn dog with a short oil pipeline, you better scram far away. You dare to touch my private property, I will tear you apart like a dog." Ah! Halledor, he just mocked you for having a short oil pipeline. Ah! Halledor, did your girlfriend find it too short, that's why she left with Jack? Ah! Halledor, a newbie had just scolded you, how useless of you. All around, the callous and snide laughter rang out. Halledor's face turned steely as he gritted his teeth and stared at Zhong. "Stinky brat, you looking to die? I wanted to just teach you a lesson, but seems like you're forcing me to kill you in order to ease this hate. I challenge you, do you dare accept? If not, you can scram out of the Mech Imperial Army." The oil pipelines were the Mech's special organs and mocking them was a huge insult to the Mechs. Forget it. Halledor, why blow this out of proportions? Yeah, Niuming, just apologize and hand those 3 people to Halledor, and we can all forget about this. Hearing those words, those Type 7 Mechs who were laughing and joking immediately turned serious and tried to coax him. A life-and-death battle was the cruelest method of settling a grudge. Once it began, only one could survive. Only when things were extremely bad and both parties had a deep-set grudge that could not be resolved would propose this method. Furthermore, it was usually used as an intimidation move, as if one party rejects, he or she would be viewed as weak, cowardly, and lacking a sense of honor. The other Mechs would then ostracize the Mech and outcast him or her. There was a cold light in Zhong's eyes as he replied, "Life and death battle, sure. Let's go right now. If you still have an oil pipe, let's go right now." Halledor laughed out savagely as he glanced around and declared, "Everyone, you've seen him, it's not that I wasn't merciful, but this kid doesn't know his place and challenged me. Let's go see who's lacking an oil pipe." After that, a pair of wings appeared behind his back, and jet steam shot out, supporting it towards the arena. Zhong grabbed out, installing the B-grade inexhaustible energy source into Niuming, feeling the surge in strength. Zhong did not give the rest a chance to even dissuade him, as he transformed into his close combat form, grabbing his B-grade laser blade and charged towards the platform. Damn it, shit got serious. That Niuming is truly bad-tempered. When the Mech saw what was happening, they exchanged helpless looks. One of them spoke up, "All we can do now is to go and watch." After that, the entire group made their way toward to the arena. The arena was a platform of complicated terrain stretching for some distance. Once a battle started, unless one of them perished, the battle would not end. Halledor stared at Zhong coldly, "Stupid brat, I'm giving you a last chance. Hand over your points and kill those 3 women yourself. Get on the ground and lick my feet. I will give you this chance to regret, otherwise it'll be too late when I tear out your smart chip and destroy it later. Zhong laughed coldly, sneering back in challenge. This short oil pipe fellow, just bring it on. It'll be your death anniversary next year. Fine. I'll let you know the difference between a Type 7 and Type 6, the distance between heaven and earth. I will take my time to kill you and show you what true terror is. Halledor had a cruel look as he transformed, swiftly turning into a robot that looked like a mix between an eagle and a dragon, with a pair of mechanical eagle wings. His entire body was green and over 10 m long with a sharp long blade for a tail. There were multiple cannons located throughout his body, as well as 4 B-grade particle cannons on his back. As he transformed, the separation barrier came down at that moment, and Zhong immediately charged forwards in a zigzag manner, dashing towards Halledor madly. Chapter 1060, Killing Halledor. Halledor laughed out coldly as some spheres flew out from his back, surrounding his body. Within the spheres, beams shot out at Zhong. These beams were capable of tearing apart a Type 6 powerhouse. Halledor was only one person, but with the aid of these spheres, his firepower was equivalent to a squadron of ranged mech beasts. Zhong's figure flickered, dodging those beams like a specter. At the same time, he activated the energy shield. Hong. Under the relentless assault of the laser beams, Zhong continued to dodge, but the energy shield was still struck by one of the beams. When the beam slammed into the shield, it rocked the entire defense system, almost crushing it. Although it managed to withstand the hit, the resulting recoil sent Zhong flying back a few meters. Seeing that the assault was successful, the beams adjusted and turned into a fire net that enveloped Zhong. The moment Zhong was caught, he would be shredded apart into countless pieces. That Meng seems to be full of air, he isn't nothing much. He could defeat a Type 7 mutant beast, it must be due to luck. In terms of ability, he's definitely far from Halledor's standard. The Mechs began to discuss. To them, Zhong was seeking death by challenging Halledor. As expected, this Type 7 mech is powerful. In terms of the physical differences, it really is too much of a gap. However, since the pilot is me, this mech has to die. There was a cold glint in Zhong's eyes. With a thought, the B-grade inexhaustible energy source was pushed to the limit, as strength surged through Meng's frame, causing it to turn red, and all the cells were in overdrive. Overdrive. He actually went into overdrive. Is he tired of living? Overdrive. He truly is gutsy. Is he planning to risk it all? Seeing how Meng was now red and every single cell seemed on the verge of exploding, all the Mechs took in a cold breath. Overdrive was a limit that all Mechs were capable of. Once in it, their strength would be boosted by a huge margin. However, it was unstable, and if done for long, the smart chips would be damaged. Furthermore, it was hard to control one's frame when in overdrive. Once the mech loses control and crosses the limit of the smart chip, then only death awaits. After Zhong went into overdrive with a thought, he sent a bout of energy to protect Meng's smart chip, while he looked towards Halledor, and emitted a powerful killing intent. Halledor felt that intent and his heart turned cold, but he quickly roared out in anger, "So what if you're in overdrive? You're not my match. Die." In a flash, more spheres came out from Halledor's back, forming a cluster that attacked Zhong rapidly. While in overdrive, Meng's speed was raised by more than twice. His entire frame shot towards Halledor like a shooting star. Even when 2 particle beams slammed into the shield, the energy shield managed to withstand it. In a few breaths, Zhong had already appeared in front of Halledor, pouncing on him as though he was a leopard that saw its prey. He brought out his blade and slashed downwards viciously. Shield. A number of strange runes glowed behind Halledor's back, as a huge B-grade energy shield formed out of thin air, blocking in front of him. Zhong swung the B-grade laser blade down on the B-grade energy shield, and amidst bright sparks, the blade only managed to slice through about 20 centimeters without any further movement. B-grade laser blades cannot slice apart B-grade energy shields. Meng. Go to hell. Halledor saw how his own shield had withstood Zhong's strike and heaved a sigh of relief, before his eyes flashed savagely, and swung his sharp tail towards Zhong. Zhong did not manage to kill Halledor in that strike, and slashed out viciously, before swinging himself towards the side. As for the sharp mechanical tail that came swinging, it struck thin air. With his body in midair, Zhong twisted and aimed his B-grade particle cannon, unleashing a powerful blast at the shield. No! Seeing the B-grade beam, Halledor's eyes flashed with fear. The B-grade particle cannon could kill a Type 7 powerhouse in a hit, and was exceptionally devastating, not to mention that the distance was so close. That blast slammed into the energy shield, causing it to dent in, before the force directly sent Halledor shooting towards the ground, blasting out a huge crater. The mechs did not have flesh bodies and had no blood or organs to be displaced. Halledor immediately tumbled and got back up, extending multiple cannons as they fired at Zhong. The rapid missiles covered a huge area, expending a lot of Halledor's energy. However, as long as he could maintain it till Meng collapsed, he would win. Especially the 4 B-grade particle cannons on his back, they were constantly adjusting their aim, searching for signs of Meng to fire. With Zhong's current situation, once he was hit by a B-grade particle beam, he would die instantly. While in midair, he separated the mech into 5 round balls with a thought that quickly descended towards the ground. The moment they touched the ground, they rejoined to form the close combat mech. At that instant, Zhong quickly ascertained the weak spot in Halledor's form and turned into a flash of light that shot towards the shield. He braved past the countless beams, and both hands formed a number of shadows that resulted in over 1,000 blades that slammed into the B-grade energy shield. Facing that attack, under Halledor's astonished gaze, the B-grade energy shield that he was so proud of collapsed. Die. After losing Halledor's protection, Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, as the B-grade laser blade slashed out in a radiant manner towards Halledor's head. With that bright flash, Halledor's mechanical head was sliced cleanly off. Even so, he was not yet dead as his headless frame continued to swing the tail towards Zhong. With a loud blast, Halledor's tail slammed into Zhong's body. However, at the moment before the tail slammed into Zhong had already caused the lower portion of the mech to be detached with a thought. Halledor's tail then slammed into the bottom half, destroying it. Zhong continued to pilot the upper half to grab Halledor's head portion, and with a swift motion, dug out the smart chip inside the damaged head. No. Don't kill me. I apologize. I'm willing to hand all my belongings to you. Spare me. Please don't kill me. With his head destroyed and smart chip exposed, Halledor's mechanical mouth immediately screamed out fearfully. Begging for your life now is too late. Go to hell. With a cold laugh, the mech's claws crushed down in front of Halledor's shocked gaze, and its smart chip was obliterated, leaving behind a Type 7 nucleus. Halledor was killed by him. Halledor is dead. Impossible? This Meng is just a Type 6 mech. How is it possible to defeat Halledor? Seeing Halledor's death, all the mechs were shocked. A Type 7 mech's capabilities far surpassed a Type 6 mech, and Halledor might not be the most exceptional fighter among the Type 7 mechs, but he was not some weakling. Yet he had been killed by Zhong, and it was truly shocking. After killing Halledor, the energy shield over the entire arena dissolved, and Meng took out a Type 6 nuclei and consumed it. When the Type 6 nucleus entered the B-grade inexhaustible energy source, it was directly transformed into energy. At the same time, it coursed through Meng's smart chips, swiftly producing more cells as he quickly regained his peak combat strength. Chapter 1061, Comprehending the Flame Domain. After regaining his strength, Zhong turned to glare at the rest of the Type 7 mechs coldly. He let out an icy laugh before flickering away. As a human, he was bound to be at loggerheads with the Mech Kingdom. It was naturally impossible to forge any relationships. So arrogant. What a reckless kid. Truly prideful. I wonder how far he can go like that. The hearts of the Type 7 mechs were filled with dissatisfaction, as they began to gossip. However, no one went to challenge him. As he arrived in front of the main battleship of the Mech Kingdom, Zhong grabbed the huge container and dragged it out. Soon after, the rest of the Type 7 mechs returned as well, embarking on the battleship. Once they were all on board, the huge battleship began to fire up, spitting out huge jet streams, turning into a flash of light as it shot towards the distance. Zhong entered his own room and got by to disrupt any potential surveillance, before stepping out of Meng in his human shape. Zhong then walked up to those 3 beauties, their eyes still unfocused with the collars on the necks, and reached out to grab the collars. With Bai Yi's help, he sent his life force into the collars and entered their consciousness, branding them with the knowledge of him being their master. Master. At the moment he branded them, they regained their consciousness and came up to Yu Zhong to pay their respects. Yu Zhong asked, "What are your names?" The leader among them, a tall and ravishing beauty with black hair, spoke up, "Master, we have no names. I'm number 1, and they're number 2 and number 3 respectively. Please assign names to us, Master." Of the other two, one was a blonde with an explosive figure, while the other was a petite lowly but with huge breasts. Both of them looked at Yu Zhong pitifully and expectantly, hoping for them to give them their names. These humans that had been caught by the Mech Kingdom had been brainwashed entirely and wired to obey every single command of their masters. Unless they could surpass the Type 9 realm, otherwise they would still be a Type 9 slave with no allowance of any ill intent towards their masters at all, or the nanobombs would go off. Yu Zhong tapped them and gave them their names as requested. "All right, you shall be called Yu Ying, Yu Xing and Yu Lian." When they obtained their names, the three of them were elated and bowed once more. "Thank you, Master, for granting us names." Within their consciousness, Yu Zhong, as their master, was their closest kin and worthy of their admiration and respect. As long as he treated them well, they would do everything for them even if they had to die. This was the power and might of the Mech Kingdom. Yu Zhong pointed to the container and said, "Go and cultivate. Remember, only till the peak of the Type 6 realm. The resources are for you to use as necessary." The three of them responded, "Yes, Master," before turning towards the container full of treasured resources. Seeing them leave, Yu Zhong then went to the other side of the room. With a thought, the alloy wall contorted and turned transparent, allowing the occupant to see outside. Below the huge battleship, there were only clouds. However, among them Yu Zhong could see a few floating forts. The mechs were of different sizes, some of them even bigger than the Mech Lord Murphite. The smallest was still at least a few hundred kilometers. All these floating forts were littered throughout Galastar, acting as a deterrent that could easily suppress any uprising from anywhere. With the satellites in space, the moment there was some upstart anywhere, the information would be relayed quickly and dealt with in a short time. In the thousands of years, it was unclear how many elites of the various species had perished under the laser beams of these satellites and forts. Not too long ago, when the Mech Kingdom was battling the mutant beast Horde, the Type 8 winged WRM King had the upper hand, but his side still lost because of those lasers from the satellites and forts. Yu Zhong stared out at the wondrous landscape before him and thought quietly, on such a dense planet, if anything were to happen, it will be dealt with quickly. These mechs are different from humans. They do not get tired and can work 24 hours, observing the entire planet. Without Bai Yi's help, I would have been revealed. The best-case scenario after an intense battle would be that I could escape back to Earth. This Mech Kingdom is truly terrifying. After a moment of thought, he pulled out the Star Luo technique and began to read it. The Star Luo technique was a move that came from a talented Type 9 genius who was gazing at the universe and got a sudden burst of inspiration. It was truly an astounding technique. However, in front of the might of the Mech Kingdom, the planet that Type 9 genius came from was still eradicated, and he himself had been killed by the Mech Emperor, and thus the Star Luo technique ended up in the Mech Kingdom's hands. Observing the movement of the stars and universe, cultivating a great Tao. This technique is spectacular. However, it is not of use to me. Only comprehending a domain and spatial laws would be useful right now. Yu Zhong looked through the entire Star Luo technique and sunk himself in contemplation of the laws of domains and space as written by the author. After reaching the second-order God-Devil body, Yu Zhong's talent for cultivation had become heaven-defying, and regardless of whatever he read, he could understand. This Star Luo technique and the principles about domains and spatial laws within were giving him new insights. Domain. What is a domain? It is the realization of the concepts of a technique that a cultivator trains in. Those who cultivate in flames would be able to incinerate things around him, and he could make use of the energy and strength to totally suppress an opponent of the same rank. If a person cultivates a water domain, then within his domain, it would be endless water, preventing the opponent from displaying his or her strength. In order to produce a domain, one has to understand the principles and underlying concepts, before materializing it into a domain. Invincible among those of the same realm and stage, even allowing one to leap ranks to fight enemies above. In the universe, the basic laws are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. The derivative rules are speed, strength, light, darkness, desecration, and sacrament. The highest law is space and time. Only those who comprehend spatial laws can achieve a breakthrough into the Type 9 realm. With a thought, one can rip a hole in space and travel miles. At the same time, one could transcend space and worlds, attacking enemies and moving the mountains and seas. With time laws, the most mysterious of laws. I've never seen anyone comprehending it. Maybe only the God above could possibly hold this heaven-defying principle. Without comprehending this, one would not have the right to challenge God. My whole life, ever since I've cultivated to my level, I've been to many worlds and have always been invincible. Yet, I still don't have the confidence of dealing with God. I hope that the future generation can comprehend and wield the power of time, and challenge that entity that toys with all of us. Zhong flipped through the Star Luo technique and saw the tyrannical words of the author, Star-Lord. This was truly a genius. To train till the Type 9 realm and comprehend domain as well as spatial laws. Such an expert had still fallen. Truly there's always a mountain beyond a mountain. This Star-Lord was almost invincible, and yet, he had perished in the end. How strong is the Mech Emperor exactly? Thinking to how such a powerhouse had been taken down by the Mech Emperor, Zhong's heart was filled with trepidation towards him. He estimated that even with all his trump cards, he could at most handle a Type 8 Mech Lord at most right now. However, it was a death wish to go against the Mech Emperor. He might not even have the chance to run. Zhong threw the thoughts behind and started to cultivate. Forget it, I'd better train hard and raise my strength. If I can't do so in this short amount of time, when the army descends upon Earth, there's only death for humanity. My strongest ability right now is the God Devil Flame. In that case, let's try and comprehend the flame domain. Zhong began to follow the pointers in the manual, and with a thought, the golden God Devil Flames that could incinerate a Type 7 expert condensed in his hands. He stared at it fixedly and began to observe and try to comprehend the flame domain. In the process, he felt like his mind was sifting through countless laws and principles. After a few hours, a blazing hot flame exuded from his body, enveloping the region around him. Success. Zhong's eyes regained their clarity and he was overjoyed. Once he trained in it successfully, he could gain another trump card. With the flame domain against a Type 8 expert, he was able to hold his own now, even going so far as to kill the weaker ones. Chapter 1062, Relax. The God Devil body is truly the most suitable physique for cultivation. If it were in the past, based on my ordinary physique, I would not have comprehended domains. Zhong was filled with joy, and with a thought, the flaming domain was retracted back into his body. The flames in the domain were entirely within Zhong's control. As long as he willed it, he could even incinerate a Type 8 expert. Likewise, a normal person could be unharmed within the region as well. While training his domain, the effect on the area was quite large, and the three women also felt it. They walked out of the cultivation container, coming up to him to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Master, you have succeeded in a domain. From now on, you're invincible within the Type 7 realm. Domains were something that even only the talented of geniuses in the Type 8 realm could comprehend and train in. Zhong had done so while in the Type 7 realm, thus he could truly be considered undefeatable, unless he came across another heaven-defying genius with talents in domains as well. Since I'm done with this, I should relax for a while. Since he was still euphoric from his success, he swept the three women a look and said, "Ying, come with me." Hearing him calling for her alone, Ying was taken aback before her face flushed red as she walked over with light steps. "Yes, Master." Zhong laughed out and whisked her up, stepping into his bedroom. Soon, the sounds of pleasure rang out from the room. Xing and Lian were also red from the embarrassment and their imaginations at the sounds of lovemaking. There was a look of envy in Lian's eyes. Sister Ying sure is lucky getting Master's love. How I envy her, but then again she's so elegant and sexy, it's natural for Master to like her. Xing giggled as she hugged Lian, reaching out with her naughty hands and grabbed Lian's bountiful breasts as she needed them. "Little sis Lian, you don't have to beat yourself up, your figure is amazing as well, Master will surely adore you." Lian scrunched up her face while flushed as she struggled. "No, Sister Xing, don't grab them. Their shape will change, then it won't look nice." After escaping from Xing's embrace, Lian had a hopeful look. "Why don't we steal a look?" All three of them were talents equivalent to Heaven's favorites back when they were in their human worlds, and had focused on their cultivation. When they were captured, they had not experienced any matters between men and women. Furthermore, they were treated like cats and dogs by the Mechs. Thus, they were naturally curious about the birds and the bees. Zhong was their master, and everything of theirs belonged to him, thus they did not mind. Xing was also a bouncy individual. After barely a moment of hesitation, she nodded, "Let's go and take a look." The two beauties quickly sneaked over towards Zhong's room. After they opened the door, what they saw quickly caused them to feel hot. The scene of spring, their eldest sister Ying lying on the bed with a flushed face, but a look of satisfaction and bliss. Groans and moans were coming out of her mouth, and it felt extremely alluring. As for Zhong, whose sense of perception was already strong, the moment the two curious little kittens appeared at the door, he had already sensed them. He revealed a cheeky smile and grabbed out at thin air. Xing and Lian both yelped out in shock, as they were grabbed by a formless hand and dragged towards Zhong. Zhong patted Xing's face, giving her a look. The young blonde beauty revealed an enchanting expression as she stuck out her tongue and began to lick Zhong everywhere. Zhong lowered his lips and locked them onto the lips of the pitiful-looking big-breasted lowly Lian. Soon, the entire room was engulfed in throes of passion. The huge battleship continued to fly for an entire day, over 400,000 kilometers, before finally landing on a sky fortress. There were all sorts of mechanical residences, the entire city filled with a modern and futuristic feel. "We have arrived at the Mech Empire City. May all passengers proceed to disembark within the hour." The moment the battleship docked, an announcement rang throughout. "Have we reached?" On the bed, Zhong held Ying and Xing with either of his arms, while the petite Lian was laying on his chest. He suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to pat Lian's shoulders gently, causing her smooth skin to wobble. "Time to get up. Let's go prepare, we're leaving this place." Lian lifted her head, her cheeks blushing as she giggled at Zhong and kissed him. She then leaped off lightly. However, she stopped and turned around, shooting Zhong a coquettish glance as she took up her clothes and got dressed in front of him. Ying and Xing also gave him a kiss each as they got dressed in front of him. The three of them, with their amazing looks and bodies, dressing in front of him, was truly a feast for his eyes. If it was not for the many things he still had to handle, he really wanted to immerse himself in this wonderland. After the three of them got dressed, they quickly got into the container. If they were to walk around unbridled, it would be detrimental to Zhong's disguise as Meng. Zhong was not arrogant to think that he could rely on his own strength to kill his way out. Dragging the container, Zhong disembarked the battleship. "Hi Meng. It's me Wendy. Since you're new to the Mech Empire City and not familiar with the place, I will bring you to your home." As Zhong walked out of the ship, the cold-looking Wendy arrived by his side, wearing a rare, faint smile. Zhong's mind got into motion as he smiled back, "All right." As they stepped into the massive port, Zhong experienced for himself the splendor and grandness of the Mech Empire City. There were countless tunnels and pathways, with vehicles running quickly and orderly, looking like a huge web from the sky. At the same time, there was a sort of a profound track that was inlaid with some strange prism, reflecting the sunlight from the sky towards the ground, causing the ground to look perpetually enveloped by sunlight. On the streets, there were many mechs walking about, each of them of different shapes, sizes and forms. There were some human-shaped, some pigs, dogs, tigers, leopards, and all sorts. The mechs walked along the streets, while many had some ropes, and at the other end of the ropes were either humans or other species. In the hands of these mechs, these humans and other species were like pets. There were some even engaging in intercourse right on the streets like common dogs, attracting the ridicule of the mechs. Many of them were just laughing. All of a sudden, one extremely beautiful and sexy human woman kneeled in front of her mech master, pleading pitifully, "Please. I don't want to. Master, spare me. I don't want to do it with that dog." Besides that particular mech, was another mech who had a mutant dog at the end of his leash, looking extremely powerful and bulky, panting heavily while covered in black scales. The surrounding mechs were all looking and urging things on. The mech sent a kick towards his human slave, sending her flying about 6 to 7 m, and barked out in anger, "You better get started. What do you think I bought you for? It is for my entertainment and pleasure. Raise your ass and start copulating with Deppies. This Deppies has a royal bloodline, and his position is much higher than your stupid human males. It is an honor for you to copulate with him. Still not scramming over? Are you seeking to die? No. I don't want to copulate with a dog. You're. A look of despair overcame her as she started to mutter a curse. Puh. Before her words were over, her brain exploded in a shower of blood. The mech swept her corpse a look of disgust. What a killjoy, stupid bitch. Seeing the body of the human beauty in pieces, 8 of the human females around, treated like pets, were also filled with grief, trembling in fear, shock, and despair. There were 12 others who had blank and numb stares, without a single emotion, as they had already undergone all sorts of torture and torment, no longer seeing themselves as humans. Chapter 1063, The Fate of Losers. When Zhong witnessed this gory and horrific scene and felt a surge of fury, it was as though something was lit in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly as veins popped out. Those mechs did not see humans as humans at all, just subjecting them to whatever treatment as they liked. This sort of behavior was not tolerable to any normal person. Zhong had stained his hands with countless blood along his path of survival and expansion. However, he was still sickened by such behavior that had no bottom line. I can't do anything now. It is still the capital of the Mech Kingdom. The experts here are plenty. Just this city alone possesses the capability of wiping me out over 100 times. Furthermore, there's that Type 9 Mech Emperor. If I were to make any rash move, I'll surely die. Now the only thing I need to do is to infiltrate, steal their technology and resources, and finally eradicate this damned Mech Kingdom. Only then can I avert a disaster for my human race. Zhong's reasoning continued to hold him back and reminding him that turning away was the right move. However, upon witnessing the horror below, his rage had consumed him, and there was no inkling of retreating at all. Just as he was struggling to control himself and prepared to walk away, the mech suddenly laughed out cruelly and pointed at the mutant dog. Deppies, go! Go fuck that woman. The boisterous mutant dog leaped forward, with its sharp, barbed lower body, lunging viciously towards another beautiful human female. There was a look of despair on that woman's face as tears streamed. However, she raised her but helplessly. The 30 over mechs began to laugh, watching excitedly. Human slaves were just playthings to while the time for these mechs. The more the humans despair, the more interesting it was to the mechs. Their behavior was exactly like those humans who loved to torture and mistreat their pets. To the mechs as well as other sentient races, humans were just fun playthings. As the mutant dog pounced towards the woman, there was a gust of wind, and a huge leg came slamming into the dog viciously, and at the point of impact, due to the strength, the dog exploded into pieces. The bits and pieces of flesh splattered onto the mechs, causing their bodies to be dirted. The owner saw his mutant dog killed by Zhong in Meng's frame, and his eyes gleamed dangerously as he barked out, "Who are you? You dare kill my beloved Deppies? Are you sick of living?" The rest of the mechs also stared at Zhong with unfriendly expressions. Zhong's face remained cold as he waved his hand, throwing a card with 3 contribution points at the mech. The contribution points here should be enough to purchase that lowly bitch of yours. Take this card and scram. Who the fuck do you think you are? Insulting me, Jakra? The mech called Jakra watched the card float down, and in his rage he shot forwards with his claws outstretched, intending to grab at Zhong's head. Zhong's eyes watched him approach with a cold look as he barked, "I'm the new Baron Meng, drafted into the mech army. You damn lowly commoners dare to act against me, you can go to hell." At that moment he reacted by sending his own claws through Jakra's head, and under Jakra's shocked gaze, he pulled out the smart chip before crushing it. The moment the smart chip was crushed, his sentience ceased to exist, and his frame crumbled. Heavens! Jakra was killed. Jakra is dead. He is a mech baron. He is actually a mech baron. After killing Jakra in a single move, Zhong swept a glance across the rest, and the other mechs lowered their heads subconsciously, afraid to meet his eyes. Zhong waved his hand and sent out an ordinary card with contribution points to the mechs. "I've my eyes on your pets, these are contribution points, scram." It was normal for mechs to use their contributions to conduct trades. After the mechs took up the cards, they quickly gave their pets to him and scooted away. Wendy shot Zhong a strange look as she spoke, "I didn't expect you to be so righteous." Zhong replied indifferently, "I'm a member of the Pets Protection Society, and I detest such fellows that mistreat their pets. Facing Wendy, Zhong could only use that excuse to cover up for his actions. Wendy laughed lightly. I like those who have a good heart. Right at this time, there was a sound of an alarm, as 8 black uniformed mechs carrying particle guns came soaring out from the numerous mechanical tracks. When they arrived, one of them shot a look at the scene and 2 beams of light shone from his eyes. Under the light, the proceedings of the scene replayed. The leader of the patrol force shot Zhong a cold look. I'm Luo Sun from the security squad. Please produce proof of your Baron status, otherwise I will arrest you on charges of murder. With a thought, the identification shone on Yo Meng's forehead, revealing his status. This was bestowed by the Empire and the system with no way of fabricating. Luo Sun looked through the identification for a long while, and after ascertaining Zhong's identification he spoke coldly, Baron Yo Meng, your identity is confirmed. This time, since Jakra took the initiative to attack you, you have defended yourself. You're innocent and are free to go. Inside the Mech Empire city, the nobility were people of status. Jakra and the rest were just the lowest of social standing, only above the pets and slaves. Zhong nodded towards Luo Sun, before pulling on the leashes of the 30-odd beauties of the human race and other species, heading towards his residence. Zhong's residence was a huge villa of 1 square kilometer, with plenty of amenities. Under Wendy's slightly resentful gaze, Zhong sent her off politely, not inviting her in. Although Wendy might have the appearance of a beauty, she was still a sentient mech, and Zhong had no intentions of bonding with a robot. After Wendy left, Zhong swiftly knocked out the pets and placed them inside the container to freeze them. Those slaves bought from others and exchanged had to be brainwashed and swapped with a new chip, then they could be considered as truly his. Before that happened, there was a chance of them betraying him. He did not dare to reveal his secrets to unreliable slaves. He then pulled out the tablet containing Bai Yi and asked with expectations, Bai Yi, we're here in the Mech Empire city already. Are you able to infiltrate the central system? If she could wrestle control over the central system, then Zhong would be in control over more than half the kingdom. Numbers and data flowed past Bai Yi's eyes before she shook her head. No good, I can't get in. There's a powerful AI guarding the system. I can sense that its might within this empire is much stronger than me. I have no way of invading. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Mech Emperor. Zhong frowned and asked, in that case, are you able to find out where the treasury is? Hearing her words, Zhong had no choice but to give up on controlling the entire Mech kingdom. She might be powerful, but she was not omnipotent. According to the data I've gathered, the treasuries are likely in these few places, but I can't determine for sure which is the correct location. With that, on the map of the Mech Empire, there were 8 dots that lit up. Zhong took a careful look and noticed they were all key places of importance. Even if he had a noble status, there was no way he could access those locations. He frowned. What can I do? After a moment of contemplation with no clear idea, I can only try to conduct some reconnaissance myself. As night fell, Zhong put on his stealth armor, flitting like a ghost towards one of the restricted areas. Chapter 1064, Genius Mech Pilot. Although it was night, the entire Mech Empire city was still brightly lit, as though it was still daytime. Mechs were different from biological life forms. They did not need rest, and compared to the dark, they preferred the day. After all, their senses worked better in the day. Zhong continued to traverse the streets noiselessly, as he noticed the numerous mechs walking about. There were many merchants on the streets as well, and along the shopping districts, numerous mechs walked about, purchasing items that they required or wanted. Although it was possible to purchase items through the Galastar virtual network, there were those who enjoyed the experience of walking through shops and malls to purchase their items. Let me say it once more, our first target is the Mech armor storage at Point A. Based on our intel, there are 10 complete Type 7 mech suits. The second target is the Mech beast storage at Point B. After we have attacked that, we must use the virus to wipe out their data and cause a ruckus. The strongest entity in this world is the Mech Emperor, and we cannot possibly gain control of the Mech beasts. The best case is to use the virus to cause a commotion. Below the streets, in the tunnels, there were hundreds of humans in mechanical battle armor, pretending to masquerade as mechs, eyeing a young man, with a pair of clear and bright eyes, as he pointed to a map and gave a flurry of orders. There were also sensors and surveillance cameras within the tunnels. However, these humans were holding a device the size of a palm, causing a distortion field, jamming the signals in the tunnels. The young man, with an intelligent look, and features even more precious than a beauty, conveyed the orders once more before asking seriously, "Have you all understood?" The human soldiers within the tunnel responded with a resounding, "Yes." The beautiful man then ordered, "In that case, move out." Roger. Under his orders, the human soldiers began to move out in the various tunnels. One particular burly blonde man in uniform looked at the pretty-looking man and frowned. "Miss Green, this is the home base of the Mechs, and that old freak Mech Emperor is holding the fort here. Is it too dangerous to act here?" The Mech Emperor was countless eons old, and since stepping into the Type 9 realm, he had no equal. With his strength alone, he took over dozens of planets, wiping out countless civilizations and their culture. Even a few other Type 9 powerhouses had fallen at his hands. With the Mech Empire City being the main base of this old legend, with the numerous experts residing within, just the Type 7 experts alone numbered over 500. This entire fort was also a massive weapon in itself. A Type 8 powerhouse might fall easily if he or she tried anything funny. Miss Green had a steely look. Vickers, the Mech Emperor, had already gone to the Ghost Star planet, warring against the Ghost Star clan. At the same time, half of the experts have been deployed. In these thousands of years, this is the moment where the Mech Empire City is at its weakest and our only chance. This time, we need to rescue Her Majesty, the young Star-Lord. She's our Star Luo's only hope, and only she can overthrow the Mech Empire's rule, ridding the world of these hateful metal tumors. This time, regardless of our sacrifice, we have to achieve this goal. These 100 of soldiers were all the elites of the human race. If placed on Earth, each of them could be a ruler in his own right. However, against the terrifying Mechs there was only death. This Miss Green was utilizing them to draw the attention away to achieve her objective. Her voice turned low. "Furthermore, this time it's not just our human race, but those oppressed foreign races have banded together. This is the best chance we've got. For the rest of humanity, we can only sacrifice them." A pained expression flitted past Vickers' face, but he maintained silent. Miss Green continued indifferently, "It's getting late, let's move." After that, she led Vickers as well as 20 other peak experts and quickly left here towards another direction. Hong, hong, hong. As for Zhong, he had just passed one particular shopping district, when suddenly, there was an intense explosion. The powerful shockwave shot out in all directions, and those slaves of foreign species who were struck were all blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Even some of the Mechs were destroyed in that explosion. What's going on? Zhong was shocked by the sudden blast and quickly soared into the sky noiselessly, observing below. He noticed a group of human soldiers equipped with mechanical armor, wielding A-grade particle cannons, as they charged out from various corners and launching a sudden attack. Making use of their weapons, they began to fire at the Mechs. The Mech Empire City was the base of the Mech Kingdom, and its defenses were tight. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would be suppressed here. In the thousands of years, there had never been someone brave or daring enough to launch an assault right smack in this city. Thus, the Mechs had gotten careless. That was how the humans had managed to succeed in their assault, instantly killing over hundreds of slaves of foreign races, as well as dozens of Mechs, while injuring 100 others. Stupid. You're just sending yourself to your doom. No meaning. Zhong swept the humans below utilizing the Type 7 mechanical armors and sighed. The defense of the Mech Kingdom was too dense. Zhong had seen it for himself. Inside the city, the moment there was any strange activity, the Mechs would respond immediately and effectively. The human soldiers quickly charged into the armory which had the dozen Type 7 mech frames. All of a sudden, a number of Mechs leaped down from a particular track in the skies, each of them at the Type 6 level, and wielding B-grade particle cannons that were capable of killing Type 7 powerhouses. The moment those Mechs came down, they began to fire their particle cannons into the group of human rebels. One human soldier used his A-grade particle cannon to fire back at the Mechs, and the beam punched through the frame of those Mechs as parts scattered. All of a sudden, one particle beam burst down from the sky, blasting the human soldier, vaporizing the human soldier, not leaving even a single trace of him. Wang Hu. Another soldier let out a roar of grief and anguish, but before he could even finish, another beam shot down from the skies, vaporizing him as well. One by one, beams fell down upon the rebel army, and within a short span of time, more than half had been obliterated. The leader of the team screamed out in fury, "Evacuate! Quickly!" The soldiers quickly dashed through the shopping district. The faces of the Mechs were cold and impassive, firing without mercy, as the particle beams burst through the market, tearing apart the structures and blasting the human soldiers. As the marketplace was also made out of mechanical parts, they were like part of the city, and quickly transmitted the information on the tracks of the humans to the system, enabling the rest of the defense to catch up quickly. The human soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, and within another dozen of breath they were wiped out. The rebel was over before anyone knew it. It came fast and was put down quickly as well. The entire episode did not even last more than 5 minutes. In this rebellion, only a dozen Mechs had truly perished, but over 300 human elites had died. Zhong looked at the aftermath and sighed, "Such fools, there was no meaning to it at all." As he was prepared to leave, there was a sudden burst of light that shot towards the sky in the middle of the marketplace. It punched through the huge mechanical track in the sky as countless parts scattered everywhere. A Type 7 human-shaped mech burst forth with a pair of beautiful wings on its back while wielding a B-grade particle cannon in its arms. With its appearance, it flapped its wings and turned into a shooting star, disappearing from its location. A number of B-grade particle beams that blasted through the heads of the sentient Mechs that came to quell the rebellion, directly obliterating them together with their smart chips. Other than that, 9 other Type 7 human-shaped mech came flying out. However, they were not as exemplary as the first one, only forcefully reaching the initial Type 7 realm with their piloting skills. Chapter 1065, Chaos in the Mech Empire City? Zhong looked at that green human-shaped mech in the lead as it weaved in and out of the city guards, killing the Mechs one by one, and he could not help but be amazed. Absolute genius, this pilot is an absolute genius. Zhong had subdued a number of Type 7 Mechs, but in order to exploit their fullest combat potential, and raise it past their original threshold, the pilot had to be a natural, a talented expert. He thought silently, still it's not enough, the Type 7 strength is not enough to raise waves in this city. In order to cause a proper commotion, one had to be at least at the Type 9 stage, otherwise, even a Type 8 heaven-defying genius would be suppressed. I need to make my preparations. With a thought and a sweeping glance, he revealed himself as he snuck into the midst of some Mechs. In a few seconds the mechanical track up in the sky shifted, and revealed several B-grade particle cannons, aiming downwards. The next instant, numerous beams burst down from the skies, slamming into the 10 Type 7 mech frames. The 10 of them quickly activated their B-grade energy shields, but unfortunately, under the onslaught of beams, their shields collapsed and were shattered easily. The green mech with wings had already charged out towards another direction at the first instant, barely dodging most of the beams, withstanding a few that sent ripples through the shield. As the Type 7 mech frame flew, it continued to release particle beams as though it was a dandelion, blasting the Mechs below, obliterating their smart chips as well. The sentient Mechs were not lambs for slaughter either, instead they bared their fangs. Against the assault of the laser beams, they quickly reacted and changed into their base forms, firing back. Laser beams, particle beams, flames, ice shards, wind blades, poisonous waves, all sorts of attacks were sent towards the Type 7 mech frame in the air. By now, the mech frame had already run out of ideas and was forced to retreat. It was hit by numerous attacks as the shield finally shattered. At that instant of the shattering of the shield, a number of beams slammed into the mech frame, riddling it with injuries. Suddenly, a beast-type mech shot out from the midst of the Mechs below, reaching out grab at the cockpit of the Type 7 mech frame. The sharp claws instantly tore through the frame, grabbing the pilot. The cells were then sent to envelope the pilot within, before pulling her towards the inner part of the beast mech. After that, there was a bright beam that shot out from the beast mech, obliterating the Type 7 mech frame, causing it to fly far away. As the mech frame flew out, it was bombarded by countless particle beams, bursting apart in a shower of flames. A strong scanning wave was then cast towards the location of the destroyed mech frame, and upon not discovering any strange movements, it went away. Inside the beast-type mech, Zhong looked at the pilot, a woman with long black hair wearing an enhanced armor. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin fair, and she was full of vitality. Zhong quickly spoke, "Don't move. I'm human. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, the black color mech cells that were like tentacles unwrapped around her before pulling away. The beauty snorted coldly, scowling. Human? But don't lie. If you're human, how did you infiltrate into this city? I know you're a mech. Don't even try to get information out of me. I will not sell out my organization. Zhong laughed lightly. Ha! You're really stupid. If I was a mech, I could just hand you over to the kingdom, and with their brainwashing technology, all you know will be spilled by yourself. If I were your enemy, why go through so much trouble to ask you a question? Hearing his words, the female pilot was taken aback. She knew about the brainwashing technology of the mech kingdom. No matter how resolute or faithful a person was, once put under, he or she would become a traitor. It was something that modified the person's consciousness and not something willpower could withstand. Zhong saw a resolute glint in the pilot's eyes, and laughed as he continued to mock her. Are you thinking of committing suicide? It's useless. Unless you can ensure that your brain is destroyed in an instant, otherwise with the Mech Kingdom's technology, they could restore your brain and control you entirely. If I'm your enemy, then even if you wish to die, you would not be able to do so. Even if you died, I would be able to get the information I want. If I turned out not to be your enemy, then committing suicide would be stupid. Hearing that, her face gradually changed and finally acknowledged him. However, she maintained her guard as she asked, "Who are you? Why save me?" Zhong swept her a look and announced in an overbearing manner, "I'm Zhong. I admire your piloting skills. This time I've saved you because I want to recruit you under my wing. You don't have the right to refuse. At the time the Type 7 mech frame was destroyed, you should be dead. Since I've saved you from the clutches of death, you have to become my subordinate and work for me. I won't waste too much breath. If you're not willing, I will brainwash you and make you into my loyal subordinate. Make the choice now. Serve me willingly or be brainwashed. Either way, you've been abandoned by them." This female pilot had an outstanding gift in piloting the mech, displaying 200% of a Type 7 mech strength. If she was given a Type 8 mech, she could exert a Type 8 powerhouse's strength. Zhong was naturally not going to let such a person go. The pilot listened to Zhong's tyrannical manner and could not help but be stunned. Her eyebrows furrowed as she replied with a little desolate tone, "As long as you're not an enemy to the humans, and will not act against my past comrades, I can be your subordinates." Zhong replied, "Of course I'm human too. What's your name?" The beautiful pilot was silent for a while before replying, "I'm called Mu Wei." Zhong asked, "Is your organization insane? You actually launched such an assault on the Mech Empire city? You're obviously sending your men to die. What does your organization have to gain from this?" Such an attack was seeking death. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would be suppressed and killed, not to mention ordinary human soldiers. Even if they had Type 7 mechanical armor, they would not be able to raise any waves. Mu Wei fell silent, unable to reply. Zhong swept her a look and did not mind. Instead, with a thought, he used the stealth armor and controlled the beast mech to dash towards a deep part of the city where one of the locations marked out by Yi was. Hong, hong, hong. Zhong had not gotten very far, when there were sudden explosions all around the city, as though the entire capital was under attack. Countless beams blasted the numerous mechanical tracks in the skies, destroying them. Most of these tracks were ordinary transport systems normally, but once the city was in defense mode, they would become terrifying weapons, suppressing most of the rebellion. Thus, they were the targets of the rebels as well. Hong. Following an earth-shaking roar, a huge prison within the city was bombarded, as many mechs were killed by an onslaught of laser beams. Kill. 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 Kill those damned metal cans. They dare enslave us, people of the Scorpio clan? I will destroy this damned mech kingdom and wipe out all these tin cans. Go to hell. From the prison, a large number of experts of foreign species broke out, roaring in anger and the joy of freedom. They pounced towards the nearby mechs with powerful killing intent, obliterating them through whatever methods they had. Zhong looked at the chaos and finally understood. I understand now, it was all a ploy to cause a misdirection. No wonder they were willing to sacrifice so many human experts. They were just cannon fodder to distract the mechs. Chapter 1066, Nine-Headed Type 9 Dragonhawk. Not long after those convicts who had been imprisoned in the cells of the Mech Kingdom ran out on the streets, The mechanical tracks in the air above the city began to adjust and transform, revealing B-grade particle cannons. The forts in the skies also revealed their own cannons, aiming downwards. Right at this moment, a huge black-scaled claw appeared out of the clouds, grabbing onto one of the forts and crushed it. The huge fort was immediately destroyed in a second, exploding in a loud blast, causing the dragon claw to be sent far away. The hundreds of mechanical tracks combined together, as they formed a huge face while revealing the aura and pressure of a Type 9 expert, Emperor Nine-Headed Dragonhawk. Our Mech Kingdom has always been cordial with your Death Beasts Valley. Why have you attacked our Mech Kingdom this time? Are you not afraid that our Mech Emperor will come back and wipe out all of you from the Death Beasts Valley? The terrifying existence within the clouds was the Lord of the Death Beasts Valley, Type 9 Mutant Beast Nine-Headed Dragonhawk. The Death Beasts Valley was one of the few forbidden lands of Galastar. Track Lord, as long as you made the decision to hand over the gates of hell to our Death Beasts Valley, I will leave immediately, and not be at odds with your Mech Kingdom. Otherwise, I will destroy Zhu Yuanting's base. Even if he kills his way back, I'm not scared. At most we can both be injured. This world that we live in is just a cage constructed by that entity god. As long as one breaks past the Type 9 realm and reach the Type 10 realm of the legends, one can escape the clutches of this damned cage, and become the master of his own fate. The gates of hell represents that chance for us Type 9 existences. No matter what conditions or promises you can give me, as long as you refuse to hand it over, we will be enemies. In the sky, there were the roars of the majestic mutant beast. It was filled with a boundless pressure, and anyone below the Type 4 realm who heard it would not be able to resist nor exhibit more than 10% of their strength. The higher the one advanced, the harder it was to break through each stage. If a Type 8 mutant beast wanted to evolve without the right fate and chances, it could die before it even evolved. As for a Type 9 mutant beast intending to reach the Type 10 stage, it was even more impossible. The Mech Emperor was a Type 9 powerhouse, having conquered dozens of planets and wiping out thousands of civilizations, with numerous experts under him. He had might, authority and power. Even so, he was still a trapped entity here, his life still within the grasp of the entity called God. It was natural that it would unwilling. Every Type 9 expert had that thought, that was to evolve, passing by that critical step, escaping from their cage and grasping their own fates. However, in the annals of history, there had only been legends of a rare few that had transcended. The nine-headed Dragonhawk only knew that within its soul memories, there was the sign of a Type 10 powerhouse's existence within its bloodline, and the only way that was possible for it to reach that stage was to cross the gates of hell. Earth was now the gathering point for various species, all harboring the hope of evolving once more. Many of those powerhouses could feel it in their blood, that with so many species descending upon Earth, the final victor among this competition would become the ruler, and thus obtain the right to evolve. It would then not be impossible to reach the Type 10 realm. The Track Lord roared out, "Emperor Nine-Headed Dragonhawk, we will not give way with regards to the gates of hell. If you were to retreat now, our Mech Kingdom will promise to never go against you and will be your ally forever. Otherwise, when His Majesty returns, your Death Beasts Valley will perish." The gates of hell was important to the Mech Kingdom as well. The Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting was a peak Type 9 powerhouse. Regardless of whatever weapons or treasures, they would be unable to help him break past that last barrier. He would not give up on the chance to evolve. If the Track Lord dared to hand the gates of hell to the Death Beasts Valley, the Mech Emperor would not be merciful at all, and could possibly crush his smart chip, not giving it a chance of rebirth. Even if the Death Beasts Valley is wiped out, so be it. I don't care. As long as I'm not dead, who could care about the rest? However, before that bastard Zhu Yuanting returns and kill my Death Beasts Valley, I will destroy his base. The sound of the nine-headed Dragonhawk's cackling sounded, as a huge dragon claw came slashing downwards, grabbing onto another fort that was at least 1 kilometer in height. There was a bright flash as a powerful energy shield congealed, protecting it. When the dragon claw grabbed the shield, the nine-headed Dragonhawk clenched tightly, and the energy shield cracked instantly, and the fort followed suit. The shield that could withstand the innate abilities of a Type 8 powerhouse for an entire day, actually crumbled within 10 seconds. This was the power of a Type 9 powerhouse. The face of the Track Lord fell as he roared out in panic, "Damn it! Nine-headed Dragonhawk, damn you!" Of the various forts in the skies, Each of them began to glow and combine together, forming a huge energy shield, shrouding the entire Mech Empire city. In the skies, a huge dragon claw of over 100 meters slammed onto the energy shield. The space around it trembled as a powerful shockwave blasted outwards. The tyrannical energy flow formed into a hurricane surrounding the city. The strength of a Type 9 powerhouse was extremely heaven-defying. Every single move was capable of causing a calamity or destroying a city. If there was nothing held back, then the might would even be equivalent to a nuclear weapon. The Mech Empire city was a powerful treasure refined by the Mech Emperor Zhu, and the countless forts formed a formation capable of resisting the attack of the 9-headed Dragonhawk. At the same time, numerous Grade C cannons that could kill Type 8 powerhouses came out, pointing at the sky. Upon adjusting their aim without any warning, they fired at the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Hundreds of beams blasted out, each of which could kill a Type 8 powerhouse, and even a Type 9 powerhouse had to be careful. Ha ha ha. This Mech Empire city is a treasure. If Zhu was here himself controlling, I would be more careful. However, just you? A Type 8 powerhouse and you want to harm me? I shall let you witness my strength. In the skies, the unbridled laugh rang out, as a huge dragon claw came crashing down, as the clouds rolled and the sky dimmed out, as though all life was on the verge of being exterminated. Space continued to tear as a huge rift appeared. Those beams that could tear apart a Type 8 powerhouse was directly consumed by the space rift, dealing no damage whatsoever to the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Strong. This Type 9 powerhouse is really too heaven-defying. Zhong exclaimed in shock, hiding within the clouds. The C-grade cannons were enough to harm a Type 9 powerhouse, but if it did not hit, then it was useless. The Type 9 mutant beast could already control space, and with its ability to tear apart space, it was practically invincible to the people below. A single Type 9 powerhouse could wipe out an entire species. His combat power was incredibly powerful, and it was a huge difference from the Type 8 experts. After the C-grade particle cannons were drawn away, the rest of the B-grade beams started to fire, blasting onto the scales of the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Water could wear down even the toughest of stones. Although those B-grade particle cannons were not particularly effective against the Type 9 mutant beast, the injuries would stack up, and become the last blade of grass that pressed down on the camel's back. In the sky, the 9-headed Dragonhawk braved the countless beams and sent out another claw that caused the entire shield to tremble. At the same time, countless mech beasts soared out towards the 9-headed Dragonhawk. As they got close to the Type 9 mutant beast, their bodies trembled before turning into dust. Only those of Type 5 and above were safe. In order to resist the 9-headed Dragonhawk, all the forces of the Mech Empire city were deployed to deal with the crisis, and no one was available to handle the internal prison break. The uprising was instead getting even more chaotic. Chapter 1067, Young Star Lord. Hong. In that city, as the escaping inmates were wreaking havoc inside one particular ice prison, there was a huge explosion. Miss Green and the rest of her team charged straight into it. In the deepest part of the prison, there was an ice crystal-like cell, and within it sat a beautiful lady dressed in men's attire. She sat quietly, her long hair laying lush across her shoulders, her skin fair, and she looked exquisite. Young Star-Lord. The moment they saw the lady, Miss Green and her team exclaimed out in joy. This particular beauty was the only descendant of the Star Luo clan, the young Star-Lord. Miss Green quickly rushed up and waved her hand, pulling a number of Type 6 nuclei that was powering the prison. After losing the power source, the door of the huge icy prison that was sealing the young Star-Lord opened up, revealing the frozen young Star-Lord. Miss Green dashed forward, waving her hands as a blue flame appeared and began to melt the ice. When the ice melted completely, the young Star-Lord opened up her eyes. When she did, she took in a deep breath, and the surrounding atmospheric energy began to gush into her, as she absorbed them in huge amounts. The next instant, her body shuddered, as the remaining ice around her body shattered. She took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a bright glint, and revealed a powerful strength. The young Star-Lord swept everyone present a look, frowning as she emitted a pressure. Green? Did you save me? But how? There are so many experts here, and Zhu, that old bastard, is holding the fort. How could you guys have come? Miss Green quickly replied, Replying to young Star-Lord, the old dogs hit Mech Emperor had left for the Ghost Clan, attacking them. Within a short time he would not be able to rush back. The Emperor Nine-Headed Dragonhawk had also agreed to work together with us this time, attacking the Mech Empire city. Only then did the young Star-Lord ease up as she responded solemnly, so this was the case. Zhu Yuanting, that old bastard, actually acted against the Ghost Clan. This time, it truly is a rare opportunity for us. Come with me. Let's go take as much as we can, and make that old mech bastard suffer a great loss. She then stepped forward once and instantly traveled over 100 meters away. Miss Green and the rest quickly followed after. Audacious, you dare to break out of prison. Stop right there, or you'll face the death penalty. The moment the young Star-Lord left the icy prison, a Type 7 Mech Lord quickly led 30 over Type 6 Mech Generals, as well as over 100 Type 5 Mech Beasts, and arrived in front of her, with countless weapons pointed at the group. With the appearance of the Mech army, the rest of the group turned pale. Among them, the strongest was at most at the Type 6 realm. They could break into the prison was because they had the protection of the other species while employing all sorts of tactics to get in. Against a troop led by the Mech Lord, they would only perish. Humph, a bunch of ant-like trash, die. The young Star-Lord shot the army a condescending look as she snorted coldly, and in an instant, the entire area of about 3 kilometers radius with her in the center turned dark, and everyone's perception was cut. Only a number of constellations flickered in the sky, radiating in a profound and mysterious manner. Domain. You actually comprehended domain. You're a Type 8 powerhouse. Not good, everybody. Retreat. The Mech Lord leader had a change in expression as he roared out in panic while extending countless cannons to fire at the young Star-Lord. A Type 8 powerhouse that had comprehended domain was a terrifying existence. They could easily kill off a peak Type 7 powerhouse without batting an eyelid. Constellation extermination. The gaze of the young Star-Lord turned cold, as the void compressed and all the constellations within her domain began to slam towards the mechs like rainfall. The sentient mechs began to operate their shields, trying their best to block the constellations that had formed within the domain. However, if it were so easy, domains would not be so terrifying. The force of the constellations was almost the same as being struck by an actual asteroid, hence, their defenses burst apart like eggshells, and the mechs were also crushed beneath. In just a single hit, the hundreds of mechs had all turned to ashes with nothing left. Young Star-Lord awesome. The young Star-Lord is invincible. Seeing how the young Star-Lord was able to kill the mechs with a single hit, the experts from Star Luo began to exclaim in joy. All their sacrifices seemed to be worthwhile. In order to save the young Star-Lord, these people from Star Luo had paid the price of over 1,000 elites, and there seemed to be at least some validation. While a Type 8 powerhouse who comprehended a domain might still not be a match for a Type 9 powerhouse, he or she would still be able to crush all other opponents of the same realm or below. Go. After killing the hundreds of sentient mechs, the young Star-Lord continued in the direction of the various forbidden areas in Mech Empire City. Soon after, the group came to the central portion, right in front of a majestic palace made out of superalloys, engraved with countless runes, exuding a mysterious, grand and even sacred feeling. One Type 8 sentient mech flew out from the palace, his frame over 10 m tall, his entire body red in color and carved with special runes as well. Each limb was powered with a Type 7 nucleus, while his mainframe was powered by a Type 8 nucleus. There were 6 phoenix-like wings on his back, also giving off a grand and suppressing aura. This was the Type 8 sentient mech Lord, Phoenix Wings Lord, a powerful expert in his own right as well. Phoenix Wings Lord barked out as he shot the young Star-Lord a look. Xing Bing Yun, you dare to come here, haven't you had enough of a lesson previously? His Majesty was merciful previously and did not brainwash you into a slave, you should be grateful. Now, you dare come here and repay his kindness with evil? You want to be brainwashed and sold to some other species as a slave, do you? It's still not too late to head back to your prison. Otherwise your fate will be much worse than before. What a joke. Your mech kingdom destroyed my home and wiped out my people, treating those survivors as slaves. Do you dare say you guys had grace? What a load of bullshit. Phoenix Wings Lord, today that old bastard Zhu Yuanting is not around, you can pay with your dog life. There was a cold look in Xing Bing Yun's eyes, and with a thought, the atmospheric energy rolled and gathered around her, and the Constellation Domain enveloped towards the Phoenix Wings Lord. Constellation Domain. If this had been executed by your father the Star-Lord, I would have been killed in a second. Unfortunately, you're still far from it. And you've been imprisoned for too long, your strength is lacking. You're not my opponent. The Phoenix Wings Lord had a cold look himself as he retreated backward, while numerous cannons extended from his body, firing out powerful laser beams at the direction of the domain. He even pulled out a C-grade particle cannon to fire at the oncoming void. Under the assault of the laser beams, the domain was struck and dented in many places, almost collapsing. Although Xing Bing Yun was a heaven-defying genius in cultivation, she had been trapped and sealed in ice for too long. Even her absorption of the energy around could not return her to her peak condition. What a strong usage of energy. Their strength is above mine, likely Type 8 powerhouses. That direction is also one of the locations pointed by Bai. Since there's a Type 8 powerhouse guarding it, it is very likely that it has treasures within. Zhong looked at the battle and became excited. He flickered and swiftly proceeded towards their direction while under his stealth armor. He soon arrived at the location where the two of them were battling intensely. By now, the Constellation Domain was continuing to expand, while the other side continued to blast against the encroaching darkness with firepower. Both sides were at a stalemate, and the resulting force shook outwards, causing a powerful hurricane. Very good, while this fellow is being tied down, it's a chance for me to go and check out the treasury of the Mech Kingdom. Zhong swept the battle one more glance before soaring towards the palace noiselessly. Right now the entrance was sealed tight. Zhong arrived at the location and pulled out the Type 7 mech frame that had Bai controlling it. The Type 7 mech then released a few data cables that plugged into the palace gates, and with a bright flash the door opened, revealing the tunnel within. Inside the entrance there were 4 mechs. When they saw the door open, their eyes flashed and released a warning signal. Immediately the entire palace blared out with resounding alarms. Chapter 1068, Type 8 Ape Lord Titus. A bright scan shot towards their location, attempting to reveal Zhong's silhouette. I cannot reveal Bai's existence. With a thought, Zhong revealed himself and dashed towards the 4 mechs like a flash of lightning. In just a breath, he had appeared in front of them and pointed out with his fingers. He pierced through their heads and dug out their smart chips, destroying them immediately. After killing those 4 mechs, Zhong continued straight into the inner parts of the palace like a shooting star. Inside the palace, numerous alloy doors slammed shut, intending to impede Zhong's advance. Hong. Zhong sent a fist each time, and it was like the door had been blasted by TNT, instantly revealing huge holes. He continued through the doors immediately. Under his relentless fists, the multiple doors swung down only to be destroyed by him, not even impeding him in the slightest. As he passed the tunnel, he rounded the corner, only to be faced with over 1,000 mech gobbler ants that were capable of tearing a Type 8 mutant beast into pieces. Each of them was able to swallow a single Type 5 mutant beast on their own. With over 1,000 in a horde, they were able to pick a Type 7 clean. As mech gobbler ants flew towards Zhong, he reached out with his hands to slap and caused the god devil flames to burst out and envelop them. The defense of these mech gobbler ants was insane, as it was tough to even for a Type 7 powerhouse to break through. However, under the golden god devil flames, they quickly melted into useless puddles of liquid metal. In a flash, the entire horde was melted, leaving only liquid metal on the floor. Zhong continued to pass through the tunnel, running further into the palace. He asked Bai, "How is it? Where is the treasury? Are you able to find it out?" Bai responded swiftly, "Based on my calculations, there is a 65% likelihood that the treasury is in the center of the palace. The probability of it being in other places are very low." The cells of the Mech Kingdom was incredible, as they could configure their shape and size. Thus Bai made use of the frame that she was in to transform into a patch of skin that stuck onto Zhong's right arm. "Then I shall just bulldoze right through it." A resolute glint appeared in Zhong's eyes as he charged towards the center of the palace. There was already no room for retreat. This time round there was a Type 9 powerhouse helping to take on most of the attention and pressure. With the countless species rioting out there, that was how Zhong could infiltrate the place smoothly. It was his only chance to get everything and escape. "Quick, block him." C2 area has been destroyed. General Dorzum has been destroyed. The 7th squad has been destroyed. Zhong leaped through many corridors, annihilating the waves of mechs and mech beasts that were deployed to attack him. Not one of them could handle a single hit, and inside the palace, it was like a tiger had been set loose. After destroying many enemies and passing through many corridors, he finally came to the center of the palace. There was only one man who stood alone, tall and burly, his face sharp and resolute. Zhong took a look at that man and his gaze narrowed. He could sense a terrifying pressure and danger. You're a Type 8 expert. Zhong did not think that there would still be a Type 8 powerhouse guarding here. After all, outside this palace, the young Star-Lord was currently fighting the Type 8 Phoenix Wings Lord. Based on his estimations, there should not be any more Type 8 powerhouses left to defend. The burly man had a cold look as he spoke imposingly. That's right, I am Ape Lord Titus. Human, you dare barge into the Holy Palace? It is a grave sin. You can surrender now and I'll give you the chance to redeem yourself. As long as you quell the rebellion and gain enough contributions, I can make you a lord over the humans, commanding millions of slaves, killing them or toying with them as you wish. If not, when I subdue you, I will tear you limb from limb and feed you to the wild dogs. Ah, just based on you? If the Mech Emperor himself was to appear, then it would be likely. Your strength is still far from it. Zhong laughed coldly and shot forward, sending his fist punching towards the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus. With his second-order God-Devil body, Zhong's physique was his most powerful weapon. Currently, as long as he did not stand in the center of a nuclear blast, he would not even suffer the slightest of harm. His combat strength was truly astounding and almost on par with gods. If it had been Earth before the apocalypse, with Zhong's current strength, it would be possible for him to call himself a god and subdue the entire planet. The Type 8 Ape Lord Titus snorted coldly and had a look of ridicule. He did not dodge or evade, instead, the muscles on his right hand trembled and shot out suddenly, tearing a huge rip in space as it punched towards Zhong. He wanted to use his own strength to destroy Zhong's self-confidence. A mere Type 7 divine warrior and you want to challenge me, a Type 8? Truly ignorant. Both fists met and with a loud explosion, the resulting shockwave blasted outwards in all directions, before the right fist of Ape Lord Titus disintegrated and scattered in many pieces. The Type 8 mech stared in shock as he shouted out frantically, "How is this possible? My body was made out of C-grade superalloys. Even a C-grade cannon would take 3 shots to injure me. You're just a mere human. How could you be stronger than me? Impossible. Humans' physiques are known to be the weakest. You're not human at all. Who are you exactly?" In the universe, humans were one of the weaker race. As a sentient mech made out of superior materials, the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus had a physique that far surpassed most humans. He had trumped countless other experts of the same realm using his body alone. Yet now he was bested by a single hit from Zhong and his flesh body. This was why he was shocked to the core. In truth, Zhong was already on the path of evolution that had already surpassed humans with his God-Devil body. His talent and potential were insane, already crossing the limit of humans. I'm human. You can die for me. Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a step of his foot, over 100 clones appeared, filling up the palace as they stretched out to slash Ape Lord Titus's head. Human kid, you're too arrogant. Don't look down on Type 8 powerhouses, I will show you the difference in strength. The Type 8 mech roared out in rage as his mechanical cells trembled and moved to regenerate his broken right hand. At the same time, he transformed into a 5M large mechanical ape that was covered in thick scales, his 5 fingers as sharp as knives. Every single part of his body had some form of a sharp blade. This was the true combat form of Titus, and after transforming he would be able to exert all of his strength. He pounced towards Zhong, his eyes flashing with a cold look, and at the moment they were near, he fired out numerous spikes from his body, intending to slice through Zhong. At that instant, the mechanical blades shredded through Zhong's shadow clones, eliminating them. When the Ape Lord Titus had transformed, Zhong was already filled with a sense of crisis. Against those sharp alloy blades, he had quickly summoned his blood radiance to block in front of him. Kacha. The sharp blade slammed into the blood radiances, and with a loud crack, a hole was torn as the blades pierced through. After that, Zhong retreated explosively, barely evading that dangerous strike. He could sense that the sharp blades were not simple, and they were not something his second-order god-devil body might be able to defend against. Since the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus had managed to force Zhong back, his body continued to flicker forward as he charged towards Zhong without losing his momentum. In that instant he appeared right before Zhong once more, his fist moving too fast for the naked eye to see as it punched towards Zhong. Due to the momentum and his insane speed, Zhong had no way of evading, as he raised his right shoulder to block it forcefully. Hong. When the fist slammed into Zhong's right arm, a powerful force traveled up his shoulder, sending Zhong flying towards a wall as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt displaced as his blood flow was disrupted. He frowned and thought to himself, strong. This is a Type 8 powerhouse. After he transformed, he's even stronger than me. Near the end of evolution, it was increasingly harder for anyone to progress beyond a realm. The difference in strength between two powerhouses of the different realm would be huge as well. Even with Zhong's heaven-defying god-devil physique, against a Type 8 expert, it was truly exhausting. Chapter 1069, Suppressing Titus. The Type 8 Ape Lord Titus laughed savagely without giving Zhong any chance to breathe, and charged towards him in another flash, sending a fist towards his head. Ha! Die! At the moment when the fist was about to strike Zhong's eyes narrowed and suddenly flames erupted all around him. The area surrounding him as well as Titus started to blaze. Flame domain activate. Domain? You actually trained a domain? How is this possible? You're just a mere Type 7 human expert. How could you cultivate a domain? Titus saw the flames all around him and was filled with endless shock. He tried to retreat while activating the C-grade energy shield, as a translucent barrier appeared around him. Inside the palace, the blazing flames enveloped everything in its region, directly consuming Titus. Zhong also disappeared in a flash, melding into the flames. The flame domain was extremely young in nature, able to incinerate anything. Even a mountain would be reduced to nothing if wrapped in this domain. Within the flame domain, Titus's C-grade energy shield continued to distort, on the verge of collapsing any moment. His expression was extremely unsightly to behold. He gritted his teeth and with a stomp of his foot, he tried to shoot out. Inside this small region, against a powerhouse with the flame domain, it was death to remain here. As for the treasury, he could not care any more about it. After all, his own life was more precious. You want to escape? It's impossible. Get your ass back here. Within the flames, Zhong appeared suddenly like a specter, sending a fist explosively towards Titus. Dang. Following the loud collision, Ape Lord Titus was sent sprawling back into the flame domain, and the C-grade energy shield teetered on the edge of collapsing in the midst of the distortion. The eyes of Titus flashed fiercely as he continued to run, hoping to break through Zhong's defense. However, he was stopped again and again with no way of leaving the domain region. After a few times, he gritted his teeth, and extended a C-grade particle cannon from his chest. The C-grade cannon was able to injure, even kill, a Type 8 powerhouse if utilized properly. However, the stronger the weapon, the longer the cooldown. This time, Ape Lord Titus was being forced to a corner, and had no choice but to use this. The moment it appeared, a large amount of energy began to gather at its barrel, and in a flash, a powerful beam shot out at the flame domain. The might of the C-grade particle cannon was incredibly powerful, capable of destroying an entire city. The beam blasted through Zhong's flame domain, without diminishing, and punctured through the palace, revealing a huge hole. Zhong's flame domain also fell apart after that attack. Zhong might have comprehended domain, but he was not yet a Type 8 powerhouse. Thus, his domain could not withstand a strike from the C-grade particle cannon. At the instant the domain collapsed, Zhong had an impassive expression as he channeled his secret technique, the Yin-Yang Palm, and the powerful palm came descending from the skies, as though Buddha himself had just sent a palm down at Titus. Against that powerful Yin-Yang Palm, Titus, who had already consumed 50% of his power, raised both hands, and used all his strength to hold on. Gotcha. The C-grade energy shield that had withstood the countless attacks burst apart like an egg shell, and the Yin-Yang Palm continued downwards, flattening Titus as though he was a piece of dough made into bread. Zhong shot forward and grabbed out, piercing through the smart chip that was still intact and pulled it out with all his strength. The moment Titus's chip was pulled out by Zhong, his body quickly extended out, reforming into the form of that huge age as he slammed a fist towards Zhong. The smart chip in Zhong's hands continued to struggle as though it was alive, trying to escape from his grasp. Zhong then retreated, while he allowed Bai Yi on his right hand to reach out with some cables and plug them into Titus's smart chip. A huge amount of data then flowed into Titus's chip, as the huge ape shuddered to a stop. Bai Yi suddenly spoke out, "Master, the sentience of a Type 8 mech is truly powerful. I will need at least a day to complete override him." "I'm sorry." Zhong replied, "No problem, so be it. I'll give you the time." The higher the level of the sentience, the harder it was to infiltrate and override. If it were the Type 9 mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting himself, even Bai Yi had no means to wash him. In fact, if she were to use her cables to link up, there was a possibility of being overridden herself. After suppressing Titus, Zhong waved his hands and kept the Ape Lord frame into his storage ring, before looking at the palace once more. Currently, due to Zhong's flame domain, a huge portion of the palace had already melted. However, right on top of an altar, there was a white sphere that was glowing brightly, allowing the altar to remain intact. Zhong walked over to the altar, taking a look at that white sphere with curiosity. "What is this?" When his gaze landed on the sphere, he noticed that within it, there was a space, and in it, there were countless resources, natural treasures and precious armors. "This is a spatial treasure. It's even bigger than my storage ring." Zhong celebrated and reached out for it. When he grabbed it and pulled quickly, intending to take it away, he was met with an unbelievable resistance, no matter how much strength he exerted. He swept that huge treasure trove a look and frowned. "Damn it! This treasury is not easy to take." At this moment, there was a notification in his mind. "Your storage ring has discovered a space crystal. The system can help you merge them with a fee of 1,000,000 survivor coins. Do you want to proceed?" Zhong was overjoyed as he made his choice. Merge them. As the leader of China, Zhong had collected so much survivor coins. While 1,000,000 of them was impossible to fork out for others, to him, it was as simple as flipping his hands. In truth, after becoming the leader of China, Zhong had come to own countless pieces of system equipment. However, the highest that he had come across was only in the bronze tier, and they were not of much use to him now. In any case, he had amassed quite the sum of survivor coins because they were incredibly useful. A bright, profound rune shot out from the storage ring and landed on the white sphere. The sphere swiftly flew out and turned smaller into a bean as it got absorbed into the ring. White Silver Grade Treasure Ring Universe Ring. This is a storage ring that had evolved upon absorbing a spatial crystal. It can hold a universe within. The moment the white sphere combined with the storage ring, a powerful message appeared within Zhong's consciousness. With a though, he sent his will into the ring, and realized that his storage ring had become incomparably vast, as though capable of hosting an entire universe within it. At the same time, inside there were many mech beasts, mech armors, and all sorts of treasures and mutant beast nuclei. Zhong looked at the treasury and was elated. "Rich? I've become rich. With this treasury, against this damned mech empire, I finally have some capital against them. There's hope for us humans. I need to leave now and quickly transform these resources into strength. Otherwise they're just that, items." Zhong made a decision and quickly escaped for the outside. In a few breaths, he had already charged out of the palace, and was greeted with the still ongoing battle between the young Star Lord and the Phoenix Wings Lord. Although the young Star Lord was strong and talented, with a good grasp of the constellation domain, she had been sealed for far too long, and her strength had suffered. Against the attack of the Phoenix Wings Lord, she was gradually at a losing end. At the same time, there were already 35 Type 7 mechs gathered behind the Phoenix Wings Lord, forming a large array, and revealed a might that was not weaker than a Type 8 powerhouse. The young Star Lord was seemingly holding out against 2 Type 8 powerhouses. If it was not for her constellation domain being freakishly strong, she would have been suppressed or defeated a long time ago. "This brother, since you have gained something good, why not join forces with me and wipe out these metal cans?" At the moment when Zhong got out of the palace, the young Star Lord swept Zhong a look. as a powerful spiritual force was transmitted into his consciousness. Chapter 1070, Joining Hands with Xing Bing Yun. Yu Zhong's heart trembled with shock. This woman is dangerous. To think she actually discovered my presence. What kind of treasure or skill does she possess? After all, he was currently in his stealth armor, and all signs of his presence hidden. As long as he does not act, it would be impossible to detect him. Yet this young Starlord actually called out to him accurately. Yu Zhong did not hesitate as he agreed and transmitted back, "All right. We'll work together to take out these machines." The might of the Mech kingdom was too large and vast. Even if Yu Zhong obtained a treasury, their strength was still on different levels. If there was anything he could do to chip away at the strength, he would gladly do so. Relying on the stealth armor, he made his way noiselessly towards the array formed by the 35 Type 7 mechs, and the countless Type 6 and Type 5 mechs. In that instant he suddenly burst forth with a powerful killing intent, grabbing for the head of one Type 7 sentient mech. The mech had his attention on the young Starlord and was not prepared at all. His head was immediately crushed by Yu Zhong along with the smart chip. After killing that mech in a single hit, he immediately activated his flame domain, which was able to melt even a Type 8 powerhouse, as the flames enveloped all the mechs. At that moment, everything in a 3 kilometers radius was shrouded in flames, and many of the lower-leveled ones melted into puddles of liquid metal. If the 34 Type 7 mechs were to face Yu Zhong in a frontal clash, working together they could maybe deal with him. However, since they were caught off guard and were instantly wrapped in the flame domain, in just a second they melted. The might of the flame domain was too domineering. If Yu Zhong had used any other methods he would have to expend more energy in order to get rid of them. However, the flame domain took care of them in a second. When they Type 8 Phoenix Wings Lord saw Yu Zhong taking out all 35 of his Type 7 subordinates, his expression turned as he roared out in rage, "What? Flame domain? There's actually a human Type 8 powerhouse here. Xing Bing Yun, you're truly shameless and despicable. Just you wait, when His Majesty returns, all of you will die here." After that, he flapped his wings and turned into a beam of light as he disappeared within a mechanical track. Yu Zhong swept the direction a look with a gaze of regret. If the Type 8 Phoenix Winged Lord did not flee, he might have been able to suppress or even kill him with the help of the young Starlord. The strength of a Type 8 powerhouse was shocking. Yu Zhong had no confidence in killing them in a blow. That was why he chose to ambush the Type 7 mechs. In the skies, the constellation domain retracted, and the graceful, immortal-like Bing Xing Yun came over towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gazed at her and retracted his flame domain, appreciating the beauty walking towards him. Bing Xing Yun was heaven-defying cultivation genius, her aura extraordinary with a hint of holiness. It was the first time Yu Zhong had seen someone like her. Luo Qingqing was similar in almost all the aspects, but she just paled in comparison by that little bit. As a Type 8 powerhouse, Bing Xing Yun had tyrannical strength and exuded a self-confidence that added more to her charm. When she reached in front of him, she reached out with her fair hands and smiled, "I'm Bing Xing Yun. This brother, you had taken the chance when I was battling the Phoenix Winged Lord to sneak into the palace, obtaining some of the treasures within. Don't you think that you should give me some?" His thoughts flashed and he suggested, "I'm Yu Zhong. Miss Xing Bing Yun, there's naturally your share, but before that we should leave this place." With her aid, Yu Zhong was more confident about leaving the Mech Empire city. She frowned slightly and replied with her clear nightingale-like voice, "The two of us can work together and wipe out even more Type 8 powerhouses. Combined with the 9-headed Dragonhawk, it is not impossible to take down this Mech Empire city. Why not work with us to destroy it?" The Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting was at the front lines, fighting against the Ghost Clan. There were only Type 8 powerhouses holding the fort right now. If it was not for the fact that the entire city was a treasure in itself, it would have long been torn apart by the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Currently, it was truly the best time to wreak havoc. Yu Zhong frowned, "No. That 9-headed Dragonhawk is unstable emotionally, we don't even know what he truly thinks. Once the city is destroyed, our fates will be in his hands. It's not safe. I need to take the chance to leave as soon as possible. Miss Xing Bing Yun, if you want to stay, I won't stop you, we can bid our goodbyes here." Zhong hated leaving his fate in other people's hands. He had never even communicated with the nine-headed Dragonhawk, nor was there any feelings. If the city was destroyed, there would be no one left to hold the nine-headed Dragonhawk in check. Who knew what he would do then? Wait a minute. Xing Bing Yun's brows arched as she assessed Zhong. Zhong, you must not be from this planet Galastar, right? Most humans here have been suppressed heavily, never exceeding the Type 6 realm. Furthermore, if there had been such an expert like you hiding in the shadows, they would have long since been suppressed or eliminated. Your appearance coincides with the appearance of the Gate of Hell, so you must be from the other side. The fact that you comprehended a domain in the Type 7 realm, you must be an oracle with the God and Devil imprint, am I right? As she mentioned the word oracle, her brows lifted and there was a glint in her eyes. Zhong immediately became guarded, his energy coursing through his body ready for battle. He then chuckled indifferently, that's right, I'm an oracle. The moment the God and Devil imprint was mentioned, the atmosphere turned strange, and there was a guarded feeling from both parties. Oracles could use the God and Devil imprint to absorb life force and evolve faster. However, they were just like other experts having to break through, except they were usually geniuses. If a peak Type 8 mutant beast were to devour Zhong successfully and make use of the God and Devil imprint, it could definitely shed its past self, and evolve to the Type 9 stage, living over tens of thousands of years. Few could resist the temptation of such a heaven-defying resource. Xing Bing Yun laughed lightly. Zhong, you don't have to be worried. I, Xing Bing Yun, am not the type to kill my own kind just to become stronger. Since you're an oracle, I have a request, that is, I hope that you can bring us from the star Luo to your world. Zhong arched his eyebrows. Isn't the rule of the gates of hell that Type 7 powerhouses cannot cross? As a Type 8 expert, it is impossible to cross. Xing Bing Yun continued to put on a bright, clear smile. That's not true. Every oracle has the ability to bring powerhouses away from worlds, to pass through the gates of hell. This is one of the largest advantages of an oracle. Without this, as well as ample protection, our human race would have already been wiped out long ago, without a shred of hope. Although that mighty God had caused calamity to befall upon us, he had also left a shred of hope, which is the oracle of every generation. Zhong's heart shook and felt a sense of fear on hindsight, so this was the case. Thankfully, I had conquered China and transcended into the second world, becoming an oracle. Otherwise, how would our fates be? In the end, the whole of Earth would have been consumed by so many strange species. The road of evolution is truly tough. One small mistake and everything would fall apart. If it was not for risk, there would be no reward. In the end, one can't really escape from death. Had Zhong not conquered China in time, and entered the second world to obtain the God and Devil imprint, he would have just been an ordinary Type 5 powerhouse at most, not his current stage, one who had comprehended domain and could walk around Earth unbridled. As he organized his thoughts, he quickly made the decision. Since that's the case, let us go now. Xing Bing Yun was a true Type 8 powerhouse. With her holding the fort, China would have another trump card. If she had any bad intentions, then Zhong would utilize all his trump cards, even if it resulted in heavy losses on both sides. Having made that decision, Xing Bing Yun brought all the experts of Star Luo to follow him. Zhong quickly returned to his residence, collecting Yu Ying and the rest before making his way out. All of a sudden, one bull-headed beast man with the wings of an eagle on his back led a bunch of his people to block Zhong and the rest, their faces unfriendly as he barked out, "Halt! Where do you guys think you're going? How come you aren't attacking the Mechs?" Chapter 1071, Fleeing Mech Empire City. Zhong frowned and stepped forward to bark, "Get lost. If you want to attack the city, go yourself, don't get in my way." Currently, the entire Mech Empire City was engaged against the nine-headed Dragonhawk, and it was the best opportunity to flee. Zhong did not want to waste a single moment here. After all, the city was a powerful treasure that could fight against the Type 9 powerhouse. If it was not for the nine-headed Dragonhawk grasping the attention of the city, Zhong and the rest would have long since been put down. Even if all the slaves within the city were to rise up and riot, they would not be able to withstand the suppression of the city. This was how terrifying it was. Deserters will die. The beast man with the bull head and eagle wings had a dangerous look, as he reached out with his hands, appearing in front of Zhong, grabbing towards his head viciously. He wanted to make an example out of him. The Beastman was a speed and strength type within the Type 7 powerhouses. They were well known for their close combat as well. In a small area they could suddenly explode forth and take out experts of the same realm. This bullhead Beastman was also an experienced fighter. His sudden attack was terrifying, and even the Saint Lord of the Saint Lands would have a 50% chance of succumbing to such a strike. The faces of Yu Ying and the rest fell as they shouted out, "Be careful, master." Miss Green and the rest also had ugly expressions. Only Xing Bing Yun maintained her smile, looking towards Yu Zhong in anticipation. Truly looking to die. I'm in need of a few Type 7 slaves anyway. You can fill those positions. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he used his dragon-catching claws and aimed for the beastman's head. A powerful dragon-shaped force slammed into the beastman, suppressing him on the ground. The beastman started to struggle frantically, his expression contorted as he roared, "How is this possible? You're just a mere human. How could you be so strong?" The physiques of humans were widely known to be weak, even at their Type 7 realm. However, this Type 7 beastman was actually suppressed by Yu Zhong. He could not believe it, not even when he had seen it with his own eyes. Other than Xing Bing Yun, everyone else present were shocked, not daring to believe their eyes. The gazes of Yu Ying and the rest were filled with idolization, as their love and respect for Yu Zhong increased another notch. Master is truly formidable. He's invincible. Ah, what's impossible about it? My strength is above yours, you guys can become my slaves. Yu Zhong had a fierce glint in his eyes as he stepped on the Type 7 beastman mercilessly, knocking him out with an outburst of his strength. At the same time he sent out a Type 7 puppet rune through his legs, into the head of the Type 7 beastman. Let go of my family head. Seeing Yu Zhong suppress the Type 7 beastman, the hundreds of bullheads were in shock, yet some of them pounced towards Yu Zhong in madness. Get the hell down. Yu Zhong swept them a look, his gaze turning frosty. His gravity manipulation burst out, and a terrifying gravitational force weighed down upon them. At that instant, the hundreds of them felt like a mountain was pressing on their back, causing their bones to creak loudly, as they were forced to the ground, immobilized. Only a dozen Type 6 was able to maintain standing, but their speed was reduced drastically. With a wave of his hands, a bright blood radiance swooped out, enveloping the hundreds of bullhead beastmen. In that instant they were all swallowed up and turned to dried corpses. Seeing how they all became corpses in a second, Miss Green and the rest of the Star Luo experts turned slightly pale. Strong. With his methods, if it was not for Xing Bing Yun being there, he could easily swipe up the rest of the Star Luo people as well. After a moment, the bullhead beastman that was subdued by Yu Zhong got up, responding with respect, "Ararowang greets master." Witnessing these, the people present were shocked once again. What the hell? Just like that? That was a Type 7 expert, what the hell did he do? That's quite sick, right? Even Xing Bing Yun had a serious look on her face. Such a method of subduing a slave was extremely strange and disturbing. While Xing Bing Yun could defeat a Type 7 powerhouse easily, she had no means of getting someone like that to willingly submit. Her brows arched as she chuckled, truly the envoy. If my guess is right, that should be the strength of a treasure of hope, right? Yu Zhong did not bat an eyelid as he replied, "That's right, it is the power of a treasure of hope." Although Yu Zhong was cooperating with Xing Bing Yun, there was a slight competition for leadership. Yu Zhong would not hand over the reins to such a mysterious and powerful woman. He had to flex his muscles from time to time, displaying what he was capable of just to keep them at bay. Otherwise, if something bad were to happen, it would be too late to try and make up for it. Right now on Earth, the human race was about to face countless superior species. Yu Zhong could only gather all the strength and cards he had, in order to have a sliver of hope. Unless he was forced to, he did not want to engage other human factions as much as possible. Xing Bing Yun chuckled and did not say anything after that. Let's go. Yu Zhong then led the rest towards the edge of the city quickly. Within the city, many species and races were present, and when they saw how easily Yu Zhong had subdued Ararowang, they were taken aback. Most of them evaded him, not willing to antagonize him. Soon they came to the border. At this time, the Mech Empire city was covered in a layer of a shield, not allowing anyone in or out. Xing Bing Yun walked up to the shield and pressed her hand to it lightly before frowning. Yu Zhong, this shield is too strong, it should be a D-grade one. It is currently utilizing the power of the city, and even a Type 9 powerhouse would not be able to tear through it. I have no way of getting past. A D-grade energy shield could withstand the hits of a Type 9 powerhouse, even those attacks that had spatial laws. No matter how strong Xing Bing Yun was, she was just a Type 8 expert and had no way of tearing this shield apart to flee the city. Miss Green suggested, "Why don't we go help the 9-headed Dragonhawk? If we destroy those key structures and take down the city in turn, at that time, we will naturally be able to flee." The Star Luo group all nodded in agreement, evidently in favor of attacking the city. Zhong also stepped up the shield and pressed it lightly. "No need, this shield has flaws. I can find an exit." The experts of the Star Luo group revealed doubtful expressions, but based on his previous display of power, no one dared to say it to his face. Facing their doubtful glances, Zhong's eyes narrowed as he activated his flame domain, and the blazing flames slammed into the shield, as they began to incinerate the D-grade energy shield. However, the flames that could burn even a Type 7 powerhouse was not able to do anything to the shield. Zhong then stepped into the region, and his hands began to blaze with the gold God Devil flames as he pressed them onto the shield. The moment the God Devil flames came in contact with the D-grade shield, it began to sizzle and crack, and a hole appeared in the shield that not even a Type 9 powerhouse could do anything against. The God Devil flames were one of Zhong's strongest cards. There was nothing they could not burn. With the support of the flame domain, their might was even more terrifying. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would slowly be burnt and incinerated if he or she was in contact with those flames. Of course, a Type 9 powerhouse would have plenty of moves. Zhong would be unable to get close, not to mention using the God Devil flames to burn the enemy. After a hole that could fit 2 people appeared in the shield, Zhong retracted his flame domain, barking out, "Move!" The people present were all decisive characters. Without any hesitation, they began to pour out the hole and escaped outside. After 20 of them escaped, the hole began to close up, forcing Zhong to utilize the same method once more. The process repeated for a number of times. Everyone present managed to escape from the Mech Empire capital. There are people who could escape from the city? You fellows, since you could escape, you must have the strength. Why didn't you stay inside and help me destroy the city? Damn you. Just as everyone managed to escape from the city, the enraged roar of the Type 9 9-headed Dragonhawk came from above. With his comprehension of space, he could sense anything within a 3 kilometers radius. If Zhong had been alone, it would not be so bad. Based on his methods, he could forcefully hide. However, there were over 100 Star Luo experts with him. They were naturally unable to escape the notice of the Type 9 mutant beast. Chapter 1072, The Strike of the Type 9 9-headed Dragonhawk. When he heard that voice, Zhong's face fell as he barked out, "Flee!" At the instant, a huge dragon claw of over 1,000 kilometers came crashing down in a destructive manner, aiming for the entire group. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Miss Green and the rest, even Yu Ying and her 2 sisters began to tremble, their faces full of fear, without any strength to move, as they stood there to receive the punishment of the dragon claw. The claw of the 9-headed Dragonhawk was carrying its innate dragon might. Even a Type 6 powerhouse could not resist the fear. Their strength would be reduced to 10% and could only watch as death loomed. This was the terror of a Type 9 powerhouse, and his ability to kill a Type 7 expert from over 1,000 li away. At the critical moment, Xing Bing Yun's eyes flashed as she stepped forward to channel her constellation domain, as the region wrapped around the dragon claw. Domain? This fellow has decent talent. Too bad you're obviously injured and your domain is lacking. Break for me. The icy words of the 9-headed Dragonhawk traveled through space, and in a flash the huge dragon claw glowed brightly, as an archaic and tyrannical energy blasted outward. The various constellations with the domain broke down and the whole domain itself shook violently before shattering. Seeing her own domain shattering, Xing Bing Yun's fair face flushed red as she spat out a mouth of blood. There was a look of unwillingness. Damn it. If it was not for me being sealed and my energy sapped from the fight earlier, this claw would not be able to injure me. Xing Bing Yun, take them away, I'll block him. Zhong stepped forward as he shouted, soaring into the sky and bore the brunt of the pressure. This man has some backbone. Xing Bing Yun glanced at Zhong standing in front of everybody, as a look of appreciation flashed past her eyes. She immediately turned around and swept up everyone in her constellation as she fled towards the distance. Zhong faced the dragon claw and could sense the terrifying might and vast strength. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Submit to me. Submit. The dragon claw carried the might of the Type 9 mutant beast, exuding an overbearing will that enveloped the area. Under that suppression, Zhong felt a deep fear within him, and an intense desire to kneel and express his subservience, awaiting judgment. Get lost. At that moment, an intense rage and shame welled up in him as he let out a mighty roar, breaking through the shackles in his heart. He charged into the skies, his hands exhibiting the seals of the Yin-Yang Palm, as he punched towards the dragon claw. The huge dragon claw clashed with Zhong's Yin-Yang Palm, and the resulting shockwave blasted outwards. Zhong's level 5 Yin-Yang Palm was instantly shattered by the dragon claw. However, due to his own power as well, the dragon claw dimmed a lot. Tearing through Zhong's Yin-Yang Palm, the huge dragon claw tore through space and slammed into Zhong's body. As a result, he was sent flying like an ant, shooting backward over 100 km, his bones broken and his internal organs suffering huge damage. He was like a broken lump of meat as he laid on the floor without any signs of life. In the skies, the condescending tone of the Type 9 nine-headed Dragonhawk sounded. Human, your strength was not too bad. You could even be called a hero among the Type 7 realm. However, challenging my might only results in death. Zhong's Yin-Yang Palm was incredible, its might on par with Type 8 powerhouses. However, in front of the Type 9 mutant beast, it was insufficient. Furthermore, the opponent had transcended a distance of 3 kilometers to attack. Had it been a frontal clash, that strike could have slapped Zhong into meat paste. After the nine-headed Dragonhawk felt that he slapped Zhong to death, he no longer paid any attention over here. His aim was to destroy the Mech Empire city as well as its structure, breaking the structure of Zuyuan Ting that had been his hard work. A Type 7 powerhouse was a mere ant in his eyes. A single slap was more than enough to deal with him. It was just like humans would not bother with a mere fly before handling any major matters. As for the lump of bloody meat, a finger suddenly twitched as a weak will sound out, "Bai, take me out of here." "Yes, master." From the lump of flesh, a swarm of mechanical cells flew out, forming into a white lizard. The lizard opened its huge mouth and took in the lump of flesh before swiftly crawling its way out. The white lizard was formed from mechanical cells, lacking biological life signs, and the distance was too far for the Type 9 nine-headed Dragonhawk to care. That lump of flesh was precisely Zhong. Having suffered such a hit, his body had almost collapsed. Only his brain remained intact. He had never suffered such a grievous injury before, and he was half a step from death. There was only his willpower keeping him going. It hurts. It hurts. It fucking hurts. My body hurts. It's killing me. I can't die. No. I must definitely not faint. Zhong was tortured by that intense pain, and he was on the verge of passing out. However, he gritted his teeth and bore the brunt of it. Currently, his second-order god-devil body was displaying its miraculous ability, regenerating all the broken parts of his body, including the bones, veins, and channels. His current state was horrible. If it were any other normal person, it would be death 10 times over. He could stay barely alive due to the god-devil body, and his incredible will. He could sense that if he fainted, it would truly mean his death. Die. Die. Just die. If you die, you'll be forever at peace. No more torment. Just die. The strong sense of death continued to loom over him as he tried to regenerate his body. Each time it formed, it would break apart in sharp stabs of pain. The attack of the Type 9 powerhouse had laws and might imbued within it. Therefore, while Zhong's physique was truly astounding, due to the difference in strength, it constantly corroded his healing body, preventing him from resurrecting. Zhong was resolute, however, and he continued to scream out in his mind, "I will not die. In the future, I'll be sure to come back and tear you limb from limb and roast you alive." Under that torture that could drive a person crazy, Zhong's second-order god-devil body continued to repair his body, finally forming a human shape. In the vast desert, a mech was riding a mech lizard moving forward. The mech was precisely Zhong piloting within, while the mech lizard was Bai Yi's current form. As they moved, Bai suddenly asked, "Master, are we going to meet up with Miss Xing Bing Yun?" Zhong had handed Yu Ying and the rest a locator. With it, he could easily find the position of Xing Bing Yun and the rest. Zhong thought and shook his head. No, it is too dangerous to meet with her right now. With his god and devil imprint, to an expert who knew about the uses of it, Zhong was basically a tonic. Although Xing Bing Yun seemed to be upright and just, he was not willing to risk his life. Before he met her, he must have the ability to preserve his life, otherwise he would not take the chance. Currently Zhong might have recovered his exterior, but his internal organs were still a mess. Any Type 7 powerhouse could kill him easily. At this stage, how could he dare to appear in front of Xing Bing Yun? Suddenly the desert trembled and with a swish, over 100 human militants jumped out, raising their ordinary particle cannons at Zhong. The leader, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet and wielding an A-grade particle cannon and equipped with full military gear, barked out, "Don't move. Do not resist, otherwise we will act and wipe you out, destroying your smart chip." The rest of them also stared venomously at Zhong, their muscles taut, prepared for a fight. Zhong frowned and asked, "Bai, why was there no warning?" Bai replied, "Master, they're using equipment that masked mechanical and electrical signals. I had no way of scanning for their presence. Furthermore, there are no satellites that I could use around here." So that's the case. Seems like the human resistance who could survive here in Galastar have some abilities. Zhong swept them a look and pressed a button. His outer mech then opened up to reveal himself as he spoke in a low voice, "I'm human, not some mech." Chapter 1073, Human Underground City. When they saw Zhong emerging from the mech, the leader heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he frowned and shot Zhong a suspicious look. Human. Each time the human resistance took on the mechs, it would be a grueling battle. If the mech they were hunting turned out to be too strong, then their losses would be huge as well. The human expert continued to ask, "Who are you? Why would you appear here?" Zhong had already prepared for such a contingency as he replied smoothly, "I'm from one of the Star Luo Universe's planets, Planet Lei Huang. My name is Wang Sheng, and this time, in order to save my young Star Lord, our forces had taken the chance when the 9-headed Dragonhawk attacked the city to infiltrate. In the end, I managed to steal a mech lizard to escape." The human leader took out a white box and pointed it at Zhong as it shone a green light. Before his expression relaxed, "You're truly a human. Since that's the case, come with us." Zhong replied, "Sure." Right now, since he was still injured, he needed to find a place to recover properly. He also needed to cultivate to erase the lingering will of the 9-headed Dragonhawk. The humans had been resisting against the mechs for a long time, and while their combat ability might not count for much, their evasive and hiding abilities were truly astounding. Even the satellites that covered the entire planet was not able to do anything about them. If the human base was found so easily, they would have been wiped out long ago. Inside Galastar, the Mech Kingdom and its sentient mechs were the rulers. Only the Type 9 9-headed Dragonhawk was able to resist the entire kingdom. Zhong followed the group through the desert, and when they came to an ordinary-looking sand dune, the leader retrieved a jade plate. The item immediately released a beam of light as it tore open the ground and revealed a deep tunnel that seemed to go on forever. The soldiers quickly got in. After Zhong entered, he immediately assessed his surroundings, discovering that there were many mechanical spheres. Other than that, nothing was out of the ordinary. At the same time, there were lights illuminating the tunnel, revealing the contents. There were many tunnels branching off, and the leader seemed to know it like the back of his hand, choosing specific ones as they maneuvered through the maze, heading deeper. After passing through the tunnels, having traveled almost 40 kilometers, they finally went through a mountain cave, and a huge underground city greeted Zhong. The city was not particularly lavish. Instead, it was ordinary with countless ordinary houses. The inhabitants were all carrying some form of firearms. Inside this city, regardless of the gender or age, everyone wielded a weapon, assessing their surroundings guardedly. Zhong even saw a young girl of about 10 carrying a particle cannon about the same size as her, and it was a disorienting sight. The leader then led Zhong towards a dirty water pipe, into a particular slum before saying, "I'm called Zhao Hao, welcome to our base, Wang Sheng. Before you go through our test, you can only stay here. After we have passed you and gained our trust, you will gain better treatment." Yu Zhong swept a look at the sallow humans with emaciated features, frowning slightly. He considered a while before nodding. Fine. In here your mech lizard will be confiscated. As long as you head out to battle, we will return the mech lizard to you. This is the rule. Zhao Hao then took out a smart chip, placing it on the head of the mech lizard and pressed a button. With a button, it imprinted something on it before he handed Yu Zhong. This is your proof of ownership as well as your ID. When we go out to battle, you can retrieve your mech lizard to battle. Yu Zhong took it silently and did not say much. He just wanted to recover his strength quietly. Once he was back to full health, this little base would not be able to hold him down. The mech lizard was just a Type 5 mech beast. Even if it was confiscated by this human base, he did not really care. Zhao Hao saw how Yu Zhong was so compliant and was extremely satisfied and reminded him, Wang Xing, if you want to be a part of us and gain more benefits, you need to obtain more merit. Hunting mutant beasts, entering the mech cities, stealing, bringing back resources, killing mechs, these can all be exchanged for points. Points are our currency, and with that you can purchase anything you want here. Yu Zhong seemed to have thought of something as he pointed at his mech lizard. Zhao Hao, this is a Type 5 mech beast, are you interested to buy it? There was a look of joy in Zhao Hao's eyes, but he frowned after. I am indeed intending to purchase a mech beast. Yours is really decent. In our city 67, it could be considered an elite equipment. Such a mech beast would be worth about 1 million points. I don't have that many, only 300,000, thus I can't afford it. A Type 5 mech beast was practically just cannon fodder to the mech kingdom. However, to the human resistance, they were a powerful piece of equipment. Each one was extremely expensive. When Yu Zhong saw that Zhao Hao had no intention to lie to him, he had a favorable impression of him and laughed out. Since you don't have enough, I'll deal for 250,000 points. I'm still new here and not too familiar with the place and people. I will need you to look out for me. To Yu Zhong, this Type 5 mech beast was nothing much. In his universe ring he still had over 100,000 of them. He could even gift this away without feeling a pinch. Having obtained the treasury, Yu Zhong was more confident of his assets now. When Zhao Hao heard that, he had an overjoyed look as he laughed out loud. Good. Good. Wang Xing, you're counted as my friend. Oh yes, this place is truly too unsuitable for you. Come, I have one more property over at the civilian district, I can let you have it. Yu Zhong chuckled, all right. Inside the slums, the conditions were terrible, with little to no security. If he was to meet some unknown people barging into his place while he was recuperating, he might be killed before he could react. They went back out the soiled pipe, where the stench was unbearable, and soon entered the civilian district. Inside here there were many houses built, but the density of the population was not too overcrowded. There was also order here and the streets were clean. Zhao Hao took Yu Zhong to an ordinary-looking house and chuckled, this is your new place. Yu Zhong assessed his surroundings, noticing that it was about 60 SQM, about the size of an ordinary two-bedroom unit on Earth. Zhao Hao then handed the identification card to Yu Zhong and chuckled again, I've already transferred 250,000 over, and handed the rights of this place to your name. From today onward, you are a civilian of our city 67. Yu Zhong put on a pale expression as he smiled back, many thanks, Zhao Hao. I would like to rest for now. Zhao Hao immediately made his way out, in that case I shall make a move first, go rest well. After he left, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, and his back broke out in sweat. Although he had forcefully regenerated his shape, every step was like a sharp stab to him. Having lost the mech lizard, every step was a torture to him. Fine, this place is safe, I can focus on recuperating. He sat on the bed and flipped his hand as a bottle filled with a clear silver heavenly treasure appeared in his hands, and he quickly gobbled it up. When the silvery liquid entered his chest, it turned into a powerful energy that nourished his body. That silvery liquid was incredibly precious. A single drop could help a peak Type 4 powerhouse to break through to the Type 5 realm. After absorbing the liquid, Yu Zhong flipped his hands once more, and a bright red 10,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng appeared, which he promptly consumed. The 10,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng was also precious, formed from an ordinary blood dragon ginseng having consumed the blood and flesh of a Type 9 powerhouse to form. If an ordinary Type 7 powerhouse were to eat this, there was a chance of a breakthrough into the Type 8 stage. As it was incredibly precious, there was only one such stock in the treasury of the Mech kingdom. When it was consumed by Zhong, there was a soft explosion as it turned into energy and began to course through Zhong's body, constantly strengthening him. As he willed it, he continued to retrieve all sorts of treasures to consume, before shutting his eyes and channeling the energy into rebuilding his body. Kacha. Kacha. Under the flow of the immense energy, it finally congealed within his sea of knowledge, transforming into gold energy, re-entering his body and into his blood. His blood began to shine a pure, bright gold, exuding a holy and powerful might that seemed archaic and capable of suppressing other races and species. Chapter 1074, Dark Saint Assembly. Break apart. You damn lingering will. As the gold blood congealed, Zhong's will roared out within his sea of consciousness. An immense force exploded forth, turning into a golden sword-like will that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and ripping space, slamming into the remaining will of the nine-headed Dragonhawk. Inside his will, there was a small-scale nine-headed Dragonhawk roaring frantically, exuding a pressure within his sea of knowledge. Die. 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 Go to hell. Go to hell. Only death can bring you eternal peace. The sword that carried Zhong's will sliced down on that Dragonhawk, and in that instant, a powerful and sacred will exploded forth, directly exterminating the beast. When he killed off the nine-headed Dragonhawk, Zhong could feel that some seal in his body seemed to have cracked open, as though nothing could hold him back anymore. He opened his eyes and two bright, gold beams shone. They were focused and resolute. He quickly sensed the changes in his body. I've been destroyed once, and after my rebirth I seem to have become stronger. However, in the metamorphosis, it would take another 3 days to fully evolve. Although I have not reached the third-order God-Devil body, my body has become stronger than before. Once I've fully recovered, my combat strength would have risen once more. Since he cleared the lingering will of the nine-headed Dragonhawk, his mood was comfortable, and he began to understand and comprehend will better. Most powerful existences had strong wills. While a Type 8 powerhouse might not be able to materialize will, a Type 9 powerhouse was able to exert such a force on their enemies. The Type 9 nine-headed Dragonhawk had crossed a distance of over 3 kilometers, using an attack imbued with his will to deal a fatal strike to Zhong, almost preventing him from resurrecting. It was almost impossible to withstand. Now that Zhong had comprehended will, once he recovered fully, even if the nine-headed Dragonhawk were to attack once more, he would not be afraid. Of course, if it were a frontal clash, then he could still be easily killed. Zhong stood up and saw that there were items on the table. He went through them curiously and almost understood what he saw. These are synthetic food. He was interested and took up one piece, putting it into his mouth. Let's see how it tastes like. Pah. This is not fit for a person's taste. Once the food was in his mouth, it released some strange sour taste, and there was a stench as well, and he could not help but spit out the food. As he shook his head, he walked out in large strides. The people here actually eat this sort of shit, what admirable palate. Currently, Zhong's body was still undergoing a metamorphosis. It required 3 days to complete. He wanted to make use of this chance to walk around the city. In the civilian district, there were many humans, and Zhong saw that their lives were much better than those in the slums. Their clothes were not too tattered, and every one of them had some form of weapon. Within this city, it was as though constant peril and fear weighed on every one of them, and only a weapon could make them feel safe. As Zhong walked without any weapons, many of them shot him strange looks. All of a sudden, in the civilian district, there were a bunch of men in black military uniform, and behind them were young girls of about 11 or 12, chained up and dragged along as they cried out pitifully. When they saw the men in uniform, almost every one of the civilian district quickly got out of the way, hiding within their homes, raising their own weapons in guarded defense. The originally bustling street was soon empty, leaving behind only Zhong alone. One of the militants, a burly and ferocious-looking man, saw Zhong standing quietly, and a savage glint flashed past his eyes. "Get the hell away! Don't stand in our way. Are you seeking death?" Zhong glanced at that man and frowned, speaking solemnly. "Who the hell are you guys? Why did you capture someone casually?" The burly man laughed out cruelly, pointing the ray gun in his arms at Zhong. "Haha, You don't even recognize us from the Dark Saint Assembly? Ignorant. Good, we lack slaves up there anyway. Even if you're a man, you should be worth some amount. Kneel down, otherwise this senior here will blow your brains out. Haha, this kid is ignorant to actually antagonize Master Zhong. He doesn't know death. This kid is dead. Who knows if he will be sold to the battlefront of the slave market. The rest of the militants beside Master Zhong began to laugh out in ridicule as they began discussing. Yu Zhong frowned, a killing intent flashing across his eyes. Slave? Since you guys are so arrogant and unbridled, does this City 67 not have rules? They actually allow you folk to walk around? That Master Zhong laughed out loud as his savage nature burst forth. Ha! Law. In this City 67, I am the heaven. I am the law. Whoever dares touch me will be put to death. You fool, you dare challenge me? You're going to die. For sure. I will capture you and put you into a pit full of donkeys fed with an aphrodisiac, and let you enjoy the taste of your asshole being torn open. Ah. Haha. In the midst of his laughter, Master Zhong directly hoisted his particle cannon and aimed at Yu Zhong's legs, before firing off with a vicious expression. There was a bright flash and the beam shot towards Yu Zhong. What a beast! Seems like there are areas in City 67 where the ugliness of humans still rears its head. Yu Zhong sighed and disappeared from his position. The next instant he was already in front of Master Zhong, waving his hand as Master Zhang's right arm flew in the air. At the same time, he made a grab for the particle cannon and aimed it at Master Zhang's head in a slick motion. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Having his right arm sliced off, Master Zhang screamed out like a pig being slaughtered. When he saw the particle cannon pointed at his head, he was so frightened that he pissed himself as warm yellow liquid came down his waist. He suppressed the pain and quickly got on his knees, pleading out of fear, "Lord, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the man of Black Widow, Lu Manyu. If you kill me, you're going against the entire City 67. Spare my life, the Black Widow would give you benefits. Please don't kill me." Yu Zhong shot him a disdainful glance. What a useless trash. When you opened fire earlier, if I wasn't strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you? It's kind of late for you to plead, isn't it? Just die. A bright flash occurred, and the beam directly pierced through Master Zhang's head, bursting it apart like a watermelon, causing him to die instantly. You killed Master. You're dead. No one can save you now. The Black Widow is going to kill you. You're finished. The rest of the militants following Master Zhang saw how he had been killed, and their expressions turned to one of shock, as they began to fire at Yu Zhong wildly. Since Master Zhang was dead, the moment Black Widow turned furious, they would all be branded as slaves or killed. Only by bringing Yu Zhong in, dead or alive, would they have a chance. In that instant, a dozen particle beams shot at Yu Zhong. Seeking death. There was a cold light in his eyes, and with a tap of his foot, he disappeared. The dozens of beams slammed into his afterimage, not hurting him in the slightest. In the next moment, dozens of his shadow clones appeared in front of each militant, firing off beams at their heads. With a flash of beams, the dozens of militants from the Dark Saint Assembly had their heads explode, leaving only 5 of them. Yu Zhong swept the remaining 5 members a cold look and barked out coldly, "Kneel or die." Feeling the threat, all of them turned ashen as they got on the ground and kowtowed profusely, "Sir, spare us. Please. Spare our lives. Spare our lives." Yu Zhong swept them a cold look and asked, "What is this Dark Saint Assembly? Who is the Black Widow? Tell me everything about this city truthfully." The soldiers quickly replied, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Sir, we'll say. We'll say." Chapter 1075, The Black Widow. Wherever there were people, there would be competition, there would be light as well as darkness. The Black Widow Lu Manyu was a huge idol in every member of the resistance. Making use of the authority of the higher-ups, Lu Manyu had started her own Dark Saint Assembly, running things on the side as well as conducting shady businesses. The poor and the people in the slum were those who were weak and had poor backgrounds, ordinary folk. The Dark Saint Assembly would usually enter the slums to traffic someone up to other places. They were overbearing and tyrannical but did not enjoy the perks that other people in power did. Lu Manyu was a person who knew how to work her charms. Most of the higher-ups treated her well, and everyone worked together, doing things fearlessly. In truth, most of the ordinary people in the slums were taken away without warning and sold without any future. Zhong frowned and sighed. You guys are all already hiding out here like rats with bad enough circumstances, but to think that there are those who would act against their own kind. Truly inhumane beasts. Fools. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Those on Galastar had to hide underground without seeing the sun. There did not seem to be any hope of winning the Mech kingdom, nor returning to the surface. Hence, in the thousands of years, the upper echelon had been starting to rot and drop, and they began to chase after pleasures and sick depravities. Furthermore, in the distribution of the resources, the ones at the top wanted more, thus they decided to do away with more from the lower levels, thus the slums became their target. Zhong swept those little girls a look, noticing that they were all emaciated and malnourished, looking like dried fishes. They were so skinny that it was almost inhuman, and their eyes were filled with fear. He spoke warmly, "Those men from the Dark Saint Assembly have been killed by me, you are all free to go home." The girls exchanged looks but no one turned to leave. The tallest and presumably oldest stepped forward and kneeled on the ground as she started to plead while sobbing, "Big brother, we were all captured by them. If the Dark Saint Assembly got wind that we escaped home, we will be captured once again and tortured. This time even our families will be dragged in. Please, please take us. We're willing to be your slaves and we will do whatever you want of us. Please." The rest all began to kneel as they echoed after the girl in the lead, "Please take us away. We're willing to be your slaves." In this underground city, these human kids matured from a young age, knowing how to utilize weapons at the age of 10 and learning of the darkness of the world. Since they grew up in the slums, they knew clearly that only someone who had extended some form of kindness as Zhong would be the only way out. As Zhong watched this, he frowned and felt helpless. Damn, it feels like something troublesome has happened. If he were alone, then even if his strength had not recovered inside this city, he could walk around unfettered. However, if he brought these girls along, then he would have an additional responsibility and had to ensure their safety. Defending was always harder than being on the attack. The lead girl saw that Zhong was hesitating, and she crawled over like a kitten, hugging his legs as her tears flowed. "I'm begging you, big brother, save us." He continued to ponder before his gaze sharpened at last and asked the girl, "All right, I'll take you girls in. What is your name?" There was a look of joy in the girl's eyes as she replied quickly, "Master, I'm called Apple." She was intelligent and knew their background was poor. Even if they followed him, they were just slaves. They wanted to live on, even if it was going to be with a lowly status. "Apple, gather the rest, then follow this uncle, he will ensure your safety." With a thought, there was a rip in the void and White Bones stepped out, standing beside Zhong quietly. Apple saw the unearthly means that Zhong had and was shocked as she replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Zhong swept a look at those trembling members of the Dark Saint Assembly. "Let's go. Take me to see your Black Widow." The few militants responded shakily, "Yes. Yes." Zhong waved his hands as atmospheric energy shrouded the group of soldiers. He then brought them up into the air as he flew towards the center of the city with the rest of them in tow. Apple watched on in awe. "My master is so strong." The rest of the girls looked on at the immortal like Zhong, with similar gazes of adoration and respect. All the humans in the underground city were exceptionally fearful of powerhouses. Such an expert could easily obtain whatever they wanted. These girls had lived pitifully for a long time, thus they naturally hoped for their master to be someone strong. Only then they could live a better life. In the center of City 67, there was a huge villa of about 4 to 5 stories, each of them easily tens of acres. Inside these villas, there were all sorts of strange plants and flowers, giving off interesting scents. There were pools and amenities at the same time. The entire place was illuminated at all times, allowing the inhabitants to feel like they were on the surface. In this world below, in order to construct such a setting, the expenditure was high, especially the villa alone. Every day they had to spend a Type 3 mutant beast nucleus in order to maintain it. If the entire City 67 was to be given the same amenities, then the expenditure could easily be astronomical. Beside the swimming pool of one particular residence, there was an incredibly sexy woman with an alluring body, thick lips, her long lush hair wavy and healthy. She looked slightly snobbish as she laid comfortably on a sunchair. On either side of this top beauty were a dozen naked men with handsome looks and muscular physiques. They were either massaging her or licking her legs like shameless dogs. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman frowned, her eyes filled with a vicious gaze as she waved her hand, and the whip she was carrying struck the back on one of the men, causing a deep and bloody gash. Damn slave. Use more strength. Did you not eat enough? Better be careful, lest I throw you to the cage and feed my precious. The man who was struck heavily only revealed a look of shock and fear instead of pain as he kowtowed profusely. Mercy, master. Mercy. This beauty was the renowned Black Widow Lu Manyu of City 67. The precious she was referring to was a mutant dog that fed on human flesh. Once thrown into the cage, the man would be dead. Lu Manyu swept the man a disdainful gaze. She waved her hands. Drag him away, this trash. Compared to little Zhong, he's truly lacking. There's no manliness in this one. Feed him to my precious. The man was frightened out of his wits as he began to kowtow even more angrily. Master. Spare me. Master. Two black suit experts shot forwards out of the dark, grabbing the man casually as they dragged him away and threw him into a cage. Inside the cage, there was a burly Type 3 mutant dog the size of a lion, its eyes flashing with a cruel light. Seeing the man thrown into the cage, the Type 3 mutant dog had a savage expression as it pounced towards the man. Soon, the screams of the man rang out as meat and blood splattered everywhere, as he was ripped to pieces by the mutant beast. All the slaves who were waiting on for Lu Manyu began to tremble with pale faces. As for the Black Widow, she laughed out in perverted ecstasy, her face drunk with pleasure. All of a sudden, the communication device beside her rang out. Her face fell as she barked out, "Scram within 2 seconds, otherwise, you will be fed to the dogs." The men became frightened as they quickly ran out within a breath. After they left, Lu Manyu pressed her button, and there was a bright light that flashed, revealing a figure of an old man with freckles and a huge nose. He was wearing a suit as his eyes flashed with a crafty light. Lu Manyu began to exert her charm as she spoke coquettishly. "Godfather, why are you only free now to find you? You really misses you. You haven't doted on me for a long time. I'm so lonely. I've missed you so." Chapter 1076, Killing the Black Widow. The big-nosed old man laughed out obscenely. "Ha, little precious. I've not seen you in a long while. In a few days I'll be over there for a short while. When that time comes I'll treat you well." "Ah." He then turned serious. "All right. Precious, go get Beck and the rest ready. I want a troop of 10,000 elites ready for battle any time. In these 2 days there will be orders for you." When Lu Manyu heard this, she lost her composure. "Godfather, we only have about 7,000 elites in this underground city. How could we gather 10,000? The big-nosed old man immediately turned icy as he barked. "Oh, so your wings have grown, eh? You dare go against my orders? This matter, even if you can't, you'll have to. If you won't, you better scram the hell back. I'll get someone else to take over your position." Lu Manyu turned pale when she heard this, her voice turning softer. "No. I'll do it. Godfather, I'll definitely do it. I will settle whatever you ask of me." She knew his character. If she went against his wishes, not only would her position be taken away, when she went back, she would lead a life worse than a dog. The big-nosed uncle then nodded with satisfaction. "Humph, that's right, go get yourself cleaned up. I will head over any time in these few days." After that, his figure disappeared. Seeing that the old man was gone, Lu Manyu's face turned incredibly venomous, and contorted with rage as she spoke in a low voice. "Damn old fart, one day, your mother, I will let you see how terrifying I can be." Lu Manyu might just be a pawn and pet of the old man right now, but she was filled with hate and vengeance towards him. However, she knew clearly that she could be this unbridled, and everyone was afraid of her, purely because of the godfather behind her. Without him, she would just be anybody's toy, her life and fate out of her hands and worse than hell. After venting her hatred, she screeched like a shrew, "Men! Throw those men to my precious." The black-dressed security guards came out from various dark corners, dragging those well-built slaves towards the cage. The Black Widow was a vicious woman, killing off all those men that had relations with her, otherwise if the godfather knew it would be trouble. Furthermore, it was pleasurable for her to watch them being torn apart, as though she was in control over their lives. No. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. The men all revealed expressions of fear and despair, as they screamed out and begged for their lives. However, Lu Manyu just smiled viciously, watching them as they headed towards their deaths. What an ugly, venomous woman. Right at this time there was a voice, causing Lu Manyu to turn around, only to see Zhong walking over, followed by 5 militants of the Dark Saint Assembly. Seeing him, Lu Manyu's expression turned as countless thoughts flashed past her mind. She quickly exerted herself. Who are you? She was extremely fearful of death, and in this villa, there were over 30 Type 4 experts. And yet, Zhong had been able to walk in without raising alarms, meant that he was not simple. Zhong's eyes were blazing as he shot her a look, like a king that was looking at this beautiful but poisonous flower. Black Widow Lu Manyu, are you the one controlling this city, capturing numerous people of the slums to sell as slaves? Her face changed as she revealed a pitiful expression. It was not me. It's those above who forced me. I'm just their puppet, they're you. I'm not in control over my own life. I can't go against their orders. Her acting was truly worthy of an Oscar if there was one here. At this moment, she truly looked like someone who had been forced against her will, a weak lady who truly deserved pity. In truth, she had managed to hook the Godfather around with her acting, playing countless ploys to be separated from the numerous slave girls she was a part of, gaining the power and authority she had today. Zhong sighed in admiration. What good acting! If I had not seen you throwing those fellows to the dog, I would have believed you. Truly admirable, commendable. Any Oscar winner would pale in comparison with her. After all, in order to live on, she could truly pull off any character. Had the old Godfather seen through her, she would have died a long time ago. Under the sort of pressure, how could she not be amazing? In a flash, 2 Type 4 experts burst out from the shadows, slashing their weapons at Zhong viciously. You want to kill me? Too weak. Zhong laughed indifferently without even turning around. He slapped out casually as though he was swatting flies. At that moment, the 2 experts exploded where they stood, their body parts splattering everywhere. Type 6 powerhouse. Seeing his prowess, the rest of the experts were stunned silly and did not dare act. There was a sense of invincibility exuding from Zhong, affecting their states of mind. Among the human resistance on Galastar, the strongest was at most Type 6. In the whole rebel force, there were only 3 such experts termed as the Third Kings. They were also the leaders of the rebel force. Everyone knew Type 6 powerhouses to be invincible, thus no one was willing to act against Zhong. Lu Manyu's face fell as she immediately went to the ground, revealing a respectful expression, while trying to flaunt her worth. So you're an esteemed Type 6 powerhouse. Sir, please take me in. I'm willing to be your slave. I'm well learned and can help you run a city. I can help you raise top slaves and help you gain favor. I will help you acquire City 67 as well. Please take me in even if I have to be your bitch. I'm willing. She was clear that she was just an ant in front of a Type 6 master. If Zhong wanted to kill her, no one could save her, thus she could only plead for her life. Zhong chuckled. Smart, capable, and among the women I have met, you can easily be in the top 50. Hearing those praises, Lu Manyu felt a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, Zhong's next sentence sent her straight to hell. However, your character is too venomous and you're too ambitious. Because of you, who knows how many have died. I can't pardon you. You should be fed to your dog. With that, he waved his hands and sent Lu Manyu soaring towards the cage. In a flash, she was directly sent rolling into the cage with the mutant dog. The mutant dog saw Lu Manyu, and a savage look flashed in its eyes, as it pounced over with its jaws open to bite at her. There was a look of despair in her eyes as she screamed, "No, precious. I'm your mother. No. Don't eat me. Help. Help me." Within seconds, the vicious woman was eaten by her own reared mutant dog. After that, Zhong took out his particle cannon and fired it at the mutant beast. Zhong swept the trembling experts a cold look. Are you guys submitting or intending to die? They immediately got down on their knees as they swore, "We're willing to work for Sir." In this underground city where things were chaotic, the strong reigned. A Type 6 expert could easily sweep through the entire City 67, thus to them, it was an honor to work for such an expert. Zhong spoke indifferently, "All right. Get up then." One of them then suggested, "Sir, I know of the place where the rest of the upper echelon resides, let me take you there." Zhong responded, "Good. What's your name?" The black-suited expert replied, "I'm called Wang Ren." Zhong spoke, "Wang Ren, lead the way, I'll remember your contribution." Wang Ren celebrated in his heart, "Thank you, sir." Under his lead, Zhong directly went out of the villa, heading towards where the rest of the upper echelon were. Chapter 1077, Taking Over City 67. Inside a villa, a burly man with a knife scar on his face was currently watching a stage with a cruel expression. On the stage, two young girls of about 11 or 12, wearing white leather suits, were currently wielding sharp blades as they slashed at each other in a crazed manner. Their gazes were savage while their bodies were covered in blood. They were just like wild beasts. The burly, scarred man laughed savagely, "Not bad. Kill her, Aisha. After you do, I'll let you have meat and cakes tonight. Ha ha ha." One of the girls, with golden hair and blue eyes, and her little mounds were developing, had a fierce glint in her eyes. She roared out in rage and charged towards the other girl, who was black. "You're a beast." Right at this time, Zhong's enraged voice sounded. The scarred man turned around and his face sunk, barking out, "Who the hell are you? Men, capture him." "There's no need to shout, all your men are already dead. You can go to hell too." Zhong shot the man a cold look as his killing intent billowed out. The particle cannon in his hands fired straight at the head of the man. A particle beam immediately blasted through the head of the scarred man. This was the top expert of City 67, Type 5 powerhouse Zhang Tong. His strength was decent and he was vicious and decisive, having killed countless experts. However, against Zhong's strike, he could not even react as his head directly exploded. Strong. He actually killed Zhang Tong before he could react. Truly too strong. Behind Zhong, Wang Ren and the other soldiers that had submitted were all wearing expressions of shock, their fear towards Zhong deepening. After all, Zhang Tong was the top expert in City 67, and anyone who had challenged him in the past had been reduced to bones. Many hated him but were unable to do anything to him. At the same time, he was considered the city mayor, in charge of the 90,000 people here. Once he killed Zhang Tong, Zhong shot the podium a look, his brows furrowing. The two slave girls who were dressed indecently were still wielding their weapons, intent on claiming each other's lives. Zhong then barked out suddenly, imbuing his powerful will into his voice, "Stop." Under that pressure, the two girls felt a huge sense of fear well up in them, as they released their weapons and got on the ground, staring at Zhong in fear. Zhong looked at them, riddled with injuries, as he sighed silently, "There are truly too many beasts in this underground city. Trapped in this place without the power to end things, they have all truly degenerated. Wang Ren, go get some people to take care of them." Zhong gave this order and turned around to leave. He still had to clear more of the trash. Wang Ren responded respectfully, "Yes." Zhong only needed to channel his Type 6 strength for now, but it was enough to walk around unbridled. The upper echelon was not his match, and they were either captured or killed by him within a short period. Just like that, he swept through the city, taking out all the human trash. By the time he was done, there were only 3 people left. One of them was called Zhao Song, in charge of the noble district as well as the security of the civilians. One other, called Lu Li, was the governor of the civilians. He was an honest and old-fashioned man. The last was called Jin Tu, the vice commander of the armed forces of City 67. He was a military man, and while slightly lustful, the women who followed him did so willingly. In truth, many of the officials would be able to get many women the moment they expressed their intentions. However, it was just that they felt like these women were not interesting, unable to satisfy their sickest desires. That was why they did so many despicable things. Once City 67 was in his hands, Zhong sent someone for Apple and the rest. Inside the villa that Lu Manyu had resided in, Zhong sat at the main seat, looking at Zhao Song, Jin Tu, Lu Li, and Zhao Hao, the 4 new heads of the city. Zhao Hao looked at Zhong, emitting a strong pressure with a complicated gaze. He had not expected the ordinary man he picked up in the desert to possess a Type 6 strength, directly winning City 67 with one fell swoop, and instating him as an official. Yu Zhong swept Zhao Song a gaze and asked, Zhao Song, do you know where the human headquarters are? These officials had foregone progress, instead rotting in their morals and behavior. Yu Zhong was already striking them off as dead in his mind. If he knew where the headquarters was and not too much time was needed, he did not mind taking a trip to wipe them out. Lord, I don't know. Zhao Song shook his head as he explained, it's not only me but even the head Zhang Tong did not know where it is. The Mech kingdom has powerful brainwashing procedures, which we are powerless against. Hence, the upper echelons are all mysterious. We only know that there are a total of 127 underground cities, and there are no communications between the cities. Only the central headquarters will initiate the communication and give us orders. Yu Zhong then thought, so secretive? That's how they've managed to evade being discovered. The humans here are not simple too. It's a pity there's corruption in the higher echelons already. He then asked, Lu Manyu was from the headquarters. Zhao Song replied, that's right, Lord. Lu Manyu was from the headquarters. However, before she left, she had been blindfolded and transported in a secretive transport vehicle as well. She did not know where it is either. There was a sense of disappointment. So secretive, seems like it's not possible to take over these underground cities. He had initially intended to take the humans on Galastar, but since the headquarters was so mysterious, he was helpless too. Yu Zhong then looked at Jin Tu. Jin Tu, did they tell you why they needed 10,000 elites? He had overheard the contents of the conversation between Lu Manyu and the headquarters, thus he was curious to find out why they required 10,000 elites. Jin Tu replied quickly, this subordinate does not know. Yu Zhong frowned as he looked at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, go organize some people and hand out food orderly to the slums, before grouping them in groups of 500 to train up. Zhao Hao had a look of joy. Yes, sir. The people in the slums were truly pitiful, living like rats. Even that rubbish-like synthetic food was given to them only once a week. Yu Zhong's act of giving out food right now was purely based on sympathy. At the same time, gathering soldiers from the slums gave them a way out, a form of work. After that, he gave a few more orders that require little manpower but could help to garner support before dismissing them. He was preparing for his body to recover fully, before leading the people of City 67 away from here and back to Earth. Before that, he was not intending to carry out huge changes that would only cause them to be disoriented. After that, he headed towards the pool in the villa. Lu Manyu had spent resources to beautify the place and fill it up with amenities, thus Yu Zhong wanted to enjoy himself in the pool as well. By the pool, there were 2 rows of beautiful ladies in provocative clothing. They had been rescued from the officials of the City 67, and although Yu Zhong had given them their freedom, they had chosen to stay behind. After all, by staying beside Yu Zhong, they would have food and security. If they returned to the slums or the civilian district, they would have to eat synthetic food, and if they were not careful they might become other people's playthings. There were all sorts of underground groups inside those places, which made people uneasy. As he walked over, the beauties all knelt down, announcing loudly, "Greetings, master." He continued walking as though he was an ancient king, giving off an aura of grandeur and might. As he pushed the doors of the pool open, he discovered 5 young women standing in the middle of the pool. One particular buxom babe of about 28 or 29, walked over sensually as she bowed towards him. "Master, I'm Lisova, the mistress in charge of your harem. These are virgins I've picked out for you, and I hope that you'll enjoy yourself." In these 3 days he read and relaxed, and whenever he was in the mood he would pull Yuan Lu and Natalie over to fool around. The fear of the future and the constant uncertainty was tossed to one side as he focused on resting. After the 3 days, his body had recovered to its peak condition, reaching a state that far surpassed his previous self. The human organization on planet Galastar followed a military system, and most of the city mayors were only at the rank of lieutenants, and they had to obey any command given from the headquarters. After receiving Lu Kuo's orders, the various city mayors began relaying instructions to attack. In an instant, various particle cannons, ray guns, Gauss rifles and other weapons emerged from the sand. The moment those weapons emerged, they began firing wildly at the approaching horde of mutant lizards. One particular 8m-long Type 3 mutant lizard was running, and when the numerous beams struck it, its head was blasted full of holes as fresh blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Its corpse then slumped to the ground. Under the attack of the advanced weaponry, many Type 3 and Type 4 mutant lizards were torn apart, dying with their bodies riddled with holes. As for those Type 5 ones, their scales were strong and suffered lesser. Only under enough attacks could they be taken out. Then there were the 16 Type 6 mutant lizards. They continued to charge through as though the attacks did not affect them. The numerous beams only served to cause superficial wounds, which recovered within a breath's time. The 16 Type 6 mutant lizards were like 16 undefeatable tanks as they charged right through, slamming through the structures built by the human resistance. As they got close, they would swing their tails and destroy many of the automatic weapons. These 16 mutant lizards were adept at digging holes, casually slashing with their claws and dug out huge holes. Their tongues would then shoot in and wrap around the unfortunate soldiers hidden within the sand. Their jaws then clamped shut as human flesh and blood splattered out in a gruesome manner. Luo Zhida saw his subordinates being slaughtered by a Type 6 mutant lizard, and felt an intense anguish as he roared into his telecommunications, "Kill it! Kill it! Focus your fire to kill it!" At that moment, 300 laser cannons turned to aim at the Type 6 mutant lizards, and they fired out in a bright flash, as 300 beams slammed into the Type 6 mutant lizards. 300 laser guns enveloped the body of the Type 6 mutant lizard, covering it entirely. Luo Zhida felt his heart in his mouth as he eyed the flashes of light, wondering, is it dead? Before the radiance dimmed, the gigantic mutant lizard burst out, charging towards the source of the beams and swung its tail viciously. In an instant, many of the laser cannons were destroyed. With a slash of its claws, the structures were demolished, and it quickly stuck out its tongue to consume the numerous soldiers within. Invincible. Those 16 Type 6 mutant lizards were definitely undefeatable. On the battlefield, the miserable human screams continued to ring out, as fear and despair welled up in their hearts. The Type 6 mutant beasts were not existences they could stand up against. The weapons they had were just not adequate to even injure them in the slightest. At the same time, there was a terrifying Type 7 mutant lizard over a 1 kilometer in length within the horde. This particular Type 7 mutant beast had a huge 5m-long gash at its tail, and it seemed to be infected with some poison as the wound was festering, emitting a strong stench while pus oozed out from it. Originally, such a wound would have taken just minutes to heal, however, it was currently extremely slow. Seeing that beast, the people in the command center were extremely pale, their hearts filled with despair. The Type 6 mutant lizards were already beyond their ability. With the appearance of the Type 7 mutant beast, it had become even more impossible. Only Zhong saw that Type 7 mutant beast and felt a sense of heated excitement. Great, there's an injured Type 7 mutant beast over here. As long as I can kill it, then its life force, on top of the treasures I've gained from the Mech Kingdom, would be able to propel my strength by another minor realm. It got increasingly harder for biological life forms to evolve the stronger they got. The life force of a Type 7 mutant beast would be more than a Type 8 powerhouse. However, for Zhong, even killing this particular beast might be insufficient for him. He needed to complement it with the resources he obtained from the Mech Kingdom to achieve a breakthrough. Zhong looked at the display showing the battleship floating in the skies and thought silently, they should be making a move, right? Otherwise these soldiers would be wiped out soon. Currently, the 3 cities' forces that were engaging the mutant beasts were already showing signs of collapse. Many of the soldiers piloting their own mechs were trying to crawl out of the sand dunes, fleeing for their lives. If the experts in the skies were still not willing to act, then this battle would be for naught. Chapter 1081, The Powerful Type 7 Mutant Lizard. In the skies, Luke swept a look towards the crumbling human soldiers, his eyes filled with a hint of tease, as though he was enjoying the futile struggle of ants. Bunch of trash. However, these fellows do have some use. Do it. After that, Lu Kuar and the rest of his subordinates turned around as they headed downwards. Soon, 8 human-like mechs of over 10 flew out from the battleship. At the same time, the originally silent battleship began to activate its A-grade particle cannons, and fired them out, blasting at the Type 6 mutant beasts. In a breath, one of the Type 6 was punched full of holes. Fresh blood flowed as it became riddled with injuries. Making use of that opportunity, one of the human-shaped mechs descended down, appearing in front of the injured Type 6 mutant beast in a flash. The laser blade in its hands then sliced through the head of the Type 6 mutant lizard, directly turning the brain into mush. With the brain destroyed, the Type 6 mutant beast struggled a while before turning into a corpse. Inside the command center, Zhong looked at how the mech user killed the Type 6 mutant beast and applauded silently, "Strong." The blade that could pierce through the Type 6 mutant beast meant that the pilot already had a grasp of the weak points of the Type 6 mutant beasts, striking at the critical areas. Honk, 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 honk. Another mech had a pair of wings as well as 4 A-grade particle cannons, 2 at its shoulders, 2 at its waist, as it routed around another Type 6 mutant lizard and fired at it. With each beam that struck the head of the Type 6 mutant lizard accurately, there would be an additional bloody wound. Under the continuous assault, the Type 6 mutant lizard struggled frantically, before its brain was vaporized. The performance of the other 6 mechs was also outstanding, as they continued to weave through the Horde and cooperated in attacking the various Type 6 mutant beasts. Although each beast was strong and reacted quickly, they could not do anything about the mechs. Zhong eyed the mechs in the skies and had an understanding, so this is the case, no wonder those fellows dare to target the Type 7 mutant beast. While the combat strength of the Type 6 mutant beast was terrifying, and their movement speed fast, on top of their immense defense and strength they could not fly. Hence, they were helpless against the mechs, and the situation was within the control of the human resistance. Seeing how the Type 6 subordinates were being slaughtered by the flying mechs, the Type 7 mutant lizard became infuriated and charged forward with all its speed. In an instant, the entire ground trembled and a dust storm gathered. The Type 7 mutant lizard appeared in front of one of the close combat mechs and swung its tail madly, slamming into the mech. The pilot of that mech turned pale as he struggled and tried to control the mech to dodge one side. The tail of the Type 7 mutant beast was traveling at a speed 8 times that of sound. It tore through space and slammed into the mech with the might of Mount Tai. Hong. Under the powerful strike, the mech was instantly turned into scrap metal, as parts flew everywhere, while the human pilot became minced meat. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Lu Kuo roared out as he piloted his mech that had a pair of eagle wings as it shot towards the skies. The remaining 5 mechs also soared into the sky, evading the Type 7 mutant lizard. The mechs they were using were just Type 6 machines, and in front of the Type 7 mutant lizard they were too weak. A single strike from the beast could kill them all. Eyeing the fleeing mechs, the Type 7 mutant lizard turned around and opened its huge jaws, firing out its tongue at the skies, and managed to catch onto one of them. There was a look of despair in the eyes of the pilot as he screamed out, "No! No!" Chapter 1082, The Mighty Zhong. The eyes of the Type 7 mutant lizard flashed dangerously, as it pounced towards Zhong. "Get down." Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and stepped forward, appearing on top of the head of the Type 7 mutant lizard in a breath. He then slapped down viciously, sending a powerful strike at its head. Hong. With a loud sound, the head of the huge monster was sent into the ground with an earth-shaking quake. This scene was like seeing a small ant sending a huge elephant to the ground. It was truly shocking. Lu Kuo saw this and his mouth opened wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could a person treat a Type 7 mutant beast this way? Is he still human? What was a Type 7 mutant beast? It was an invincible creature, which even their battleships could not do anything against. Such a fearsome beast, which strength surpassed even some Type 8 powerhouses, and could easily destroy mountains, was actually defeated by a human with a single slap at that. Zhong's might was truly beyond what he could imagine. What the hell was that? Is that a human? Inside one of the mechs, the beautiful female pilot looked at Zhong's back, her eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and a hint of reverence. That was insane. To think there's such an expert, who the hell is he? He looked at Zhong floating in the sky, his heart filled with shock as he gasped towards Jin Tu. Brother Jin Tu, is that your subordinate Zhong? How is he so strong? So strong. This is definitely a strength above the Type 7 realm. Our city lord is truly too powerful. Jin Tu eyed the state of the Type 7 mutant lizard, and his eyes were filled with fervent idolization and pride. Facing he smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. He did not know what Zhong was intending, thus he did not take the initiative to say anything. Luo Zhida looked at Zhong, his expression lost. Impossible. Impossible. How could a human be this strong? Without any external equipment or help, how could a human reach such a level? After sending the mutant lizard into the ground, Zhong had an icy look, as his right fist formed countless afterimages, revealing over 100 palms as he struck out at the Type 7 mutant lizard. Under Zhong's frenzied assault, the Type 7 mutant lizard was pummeled mercilessly, its brain almost disintegrating as it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, slumping to the ground a dead corpse. Have I become so strong after my evolution? Zhong stared at the corpse that was a result of his own flesh physique, and rejoiced in his heart, as he had a sudden urge to roar towards the skies in triumph. When the Type 7 mutant lizard was killed by Zhong, the huge amount of life force was absorbed into his heart. Zhong had taken a lot of natural resources, and his current internal strength was amassed to a certain breaking point. After absorbing the huge life force of the Type 7 mutant lizard, it caused the gold god-devil nucleus in his mind to release a huge amount of gold energy, coursing through his body, transforming him from within, strengthening his blood towards a godly state. At the same time, Zhong could sense a strange knowledge filling his sea of knowledge, containing some sacred, yet at the same time evil, strong force. Amidst the force, there was the wondrous sense of domain. After accepting the new profound knowledge, Zhong comprehended a new domain, one of a higher tier, god-devil domain. This was the domain of someone possessing the god-devil body, and it was the strongest domain possible. Currently on the battlefield, almost everyone was staring wide-eyed with shock at Zhong. He was stepping atop the mighty Type 7 mutant lizard, which was seen dead and immobile beneath his feet. It was an unbelievable scene. In the air, Luke stared at Zhong with a contorted expression, his heart filled with jealousy. He was a true favorite of the heavens and was the best mech pilot, the future hope of humanity. To think there was someone even more outstanding than him, more radiant and eye-catching, he naturally could not stomach it. At that moment he gave a maniacal order, attack. Kill him for me. He must be a spy from the Mech Kingdom. As he was the commander of the human resistance, his orders had to be obeyed. In an instant the numerous beams shot down from the battleship. Just before they struck, Zhong opened his eyes, and with a thought, the atmospheric energy around him congealed into a shield. A Type 7 powerhouse possessed the ability to manipulate the atmospheric energy, and even when Zhong was at the peak of the Type 7 realm, he had already made use of the knowledge gained to control the energy, surpassing even some Type 8 powerhouses. Each of his strikes and movements carried an insurmountable might. Under the rain of laser beams, the shield seemed to be struck with ripples, and barely after a second, it collapsed and disintegrated. The beams then struck Zhong, causing it to disintegrate as well. Luqua's eyes were filled with shock as he twisted around to search. That was an afterimage. Where's his true body? At that moment, Zhong had already transcended space to appear in front of him, his gaze icy as he pointed at the cockpit. You dare attack me, go to hell. A terrifying amount of atmospheric energy transformed into a line that pierced through the mech, blasting towards Luqua's head. Watching his own mech crumple under Zhong's attack, Luqua was filled with despair, and as the line of energy was about to pierce through his head, a bright light shone from his body, transforming into a white shield, blocking in front of him. Dang. Following a loud sound, Zhong's atmospheric energy strike was actually blocked by the shield. Having barely escaped death, Luqua screamed out shrilly with a pale face, "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Colonel Luqua, son of General Lu Cheng. You dare make a move on me? You'll be going against all of humanity. If you were to surrender now and submit to me, I can recommend you to my father, and help you get a decent position. This is a C-grade defensive equipment, even Type 8 powerhouses will not be able to pierce through them. You won't be able to kill me." Let go of the colonel. Scram. Seeing Lu Kuo in danger, the rest of the Mechs quickly shot towards them frantically. One of them directly adjusted his cannons and aimed all 4 grade A particle cannons at Yu Zhong and fired. The one with the wings also shot over and appeared in front of Yu Zhong and slashed down viciously. Just die already. Yu Zhong frowned and slapped out casually as the catching dragon claw grabbed out at the Mechs, directly crushing them with a squeeze. An energy shield appeared, and the 4 beams slammed into the shield. Both sides met and clashed without any way of hitting him. You think that you can block me with just this? Break. Yu Zhong glared at Lu Kuo and his eyes flashed coldly. He reappeared in front of him, and his right fist brought with it a powerful might, enveloped with his Do Chi as it slammed into the C-grade energy shield. Dang. Following an earth-shattering roar, the C-grade shield became dented as it started to vibrate, on the verge of dissipating. However, it was not a C-grade shield for nothing and managed to withstand the Type 8 strength of Yu Zhong. After reaching the peak of the Type 7 realm, Yu Zhong's physique had already exceeded ordinary Type 8 experts, and his combat strength was on another level. Dang. With a flurry of powerful blasts, Yu Zhong continued to slam over 100 fists into the C-grade shield, as it trembled violently before finally breaking apart. He then shot forwards and shot Lu Kuo a glance, his gaze icy as he pointed out with his finger. A beam of energy shot through his eyebrows, killing him immediately. When Lu Kuo died, there was still shock and despair in his eyes. He had not imagined that he would die here. With a wave of his hands, Yu Zhong then retrieved the white plate in Lu Kuo's hands and he took a good look at it, noticing that there was a Type 6 nucleus in it. Beside the nucleus, there were many runes engraved on it. Yu Zhong's eyes widened in shock. This is a strange treasure. Producing a shield capable of blocking a Type 8 powerhouse, with only the power of a Type 6 nucleus, if more powerful nuclei were utilized the shield would be of a higher grade. Chapter 1083, Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. Lu Kuo is dead. What do we do? With his death, we're going to be buried with him. It's over. Seeing Lu Kuo's death, the remaining 4 mech pilots turned pale with fear, their gazes filled with despair. Lu Kuo had a huge background, the son of one of the 12 generals back at headquarters. Now that he had died at Yu Zhong's hands, unless they killed Yu Zhong, they would die if they went back empty-handed. However, with their strength, it was impossible to kill Yu Zhong. Having evolved to the peak of the Type 7 realm, Yu Zhong could control the atmosphere and strengthen himself to attack his enemies, protect his body, preventing physical as well as elemental attacks. He was almost like the gods of the legends. Even if the 4 of them charged forth together, he could slap them into pieces with a single slap. The commander in the A-grade battleship stared at Yu Zhong below with fear, not daring to give the order to attack. The difference between Yu Zhong and the Type 7 mutant lizard was that Yu Zhong could fly. In fact, his flying speed was terrifying. On this planet Galastar, his speed was already beyond the speed of sound. He could easily fly above the mech and destroy it. Yu Zhong's gaze was blazing as he swept them a look. The pilots trembled, their hands slick with sweat, and they stayed still, not daring to move. Yu Zhong's gaze suddenly turned towards the distance, noticing the huge horde of aerial mutant beasts in the distance already flying over. Evacuate. Seeing Yu Zhong's gaze being distracted, the next highest in command barked out once, piloting his mech towards the battleship in the sky. The other 3 also quickly soared up, trying their best to flee. You want to flee? I'll make one of you stay. Yu Zhong eyed the 4 of them, his gaze cold as he grasped out with his dragon-catching claw. The dragon-shaped energy grabbed onto the lead mech, pulling him directly towards Yu Zhong. He then pointed at the mech, and its frame was crushed and destroyed by an unseen force. At the same time, the pilot was sucked towards Yu Zhong. The helmet was wearing a gray helmet and a black biomechanical enhanced suit, and there were mounds at the chest area, while the waist was slim. This was obviously a female pilot. Female? Yu Zhong swept the female pilot a look and did not care. He just wanted one alive regardless of their gender. A line of energy wrapped around the pilot, tying her up securely, dragging her about 5 m behind Yu Zhong. Type 7 powerhouses could control the atmosphere already, and it was a technique that only those with a flesh physique could comprehend. While the Type 7 mechs had terrifying firepower and strong physiques, they did not have the ability to control the atmosphere. An ordinary Type 7 powerhouse was enough to be a god figure in the pre-apocalypse Earth, invincible, and it would not be an issue to control the entire Earth. Having reached the peak of the Type 7 realm, Zhong was capable of doing all sorts of things. With a thought, he could easily stare a Type 2 expert to death. If he were to execute his art of fear with his overbearing aura, anybody of the Type 2 realm and below would be instantly frightened to death. Seeing the humans intending to escape from the region, the leader of the aerial mutant beasts, with a wingspan of over 2 kilometers, a Wyrm head, crocodile body, emitting an aura of a sky hegemon, roared out with a thunder-like voice, "Are you trying to escape, puny humans? You dare to hunt the subordinates of this seat, the Wyrm-Crocodile King? Today, all of you shall die." The words of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King had just fallen, as it flapped its wings, causing a huge source of energy to shroud around it. It then disappeared and reappeared mysteriously in front of the battleship, slamming into it. Hong. With a huge roar, the energy shield of the battleship was destroyed, and the entire battleship began to break apart under the assault of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile. It then exploded in a huge blast. The explosion then consumed everything within the blast radius, and everyone in it was killed instantly.